Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Well, I'm better than I have been, but I'm still on the mend, man. I feel like my teeth are just hanging on. They're loose. They're not, but they're just hanging on, and I'm getting through it, but I'm a lot better than I was even just 2 days ago. My God, I'm wonderful.
Well, we're glad you're back with us amongst the living. We had 2 shows, not one, but 2 shows that we dropped last week. A surprise episode, King of the Ring 94, which we hoped to do the prior week, but your dental surgery prevented that. So we played a best of, but we did our best to over deliver last week when we covered King of the Ring 94 and King of the Ring 99. I got great feedback from both shows, but people really love Bruce on pills on the King of the Ring 94 episode.
Nobody ever loved me on pills, man. What the hell?
What was the feedback you got from King of the Ring 94 and 99?
That I should take more painkillers?
Yeah, it's wild, man. I think we got to
You know what? Should I take one right now?
Yes, come on.
Should I take one right now?
Take it. I feel like this is the Click in 95. Take it. Uh-oh. That's the old wrestler mating call. I hear it.
Well, it is time to take my pills, so I'll take my pills.
Now, we're going to do something different for you today. We've never done this, Bruce. And even when we connected today, you said, now, what are we doing here? How are we going to do this? We're going to sit down and we're going to watch one of the biggest Nitros ever. It happened 21 years ago tomorrow. It's July 6th, 1998. It's Nitro in the Georgia Dome, and Goldberg is going to beat Hulk Hogan in the main event. Sorry for the spoiler there, Bruce. This is the biggest Nitro ever.
You told me last week, do not watch this.
I did.
I didn't watch it. And now you're telling me the finish.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Man.
I know you're let down, but you won't be disappointed in this show. This is going to be fun and something unlike anything we've ever done. Instead of getting a lot of different insight into the goings on of the company that we're watching at the time, which is normally what we do with a watch along. Instead, we're going to get Bruce's opinion on what's going on in WCW, and we will do a little bit of compare and contrast with what's happening on the WWE show as well. So fire up your WWE network right now. Go to the vault, find Monday Nitro, and then I want you to find episode number 147. If you're going to search by years, of course, you'll start with 1998. Go to July. It's July 6th, Nitro number 147. Get that disclaimer out of the way up front. And then when you're at all 000s, you're going to hit mute and press play with us when we give you the countdown. Bruce, tell them how you're going to do the countdown today.
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go 9, 5, 3. No, we're going to go 3, 2, 1, play. When I say play, that's when you hit the button. So I'll say 3, 2, 1, play. And the next time I say that little phrase, we're going to be ready to rock and roll.
I like that you started to do a countdown and you were already, those pills were already taking their effect. You're like 9, 5, 3. So yeah, let's go ahead and do the real countdown. Hopefully you're with us. It's Monday Nitro from July 6th, 1998, Nitro number 147 on the WWE network. Hit mute. You might want to throw your closed captioning on if you got it. And, when Bruce says play, hit play.
All right, guys, here we go. 3, 2, 1, play.
So we're starting out here with the prior Thunder. So this took place just 4 days ago, live on Thunder. Tony Schiavone in his double-breasted
Who's the
suit.
fat guy on the right?
Yeah, that's Tony Schiavone ate himself.
Oh, okay.
And this is James J. Dillon, who has looked 50 years old for 50 years.
JJ looked like he was 60 when he started in the business.
It's amazing. There's a certain group of guys who just seemingly don't age. I think Arn Anderson's one of them. JJ Dillon's another. Like those guys just always look like they're like 45 years old.
So why are we looking at JJ in a close-up shot and him talking to us to start off this monumental show?
I'm glad you asked. So they announced the main event for the Georgia Dome as being Goldberg after 106 victories, undefeated, whatever the number is. And he's going to get a shot at the world title. And it's been determined by WCW because he's the WCW commissioner. He's acting commissioner. He's the boss of WCW on screen. So he's making this match 4 days ahead of time. This is the first time they announced it. So when Nitro left the air the prior week, no such match existed. we knew that the Nitro show was going to happen at the Georgia Dome, and we knew that ticket sales were strong, but we didn't have a match. Now we've got a match, and it's going to be going head to head with a taped Raw. So they're pulling out all the stops. When you first heard they're doing Goldberg and Hulk Hogan, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What'd you think?
Hot shot.
Yeah, I thought
Hot
you were
shot
say
desperation.
That. Now it's important to mention Nitro had been dominating up until 1998. And we've covered this in the archives. The first time Raw beats Nitro is in April of 98 with Vince McMahon and Steve Austin on top. And now it's very much a ratings war. It's back and forth. Hey, what do you think of this open for Nitro? The Nitro girls, the pyro. You're a production guy. What do you think?
I always liked the Nitro girls. I thought they added a little bit of glitz and glamour to the show. And quite frankly, I'd rather watch the Nitro girls most nights than some of the matches they had on.
What did Vince think of the Nitro girl concept? Was he for it or against it?
Well, we had done it in different incarnations with, we had Raw girls
right.
when Raw started a long time ago. We had tried some different things, the Federettes going back into the 80s and so on and so forth. So it was an interesting concept, but it was also something that we didn't want to do because we felt that it was a little bit, another 15 people to travel around the country and more expense. But I think it was a nice little break because they sure as hell couldn't fill all their time with wrestling as much time as they had. So put some beautiful young ladies out there for guys to take a look at. And the Nitro girls were not hard to look at.
They were not. This was Tony Schiavone's favorite part of the show for sure. And check out in the middle, in the back row there. That's Shawn Michaels' bride now.
All right. Is Sharmella in here yet?
I don't think she's in there. We got Che on the left. Of course, DDP's wife, Kimberly, up front, standing right next to Shawn Michaels' wife now. She's Whisper here as her dance name. So here we are, a big shot of the Georgia Dome. This was a major show, and the Tony Schiavone not only got all dressed up and put on a tuxedo, he made sure his chair was about 8 inches taller than everyone else's.
Well, you know what? And here we thought Tony was not that bright. Look at that. He's standing right up in the middle. I think Tony's standing and the rest of them are sitting. That's what it is.
I want to assure you, if he is seated, and we see how much taller his chair is than everybody else, his feet are just dangling. Wee, wee, wee.
Like Hornswoggle off the edge of the chair. He's just a little dangling out there. He doesn't know what the fuck to do with his hands either. He's always got the hand thing going too. He's almost as bad as I am.
What do you think about, you watched Nitro here and there. Maybe you didn't watch a full show all the way through very often, but what did you think of Larry Zbyszko as a commentator for WCW?
Always liked Larry Zbyszko, as a matter of fact, and tried to hire Larry a couple of different times, but Larry had a great gig where he was. And I don't know if there was bad blood over the years between Larry and Vince for whatever reason. God, everybody's got something they want to complain and bitch about at some point. But I liked Larry's work because he was different. And Larry had come from that Bobby Heenan school of heel commentary where he knew how to get people over. And now I don't know what Mike Tenay's pissed off about. I love Mike Tenay personally. And I think Mike Tenay's a great storyteller. I always used to tell him, why are you so pissed off when you're on the air? He's just like, it's my face, Bruce.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. He does have a scowl, but I always took it because he was being very serious. I mean, he took his role very seriously. He was not there for the funny ha-ha, all for information. And what a way to start the show here. We got Hulk Hogan strutting out, playing air guitar. How hot was the NWO in 1998? I realized that, some people would argue that creatively their best years were 96 or 97, but you're still seeing a ton of NWO shirts show up at WWE events in 98. Are you not?
I think they were everywhere. You'd go through Spencer's Gifts in the mall. They were there. So the NWO was, man, they were riding that wave. But I really do believe at this time that I think they were on the decline. I think they had that run. It was a great run, but it was kind of on the downward side here a little bit because I think people were getting a lot of the same. They had seen it, and we were trying to do something different and new on the other side to combat it. But one thing you can't take away, friggin' Hogan always looked great.
Yeah. I mean, this is something that, I've been looking forward to talking about with you. Two things, I guess. Number one, the belt being spray painted. That's, sacrilege to an old school guy like you. When you first saw or heard that they had put spray paint on the big gold belt that you remember being around the waist of Ric Flair or Dusty Rhodes or Ricky Steamboat, what did you think?
Great heat, but yes, sacrilege, man. That was, come on. You don't do that. You can't go there. Who's the goof talking now?
I think he is running SmackDown for Fox. I don't know. What a weird turn of events we've got. You know, who would have ever thought, you know, all these years later, Brutus would be in the Hall of Fame and Hulk Hogan would play hokey pokey with the Hall of Fame and Liz wouldn't be with us. And somehow Eric Bischoff would be running a show on a major broadcast television station for the WWF, a show that doesn't even exist at this point. SmackDown.
Here's the fun. Yeah. Here's the other funny thing is, you know, during this time where we just looked at our competition as the Antichrist, that I had met Eric Bischoff one time when he came through for a cup of coffee and tried to sell me a broom, that he would be one of my best friends today. So that's kind of ironic in that, you know, I'm walking through airports and getting, you know, calls from HH again, just, you know, to talk and BS. So that's a lot of fun as well. And it's amazing how as time goes on, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And what in the hell is Beefcake? Beefcake looks great back there, but what's he doing?
His gimmick is he's the Disciple. And, I think his that's his official title.
He's the Icicle.
Disciple.
Disciple?
Yeah.
Of what?
Exactly.
All right.
I think he might be the unofficial weed carrier for Hulk Hogan here. I don't know for sure. Let's talk about the impact of Hulk Hogan. You know, Hulk Hogan was obviously running wild when you first come to work for Vince McMahon on the heels of WrestleMania 3. There's no bigger star, not just then in wrestling, but in the history of wrestling. And then we would see over the course of the next, 6 or 7 years, that starts to taper a little bit. Did you ever think Hogan had a second act in him and it would be as a monster heel like this? I mean, it almost, I think you could argue, and I know you will argue it, but what he did for the WWF, he's going to do for WCW here.
I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree that Hulk Hogan, that star power and the man behind Hulk Hogan, he did it in a completely different character off of his other character, off of that strong babyface character.
Sure.
But I did believe that Hulk Hogan had a heel run. And at the time that Hogan left, I strongly believed that we should have turned Hulk Hogan heel in the WWE.
What would that have looked like? Let's just go down that rabbit hole for a minute. Hypothetically, had Hogan turned heel and turned his back on all his little Hulkamaniacs on Vince's watch, who would his opponents have been? What would have been a for instance angle to pull that off?
Oh my gosh. I think that everybody that he had worked with before, you could almost switch babyface and do the same type, do the exact same thing in reverse. And here's how crazy in my head, how my head would work sometimes was Hulk would always talk about the yellow and red and take your vitamins. I said, well, we'll just turn him, instead of yellow and red, he'll be red and yellow and reverse everything.
like Bizarro Superman.
Like Bizarro Superman. Exactly. And, you know, he had the entire roster to work with. He could have had the entire roster to work with, heels, baby faces, everything, if he had just adopted that little bit different attitude and everything. However, there was a different business strategy between how we ran our business and how everybody else has ever run their business, because we looked at it as business. We looked at it as marketing. We looked at it as merchandising. We looked at it in every other avenue. All those other buckets had to be taken care of. And Hulk Hogan, as Hulk Hogan, man, there was nobody bigger, nobody stronger at the time that you didn't want to upset that apple cart.
Yeah, I totally get why you don't want to leave money on the table. I mean, if it's the old adage, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I should mention that, even though the main event has been announced by WCW, the purpose of this Hogan promo is he's coming out here saying the only way Goldberg's going to get a shot tonight at the title with me, brah, is if he runs through another NWO brother that you guys haven't seen for a while. And if he can manage to beat him, then I'll give Goldberg the shot. But if he loses, that's it. No shot for Goldberg. You know, you haven't quite earned your stripes just yet. So they don't announce who the opponent is, just that Goldberg is going to have to win a match in order to make it to the main event for the world title. So we're pretty much guaranteed 2 Goldberg appearances tonight. What a different era to look at this crowd and see all these signs. I feel like fans express themselves on social media now, and signs are sort of hit or miss. As one of the fans who once upon a time was behind some of those signs, I'm glad they're gone. Look at that cosplay.
Look at Hulkster.
Do you miss signs?
I do, to a point. I love seeing them in the open. I love looking out at that audience, and see that sea of signs. What I don't miss is the people with the signs up all night long. It becomes distracting, and it really does, for the viewer at home, but even more so for the live event, the people in the arena that are just like, God, put your sign down. We seen it. We saw it. So yeah. Who's this guy working with?
So we're getting lots of crowd reactions. You know, hey, what do you think's going to happen tonight? Hey, let's talk about the business side of this. We see Valvoline Sin Power is promoting Nitro. They're a sponsor here on the show, and we're going to see a little skit in a minute. And this was always a fun little piece of business. We'll come back to the sponsorship for a minute. You know, you like the production aspect of the business, the television aspect. What do you think of these? Hey, we're going to make them NWO commercials, and we're going to sort of shoot it at an angle, and it's going to be all black and white, and we're going to put this effect over it. That way it looks like the NWO has paid for the time to be on the show, because they're not technically part of WCW. Nice touch or overkill? What say you?
Well, I thought it was a great touch.
I thought so too.
I thought, because it makes you think that they're doing it on their own. And if you're into the NWO, then you love it.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you don't have to support it.
I got to tell you, I was expecting you to shit on more stuff here. Here's what we were talking about. The Valvoline Sin Power. They're going to give away this car, and this guy here from somewhere in Arkansas, he's countrier than a tater. This guy here, he won a car before. And so me and Gene's like, hey, do you get that thing out on the road? By the way, that does not look street legal, but that's a real NASCAR that they're giving away here. How do those deals like that come together? I know you didn't put this deal together, but you guys had some similar giveaways and prizes and things like that with WCW. Does the sales team pitch that, or do their reps come to y'all?
It works both ways. Sometimes the reps will come to us just looking for the publicity, and what they will offer up is they'll offer up the grand prize to give away plus some other cash, but it's all promotion for them. So it's not something we're going to go out and say, hey, let's go buy a NASCAR and give it away. No, that's NASCAR and whoever else, whether it's Valvoline or the sponsor, that is paying for all of that in that regard. I don't know. Gene doesn't look like that much of a country hick.
Oh no, I didn't mean him. I mean, this guy, he makes me look, urban. So the Valvoline gimmick though, I mean, I know you're not there. If somebody said, hey, we want to sponsor a Raw in 1998, we want to do a little segment, we want to do a giveaway. You guys, mention us a few times, and, going into commercial or coming out, or throw a replay to us, and then we'll give away a car, make it a big to-do. What do you think that would have cost back in the day?
Gee, sometimes it may have just cost, the cost of what the giveaway prize is. And sometimes I have no idea what the advertising rates were back at that time, but they're going to pay for advertising rates.
Sure. So here we got, Dean Malenko coming to the ring. He's been in a bitter.
Did you notice Linda Hogan in the front row earlier?
Absolutely. She's there. I think she's got the kids in tow with her too.
Sure did.
And you know, your boy Meltzer would be very critical of, Hogan in this era and just all the politicking, quote unquote. We'll get into that in a minute, but here's Booker T as the TV champion. When did you know that Booker T was money?
Oh boy. When let me back up.
Did you see him in Global, or is your first piece of business where you see Booker T? Is it with Harlem Heat in WCW, or did you see him in Global?
My last night in Global was the night that Booker T and Stevie Ray came in to meet with Eddie Gilbert.
That's cool.
And I remember looking at them going, who in the hell is that? Because they were dressed to the nines. They looked like somebody.
Yep.
But I didn't know who they were. Both real nice guys just coming in looking for an opportunity. But the first time that I really sat up and took notice was when Sherry Martel began to manage Harlem Heat, and I went, wow, there's something there.
So what was it about the combination with them and Sherry that stuck out to you?
I just think that they had chemistry, and they felt like a unit. There was it didn't feel phony. It didn't feel like, okay, we're going to stick Sherry with these guys. She'll be the manager. It felt like this was a threesome that was a unit that worked really well together. And you just looked at the way that they worked. Booker worked different. You just look at the little ways that he hits the ropes and how he comes off of the ropes. Booker T worked differently than other people. And back in the day when they were a team, I think most people were looking at Nash. They were looking at, Stevie
Ray.
Yeah, call him Nash, but they're looking at Stevie going, wow, that's going to be the star because of his size.
Sure.
And you forget Booker's a good sized man.
Booker is a deceptively large. I mean, in person, there's only a handful of guys I've met where I'm like, God damn, they're a lot bigger than I remember. And it's Booker T and Billy Gunn. That's the list.
Yes.
Both of those guys, I think as a fan, I had an expectation they were, 6'1", 6'2". They're not. I mean, if you drew a professional wrestler, he would look like Booker T. I mean, he has a wrestler physique, a wrestler look. He is a professional wrestler if you drew one.
Absolutely. And he had the fire and desire, if you will. The big cat and the lad we've been talking about. The man had fire. The man had a little desire. Going to take him a long way. He's not stealing money every time he goes to the bank.
In there with Dean Malenko. When was Dean Malenko first on your radar? Did you guys see any of his stuff abroad, any of his stuff in Mexico, any of his stuff in ECW, or when were you first familiar with him as a wrestler? I know that, he I guess was like a witness for you guys in the whole Chuck Austin lawsuit, and would come in there as like an expert witness and explain the way the move could be executed. I found that interesting as a little footnote, but he doesn't really get a shot with y'all. Was Vince down on him because he wasn't tall enough? I'm not saying that to be silly, but there had to be something, right?
Well, Dean, for me, when I first became familiar with Dean Malenko was when he first started. And the reason being is I was such a fan of his father. Boris Malenko was the first great heel I remember as a kid in Houston, Texas. And he had this tremendous rivalry with Wahoo McDaniel. So the name Malenko, I would always watch because it was in respect to his father. And I don't think I really remember Dean until WCW, watching him and seeing anything on him in a regular basis.
So here we see a newly healed Chris Jericho. Jericho has been the white meat baby face number 47 for a while here on WCW, but he's going to flip out on Dave Penzer, and one thing leads to another, and now he's a bad guy, and he is in the middle of a phenomenal run here in 1998. This is my favorite Chris Jericho. When did we know he's going to have a big debut about a year later for you guys on the other channel, and he just cost Dean Malenko there, but he's even got like an airbrush shirt here, Monday Night Jericho. That's going to get over to the point WCW produces the shirt, it feels like anything that Jericho had going for him, he sort of willed into existence here rather than waiting for it to be handed down. And that's probably something that's going to serve him well throughout the rest of his wrestling career. When was he on your radar? I mean, was there an option or a consideration of doing something with him before he sort of made hay in WCW, or does it happen here?
No, there was consideration back when Jericho and Lance Storm were in Smoky Mountain Wrestling with Jim Cornette. Just looking at them, but they were both really, really green at the time. And even Cornette was telling us they're not ready. So we kind of passed on them at the time, but we had our eye on Chris back then. And Chris was one of those unique talents, man, that just kind of had it. And he had a hell of a personality.
So we've got a promo here, pre-tape from Karl Malone, and the backstory to this whole celebrity usage in professional wrestling is Mike Tyson pops up on Monday Night Raw and does huge business for you guys. Eric Bischoff tells the story that when Zane Bresloff called him and told him, hey, they got Mike Tyson, Eric knew, oh no, we're in trouble. So he starts looking to see, hey, what can we do? And as luck would have it, the whole Dennis Rodman thing that they did in 97, he's still hot and in the news. And now he's going to be in the finals against Karl Malone. And Karl Malone sees Diamond Dallas Page at a basketball game, throws up the diamond cutter. They meet, and one thing leads to another. Dennis Rodman is someone who has roots in WCW in an existing relationship. So DDP allegedly approaches Eric and says, hey man, what if we tried to do something with Malone against Rodman? And, we did like a tag match. And of course that's going to be what's happening 6 days from here. On one side, it'll be Hulk Hogan tagging up at Bash at the Beach with Dennis Rodman to take on Karl Malone and Diamond Dallas Page. And it's going to do huge numbers. One of the best buy rates in WCW history, tons of mainstream interest. And it doesn't hurt that the NBA finals that year had both of those guys against each other, not just on opposite teams, but they played the exact same position. They're both power forwards. So these guys are getting into it on the court, and now they're going to settle their differences in the wrestling ring. When you hear that that's the plan, what's the reaction from the WWF?
Not much. And especially for me, because I'm not a basketball fan, but there really wasn't a whole lot. It seemed kind of, okay, then what? Because we didn't know what the integration was going to be and everything else. Conrad, I'm sorry. You got Canyon and Raven and whoever else. This is a holiday weekend, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So okay.
Oh, there we go. Woo. So wait, so a Canyon Raven match is taking you to drinking?
Yeah.
My gosh. Both of these guys were in and out with you. Talk to me a little bit about Canyon. Why don't you think Canyon became a bigger star? When you just look at his in-ring work and some of his innovation, some of the unique moves that he created, there was an underground fan base for Canyon online, that were just super fans of his, but for whatever reason, it never really happened for him on camera. Of course, we see he came to the ring holding the Mortis mask, which was his first WCW gimmick. When he takes the mask off, the work's still the same, but I think a lot of the allure from the office in WCW was down until DDP would campaign for him to be a part of the Jersey Triad. And then he at least had a spot, but he never really achieved the top guy status. What was it about Canyon that was just off?
I don't think that Canyon played whatever part he was in the ring. Canyon never became that part. I thought Canyon had a good look. I thought he could work.
Yeah.
His work was decent, but that personality and connection with the audience, for me, I never saw it. And it always looked like he was just playing a part and not being whatever the hell he wanted to be. You add into that his communication skills were not good, and maybe that was because of the lisp. But we know that there have been people in this industry with a lisp who accentuated that damn thing and made millions of dollars and become some of the most iconic in the world ever.
Like
If
Dusty
you want to talk
Rhodes,
about funky like a monkey, baby.
like Ric Flair. I mean, all those guys.
Yeah. And it just, there wasn't a clear cut connection with Kanyon. He was just Kanyon. And no one really understood what that was.
Of course, we lost Kanyon. And he wrote a book, which I would recommend if you've never read it. It is a very good book on wrestling. He grew up a big wrestling fan, and he struggled with, sort of being comfortable with his sexuality and the professional wrestling world. And, that's a shame that he's no longer with us. And I can't help but think that if Kanyon were still around, just based on, his reputation as a worker, he would have been a contributor in today's wrestling world, whether it's with Ring of Honor or Impact or New Japan or AEW or WWE. I mean, he'd be working somewhere if he was with us, and it's a shame that he's not here to see it and partake.
Yeah, I think Kanyon would have been a great trainer and someone that could teach people how to do what it is that they do. But he just had a hard time communicating with himself.
This table was about to whip Perry Saturn's ass. Getting it out.
Yeah, damn near almost already did. Is that thing sawed in half?
No, surely not. It's not going to break.
It's already scored.
It's not going to break right there, is it? I hope not. Come on. So, of course, Perry Saturn, former member of the Flock, and he wants to be free from the Flock and be his own man. So he's trying to take it out on Raven here. So this match is going to end in a DQ. Hey, it didn't break right there.
Maybe it wasn't scored.
Yeah.
That's a stiff fucking table right there, folks.
Where's Matthew when you need him?
Damn.
This, Perry Saturn, Raven, Kanyon, sort of rank them as far as, what you perceive there as a talent scout, where you would rank them. If you're starting a wrestling promotion, these are three talents that are available to you. You got to do a pecking order, a batting order, if you will. What's that look like with these three?
Oh shit. I'm going after Saturn. Yep. Then I'm good.
I thought you would say that. I thought you were really high on Saturn for whatever reason. This is unfortunate here. We're going to see Buff Bagwell get out in a wheelchair. And there's Judy, tag team champion herself. Let's talk a little bit about Raven though. What about Raven? Eric Bischoff has been pretty open and honest on 83 Weeks saying he didn't get it. He doesn't understand why Raven was a thing. He didn't get the character. He just wasn't a fan, but I feel like you probably got the character Kanyon better than Eric. What'd you think of the Raven character?
The original Raven character that was in WCW with the vignettes with Raven in the park swinging, I absolutely loved. And I thought that, wow, man, Scotty's got something here. But then it became nonsensical and lost. But it was lost to the point of no one caring. That's my opinion. I just thought that the things that Scotty did as Raven in ECW early on, and the creation of that character and the transformation was fucking awesome. But then they lost it. They lost it quickly once he left ECW.
Yeah, the ECW stuff is worth going out of your way to see. It's, my wrestling buddy, Cliff from Hershey. It's his favorite wrestling character. So when I heard
Cliff from Hershey, I really like the Raven. I would like to join the Flock. Unofficially, I have a card that I made up where I'm a member of the Flock.
Thank you for doing that for me. Lots of intrigue about this show. You can see how excited fans are. The Goldberg phenomenon is something we're going to talk about here, and we've got plenty of time to discuss it. But this decision to make it the main event seemingly comes as a reaction when the rating comes in, because you saw they announced it on Thunder, and that was Thursday Thunder. So, when that rating comes down on Tuesday, they probably call an audible, and allegedly the call comes from Hulk Hogan, when he calls and pitches it to Eric. And we'll talk about that, but the Raw that sort of spurned this and made it happen is the one after the King of the Ring. And of course, King of the Ring 98 is famously where Mick Foley came flying off the cage. Stone Cold lost the first blood match and the world title to Kane. He wins it back the next night on Raw, and that does a huge rating. a 5.3. Nitro only got a 4.05. But it is a huge, huge record when you combine them, because you're talking about 6.9 million homes watching wrestling that weekend. You have sort of always agreed with Eric that there's probably not 6.9 million people. Some of those folks are going back and forth and being counted twice. Would you agree?
I do agree 100%.
So we see footage here of the Nitro party. This was a fun gimmick where, you know, if you submit your tape of your Nitro party, they're going to send folks from WCW to your house or wherever your party location is to celebrate. And they were getting tapes from all over. I love they still have this up here and they're not blurring it out. That's fun.
How many did you send in?
I didn't send in any, but our great friend of the show, Cassio Kid, did send one. And
did they come to his house?
he didn't win, but he told me that what he did is he had like the Nitro logo painted on some blinds or something like that. And they would I don't know, they used it as a gimmick. We'll have him and Judy recreate it one day, but yeah, the Nitro party concept where you're sending in tapes, that feels very Vince McMahon-like. What do you think of that promotion?
Well, I think that we had actually done that promotion prior to them doing it. And it just became an expensive proposition with the live satellites and doing some different things. We did do something similar where we would go out and try and recreate some of those things, but just became cost prohibitive for what you were going to get on the other side. So I applaud them for, getting out there and doing what they can to drum up business. And they were going to college campuses, which was, again, man, you're going for the demo that you want to play to. You're going for that fucking 18 to 24-year-old that you want coming out to your shows.
The other thing that's making the news is the relationship with the Tonight Show and WCW. They actually have, you know, some guys from WCW, Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff, invade the Tonight Show set. And then on Nitro, they recreate the Tonight Show set and they call it like NWO Late Night. And Eric Bischoff is the host. That dies. And Meltzer will say it bombed royally and ranked as one of the worst segments ever on a Nitro. And it only did a 3.4 rating. I mean, that seems like a really great thing that wrestling would normally pursue, you know, a relationship with the Tonight Show. That feels like something money couldn't buy and out of the reach of wrestling. But now that WCW has it, somehow they're managing to use it in a way where it hurts the rating. What's your reaction to that news?
I thought it was absolutely god awful. I thought it was one of the worst things that, I'd ever seen on TV. It just was not good. It was bad television and boring television. Worse than bad TV is boring TV. So
here you see the week prior also on that show, besides the NWO skit, you see Carl Malone, who drove an 18-wheeler here for some reason into the show with Diamond Dallas Page. And this is how we're going to sort of set the stage for our pay-per-view that's going to happen 6 days from today's show. And this Nitro, would it surprise you to hear? I guess I should ask this. How well do you know Dennis Rodman?
I don't know Dennis Rodman.
Have you ever met him at all?
I've met Dennis, yes, but I've never hung out with Dennis.
He no-showed this Raw this Nitro at the Georgia Dome. He's supposed to be here to promote the big show. And, you know, it's his pay-per-view main event as part of his payday and his compensation package. And he doesn't make it. Now the night before, or perhaps 2 nights before, he's on stage barefoot and hammered at a Pearl Jam concert, but nowhere to be found here on this show. So we won't be seeing any Dennis Rodman appearances to build up this match, this tag team match this week on pay-per-view. Surprising to hear that Dennis Rodman no-showed?
No, it really wasn't, because you heard all of those rumors about how unpredictable Rodman was at the time. And hey, you get what you pay for. We heard the same, don't do business with Mike Tyson. Well, we made sure that we had people with Mike Tyson at all times to make sure Mike was going to be where he needed to be when he needed to be there. That's the difference.
Of course, we're about to get the big intro here for Diamond Dallas Page. Talk to me a little bit about DDP in the WWE. You know, I think most fans know that he drove the Cadillac to the ring at WrestleMania 6 for Rhythm and Blues. He winds up popping up in a few different spots, the AWA, the Florida territory, and then he gets his break in WCW as a manager, decides to become a wrestler at like 35 years old, and now has willed himself into a good spot here. Some people would be critical and say, oh, it's just because he was neighbors and boys with Eric Bischoff and he was relentless and just positioned himself in a good spot. Others would say, no, his in-ring work, is all him. He worked at it. He honed his craft. And when his feud with Macho Man happened in 97, he proved that he could hang. What was your opinion at the time of Diamond Dallas Page being in this spot?
Well, because my time with DDP goes all the way back to the late 80s, through Dusty Rhodes, and Dusty was obviously a huge fan of DDP, and Dallas was always looking for something. Dusty was always looking for something for Dallas, and we tried him out several times as a color commentator. Didn't work, but I always liked Dallas, and the reason I always liked Dallas because he was a hustler. He never, I don't know that Dallas sleeps, because he's always thinking about the next thing. He's always thinking about different ways to make money, different ways to reinvent himself. So when you hear about him, he's going to wrestle, I think a lot of the guys that have known him for a while are saying, Dallas, you're 35 years old. This is a pipe dream. Stick with the managing, stick with what you're doing. And Dallas took all of that negativity and turned it into positivity. And what the bullshit about DDP being Eric's neighbor years later, I've heard from both sides, and that worked against Dallas more than anything.
Explain what that means. I know what it means, but explain that to some of our listeners.
Well, because Eric didn't want to push Dallas because they were friends, that Eric was pushing his friend, and Eric made it more difficult for Dallas to get over because of their relationship, thinking that he wouldn't. Yeah. It's like, okay, Dallas going out, I'll put you out there. I'll do it. But thinking he's not going to be able to pull this off.
Right.
But Dallas did pull it off. And I dare say that, yes, Dallas had ability. Dallas had everything else. But what Dallas has to this day is the attitude of, I'm never going to give up until I succeed and do what I want to do. And that's what made the difference with Dallas Page. And when he got the opportunity, made the most of the opportunities, and, more power to him. I was very happy for him as a human being because I know how much it meant to him.
Yeah. And who would have ever guessed that he would have been so successful out of the ring as well? The same work ethic that made him successful in wrestling has made him successful in business. And man, DDP yoga, or DDPY, he gets mad if you call it yoga now. It's legit. Everybody's using that thing worldwide, and they continue to top themselves year after year. Right.
And he's doing exactly what he did then now. And there was an excitement about him, and some people laughed at it in the beginning. And at the end of the day, everybody's going, yeah, Dallas Page, man. And he made it real, and he made himself relevant. And Dallas was able to become a top guy in spite of everything that was thrown against him.
Really one of the great underdog stories in wrestling, because nobody really saw it coming. What'd you think of him exiting through the crowd? That was not something anybody was really doing in wrestling at the time, but so it was unique to him. I thought it was a nice touch. Sort of showed that he was the man of the people.
Well, that's what he was looking for. It was just, I'm just one of you, so I'm going to go on out and hang out with you.
Yeah. You get mad at me whenever I say, oh, I'm just a fan. You think I'm pulling a gimmick too, but I am.
Yeah. Okay, Conrad.
So
my man, Mongo.
Yeah. Matt Coon's favorite wrestler. doing a sit down here talking about how Arn Anderson needs to open the gates and unleash the horsemen. And he's ready to go. And this means as much to him as being on Soldier Field and being one of the monsters of the Midway and blah, blah, blah. What'd you think of Mongo as a horseman? You actually worked with him before anybody else, I think, in wrestling, because you guys brought him in during the whole LT stuff a few years prior, right?
Yeah, I hated Mongo as a horseman. I thought it was silly and stupid and made no sense. I didn't get it. We had Steve for WrestleMania 11 as part of LT's kind of entourage and being the guy out there. And Steve was the one that we picked to work with Kama, the Godfather. And when those two bears collided, it was a thud. And I remember Vince and I watching it and going, holy shit, that was a money thud, because it felt real, because it was real. And said, that guy gets it, meaning Steve McMichael. We tried to say, Steve, when you're done and you want to do something, come back and talk to us. WCW got him first, offered him a lot more money, and they got more out of Mongo than I think anybody could have. I don't know that we could have gotten that much out of Steve McMichael. I don't know that we would have had that much time and patience with him.
Let's talk about patience for WCW, because they've got to have a lot, because here in 98, they're getting hit with lawsuits left and right. We've talked about the lawsuit that you guys threw at them from Sean Waltman, but, Bobby Walker, hard work, Bobby Walker, is going to file a $5 million racial discrimination lawsuit. And around this same time, Ric Flair's tied up with WCW too. And Eric Bischoff's speech in front of the crew, where he's saying he's going to sue Flair into bankruptcy, blah, blah, blah. Boy, that's coming back to bite him. We've talked about how Vince handled, look at this shit, Scott Putski.
Oh boy.
Boy, you guys tried your stuff with him too. We'll get back to Scott in a minute. When you see WCW taking all of these lawsuits on, I mean, Vince was there just 4 years prior. At this point, does it not feel like, if you're super successful at anything, the lawsuits are just going to come for you? It's just part of it. But then when you see something like the Ric Flair thing, do you think maybe Eric brought that on himself? And what was your take on the Bischoff Flair lawsuit, or what was the WWF's take at the time?
Well, unfortunately, believe it or not, you really don't wish that kind of stuff on anybody, because if they're doing it with one, they're going to do it with the other.
Right. And
they're just looking for any kind of payday that anybody can have. So you hate to see it on either side. If it's something like the Bischoff and Flair lawsuit, that's something that could have been avoided. And that's probably something that was unnecessary, but it's just a shame. And it kind of sucks, because like I said, when the news media reports it, 9 times out of 10, they were talking about WWE, because we were still
the brand.
We were the brand. We're the standard bearer. And whenever they talk about any kind of anything to do with wrestling, they're going to label it us, because they just don't know. They don't take the time to really define what the difference is most of the time. So yeah, it sucked for them, and it was watched. Those kind of lawsuits were monitored from the standpoint of what's happening, how is the legal process reacting to this stuff.
One of the things that I thought of when you were saying, that they didn't know, that they just thought wrestling was WWF. And I think people do that a lot now with MMA. They say, oh, he's doing that Ultimate Fighting. Oh, he's doing UFC. And really, he may work for Bellator or somebody else. But they do this in other areas too. I think a lot of people say Band-Aid or Kleenex. Those are brands, not products. It's a bandage or a tissue, not a Band-Aid or a Kleenex. And, there's certain silly conspiracy theories out there about AEW. And when the pay-per-view orders came in, a lot of the bills said WWE. And so this is fuel to the fire to those silly conspiracy theories where they say, oh, WWE really owns AEW and this is proof. And I'm like, no, guys, whoever keyed that in for the cable system just says, oh, it's wrestling. It must be WWE. That's how that happens, right?
Exactly. That's just absolute silliness.
So states clearly for the record, WWE doesn't own AEW. I can't believe I'm even asking you to do that, but
oh my God. I won't even dignify that with an answer. I'm so mesmerized about the two pirates. Is this a pirate match?
It is. The loser
Scott Putski came out dressed like a pirate. The other one's got the eye patch, pirate eye patch. Are they battling for a boat?
They're battling for booty. Missy Hyatt. Scotty Riggs. Well, Scotty Riggs ever got on you guys' radar? He had a run here. He's part of the American Males with Buff Bagwell. Then he joins the Flock. He's doing this gimmick, and eventually he's going to wind up leaving here. He pops up in ECW. I think he was pals with Rob Van Dam, does a bit of a feud there, but he may have done some stuff in TNA here or there. I kind of forget, but he never really did anything with you guys. Why wasn't Scotty Riggs on the radar?
I just think that he was just another guy. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. There wasn't anything that really stood out. And I'll say the same thing about Scott Putski, who's in the ring with right now. There wasn't anything over the top unique about either one. Except one's got, Scotty has the Band-Aid on his eye, and good Lord. Are they really fighting over booty?
No, I was just, listen, we're filling time. This is a 3-hour Nitro. They've just gone to 3 hours. They're trying to fill the time. And this is a WCW Saturday night match that's now on, Nitro. By the way, when did you first realize that the, WCW had hired Billy Bob Thornton's character Sling Blade to be a referee? Tell me Scott Dickinson doesn't fucking favor Sling Blade. He does.
Oh my God. You're fucking brutal.
Come on. That's funny. Mustard and biscuits.
I like mustard. I like taters.
There you go.
I like taters and mustard. So you know who Sling Blade is based on, right?
John Paul Shellnut.
John Paul Shellnut.
Scott Putski got the win. Are you surprised?
Oh, well, hell no, man. He used the Polish hammer. Of course he's going to win.
What was a miss? Why didn't Vince fall in love with Scott Putski? I mean, he's a heritage guy, multi-generation guy, got a good physique.
We tried an awful lot with Scott Putski. Scott, unfortunately, the same thing, connecting with the audience, being able to cut a promo and make you believe other than Polish power. What else was there? And he looked great, looked like $1 million, but just there was no connection, and Scott was playing a part instead of being the part. Same thing. Worst cover ever. Jesus Christ. That was the shits.
I like this, critical Bruce. This is what I thought you'd be saying the whole time.
Well, I'm not going to credit. Some of the shit was decent, but that was the drizzling fucking shits.
This show, as we get a wide shot of the crowd here, they're going to announce 39,919 fans on the broadcast, but when it's all said and done, the actual number in the building, according to Meltzer.
What did that fucking door do to Goldberg?
Boy, we can talk about there.
What the fuck?
So this is all about Goldberg. This is his first win back in September of 97 on Nitro. He would debut against Hugh Morris and, gets the big win. And it's kind of funny because Shivani has told us that on this episode, they didn't tell him what to call him. So as he's making his way to the ring, they still don't know. Are they calling him Bill Goldberg? Are they calling him Goldberg? What's the name we're using? And then he, presses the little cough button and says to the back or to the truck, hey, I don't have a name for this fucking guy. What are we calling him? And that's when Bischoff said, just call him Bill Goldberg. But there was no real rhyme or reason or thought put into it. It's just, hey, here he is. And then he caught fire and they kept the streak going and it worked. And here is a returning Scott Hall, who's had his issues. And that's the reason he's been off TV, of course, gets out, and I can't help but have a little nod to that, 'cause he brings a glass, like a little low ball with him or high ball with him, and sits it on the top. And here he is. This is who Goldberg is going to have to get through, the returning Scott Hall. And if he beats Goldberg loses his shot at the world title in the main event tonight.
Wow. And I really like how the cameraman can't clean his lens either.
Well, there's only one camera there. If he cleans it, what are they going to show?
There's ways to do it, Conrad. Professionals know how to do it.
Well, tell us how.
No, that's like the buried live. I can't do that, man. That's inside fucking goddamn information that not everyone needs to know. Bubba Dean could do it though. I'll tell you that right now.
Out comes strutting that ass. And this sucks about the WWE network, because we don't get Jericho's music at the time, which wasn't great music, but instead we get Break the Walls Down, his WWE theme. And, here he is, heel, arrogant, cocky Chris Jericho doing his thing. He's the cruiserweight champion. And as a reminder, he's in the middle of that feud with Dean Malenko. Malenko, left and then showed back up in a, battle royal. He was dressed as a luchador. The winner of the battle royal would get a shot at Chris Jericho. The mask comes off once the luchador won, and ta-da, it's really Dean Malenko. Dean wins. Great stuff. A few months prior to this, he would have put Rey Mysterio out of commission, and he's on a collision course with Dean Malenko for that cruiserweight title 6 days from now at Bash at the Beach. So Chris is going to start getting a little bit of heat here and, firing up the crowd about what's coming next. But you see that huge crowd. I mentioned, they say on the show, 39,919 fans. Meltzer says it was actually more than that.
Oh my fucking God.
41,412 fans.
Of course. Yeah. If it was us and we had 41,000, you say, well, they really only had 1,900 there.
He says the paid is 35,514 fans, which destroyed the previous company record from January 6th, when they were in the same building and they had 23,000 paid, and it devastated the gate record set for Starrcade 97, which was the biggest gate ever in WCW history, 541,000. When you hear they're doing these big numbers, is it motivating because you know that the business is healthy? Or are you pissed that it's happening for them? It sort of feels like mixed emotions. I mean, I think you described that to me once as your mother-in-law driving your new Cadillac off a cliff.
Yeah, no, it is. It's encouraging, because if they're doing good business and we're doing good business, yes, it's a lot of good business to go around. Now, okay, so this is JJ and Lenny Lane in there. So Lenny's the champion.
Listen to you trying to disparage the Ayatollah of rock and rolla.
Does he not look like Lenny Lane?
He fucking looks just like Lenny Lane with that hairstyle. So, he's calling out Dean Malenko, saying that these guys can't touch. Dean Malenko's finally got his world title shot, or his cruiserweight title shot, but he can't touch him, because if he does, he'll lose that opportunity. They've got to get a handle on this, and Dean and Jericho have made it too personal. So no touching, and you get your title shot in 6 days. So you know what Jericho's about to do. He's going to start a little soft and say, what if I said your mom wore army boots? What if I said you were just a jobber? What if I said that your dad was on the road every night in a different hotel craving human companionship, and your mom knew it? So now you and your brother don't even look alike. And here comes the attack.
See, I just stuck my finger in his face and go, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Where does Dean Malenko rank? As far as, I don't know how much of that you saw, but as an agent, as a backstage, not on screen, not in ring, everybody knows what he did there, but how valuable was he to the WWE when he was a producer or agent or whatever the role you guys had him in?
For the time that I was there and witnessed Dean was a solid agent as far as helping guys technically in the ring. And, that's where Dean excels. Dean's a good coach, and Dean is able to really teach people, how and what to do and when. So I think that as far as his training and going back, that's where Dean Malenko excels.
Jericho coming into his own as a heel character here. My favorite Jericho was 98. Is there a part of his career that really sticks out to you where you think, man, that's when he was at his best?
God, the part about Chris Jericho that I've continually enjoyed is reinventing himself and being able to, come back. When Chris first came in to WWE and was able to hang and get out there and be, the first undisputed champion. And he took that and made it even more than that can be a pinnacle. And that was something that Jericho made larger than life, even larger than it was. So this is a lot of good moments. That's a tough one to call because he's had a lot of great ones.
I do want to mention what we're doing right now, a watch along for Nitro from July 6, 1998. We're actually doing this coming Monday with Eric Bischoff, where he'll watch Raw from July 6th, 1998. Now, Raw was not live. I think I mentioned that. It was taped June 30th in State College, PA. And you guys you sort of see what WCW is offering up here. And after this pull apart, Chris Jericho is going to have a title match defending his cruiserweight belt against Ultimo Dragon. But here's what was happening on Raw that night. Savio Vega defeats Brockus in the Brawl for All match. Ken Shamrock.
Main event anywhere in West Berlin, Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Ken Shamrock is going to beat Jeff Jarrett with Tennessee Lee by DQ. Bradshaw and Vader are going to go to a no contest. The DOA, which was 8-Ball and Skull, they're going to have Paul Ellering in tow, and they're going to get a win over the Headbangers. D'Lo Brown is going to have the Godfather in his corner when he defeats Terry Funk. Darren Drozdoff and Road Warrior Hawk are going to have another Brawl for All match that's going to end in a draw. Val Venus is going to defeat Dustin Runnels, who at this point is doing a Born Again gimmick, not the normal Gold Dust situation. Ken Shamrock is going to defeat Mabel. And then the main thing on the show, besides, we'll get back to that. The Undertaker and Mankind on top, #1 contendership match. That's your main event of the show. But the thing everybody remembers from that show is the parody from the Nation of Domination, or from DX on the Nation of Domination. So that's this show.
And we kicked their ass.
No, you know better. But I mean, realistically, when you know that, oh fuck, they're calling an audible, because that rating came down the day after so there's King of the Ring, tons of intrigue, Mankind off the top, Austin loses the belt. Everybody wants to see Monday Night Raw. You guys beat them by more than a point. The main event is Austin winning the belt back. I mean, you can't beat that. Tuesday, WCW takes their lump. Wednesday, they have their conversation, figure it out. Thursday, they put it together, make it happen. And they announce on Thunder, the B show, the biggest B show in the history of B shows, that this is the main event. And you just said at the top of the show, what'd you think? And you said Hot Shot. At the time, I think most people were saying, oh, they're giving away a pay-per-view main event. This could have been Starrcade. This could have been Halloween Havoc. They're leaving millions of dollars on the table. Eric would say we were losing market share and we had an opportunity to do something big. And at the end of the day, we were a television company. We're not supposed to save the best things for pay-per-view. We're supposed to put the best things on television. And that's a totally different approach from the WWE, who is trying to create as much revenue as possible. Did you think they should have saved Goldberg and Hogan for a pay-per-view?
I do. If the idea is to make money, I think that was a money match that they could have saved for pay-per-view to bring that revenue up somehow, some way. and build to it versus giving it away. I also understand the television company because the business at this point in time, it's changing. It is all about the ratings, and it is all about advertising revenue and things of that nature. The rights fees and all that wasn't as much of a big deal at this point. It's always going to be a big deal, but it was different. And I think that for WCW, yeah, they were a television company. We were an overall entertainment company. We did live events, we did pay-per-views, and we made money on all of those, and we had to make money on all of those. If Nitro didn't draw and they gave away 50,000 tickets, they didn't care because that gate didn't mean as much to them. The gate still meant as much to us.
I guess we should explain too that Dean Malenko is being arrested here because he's been told not to touch Chris Jericho. He's not allowed to touch Chris Jericho. Security escorted him out, and now he's going to do a run-in during the match, and they arrest him. This feels a little bit Steve Austin-esque, doesn't it?
Well, of course it does. So did Goldberg.
I can't wait to talk about that with you. The Nitro girls are here. Goldberg's less than 10 months into his wrestling career. I know we mentioned that, but we're talking September 22nd, 1997 in Salt Lake. And now here he is in front of the largest crowd in the history of this company, the fourth largest crowd ever for pro wrestling in the United States. It's going to be one of the biggest pops of the night or of the year when he wins. And, Meltzer would start his newsletter saying, it can be debated whether at this stage of the game, putting the title on Goldberg was premature and a panicked reaction to being drubbed in the ratings the previous week. What can't be debated is that the lesson learned from the flop that was Sting was learned from. And once the decision was made to do it, this time it was done right. And of course he's talking about, Sting beating Hogan at Starrcade, and there's supposed to be a fast count and it's not. That whole debacle. This big crowning moment of toppling Hogan was supposed to be Sting, and the way it went down and the booking that followed it, it just wasn't. But they're doing it right here with Goldberg. It's going to be a big crowning night. Look at this. Johnny Swinger coming to the ring.
What is this?
It's your boy. It's Johnny Swinger. What do you think of this outfit?
Looks like he has half of Jeff Jarrett's old outfit. Who's the guy in the back?
That's Wildcat Willie. He is the WCW mascot. He is their gobbledygooker.
Ah, okay, cool.
But he wasn't
Could have said gobbledygooker. I'd have got that.
Mascot. Come on. You know what that is. So chat me up. Do you think they did this one right compared to what they tried to do with Sting?
Well, I think that as far as if you're going to do it the first time with Goldberg, yes. To me, that's the only finish that you go with. And that's the only way here after everything you've done to build this guy up and everything that you've done to get to that point. Yeah, that's absolutely logic 101. But all the time, WCW at the time wasn't interested in logic. So kind of surprising that they actually did that.
Meltzer would write, Hogan, who from all accounts had no problems putting Goldberg over the right way as was originally planned. Those original plans formulated by him were for this to be non-title and non-televised. And that was supposed to be the dark match main event here at the Georgia Dome. But those plans were officially changed on July 2nd as a response to the previous week's ratings drubbings. The current plans, subject to change in the next Panic Attack, are for Goldberg to keep the title for the time being and not do a quickie back to Hogan because of the feeling that Goldberg could be the man in the business and not screw it up as they did with Sting. Hogan had no problem doing the job the right way for Goldberg, but in return, apparently got the promise of being, when the time is right, the person to end Goldberg's streak. Although present plans are for that to be a long time coming. He would also say it's generally believed that WCW was going to win the week, but at what cost? Because he says this is probably a $7 million pay-per-view bonanza that they forfeit just for a big rating here. What do you think of that?
I would agree with that. Maybe even more because it was such a big match that the audience was clamoring for, and it was one of those, pick 'em. You really couldn't call it. You wanted to call it. You wanted to know that your guy was going to win, but you just couldn't call it. So, yeah, I think that would have been great on pay-per-view to get everybody involved in that. They could have done an angle. They could have done something more to get to that moment.
We mentioned earlier that, this broke the gate record, which was set at Starrcade for 541,000. How about here? It's 906 grand. So nearly $1 million gate. Goldberg would never lead them. Nobody would in WCW to $1 million gate, but this is about as close as they ever got. 906,000. The merchandise figure is going to top $300,000 here. So it's a $1.2 million day. And of course they're going to win the ratings as well. Let's talk about the match in the ring though. We saw Chavo come to the ring wearing a helmet. He's taking on Johnny Swinger. What do you think?
And worked the first part of the match with one arm because he was hiding his messed up haircut with the other. I guess that's what he was doing. But we just had that match with him and Jacqueline that we did recently, talking about it on WWE, and Chavo worked a one-arm match there and was better than just most guys with both arms.
He's covering his head because he's in a hair match at the upcoming pay-per-view. And if he loses to Eddie, it's a Eddie Guerrero, Chavo Guerrero hair versus hair match. So he's trying to protect his hair here and get that over, I guess.
As well he should.
So let's talk
Beautiful
about
head of hair.
The main event again and how we got here, because this is really all about Goldberg. Hogan wrote in his book, our ratings were down, the bottom line was hurting, and of course, it all fell on the shoulders of Eric Bischoff. One night, I got a call from the guy. He said, I'm sitting here with 6 of my best friends trying to figure out how to get the nose back up on this thing. In other words, he's drinking a 6-pack all by himself, trying to find a way to boost WCW's numbers. If this was your company, he said, what would you do? I said, that's easy, brother. If it were my company, I'd put the belt on Bill Goldberg. I was scheduled to wrestle him in a dark match, a match that would only be seen by the people in the arena, but not on TV. And I told Eric Bischoff to switch gears, televise the match, and let Goldberg win. I said nothing would have more impact than having Goldberg beat Hogan for the belt. He seems to be a great guy. Why don't we give him a chance? Eric made the call and it was all arranged. So the match went off and Goldberg beat me. Easy for me to say. Good sport that I was. I put the belt on him myself. People in the state of Georgia were happy that I got my ass beat by their homeboy. So of course, Hogan says this is his idea. Bischoff backs that up, but he says that Hogan called him and pitched it. Of course, Meltzer wrote, and I read it, that, hey, the promise was made. He'd get the win back down the road. Bischoff laughs at that and says, no fucking conversation like that ever took place. Where would you land on that? Do you think that, is that Meltzer wanting to assume that everybody's politicking, or Hogan especially, or do you think that conversation could have happened about creative of, hey, I need to get the win back?
Okay. I'm going to say something here, and I will not go into detail, but, very recently I read something on one of these sites that was all attributed, and it was all from Dave Meltzer, who detailed a story about something. And it was a long drawn out thing. And it was 100%, with the exception of names that were correctly spelled, 100% fiction. Just total, complete fiction. So do I believe that that conversation happened? If Eric says it didn't, then I doubt it did.
All right. You can't,
because I can't, I just, there's so many things that Meltzer reports, and he would report then of this happened, and they're just out and out fictional lies that he just makes up because no one else will debate and no one else will call him on his bullshit because it's confidential information. but because he's saying it and his audience looks at him as this guru that knows everything, and he just doesn't. He is a fictional writer. He is a Stephen King. He writes fiction. And so I think that he just put shit together, and people will say, oh, you know what? I could see that happening. Yeah, that must be what happened. And then it becomes fact because enough people say it over and over again. And that's so to answer your question, do I think that the conversation happened? Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Who knows? But I doubt very seriously that Dave Meltzer knew.
You can't leave us hanging like that. I know we're not going to talk about current stuff, but what'd you read that was total fiction? Give us a hint.
Dave Meltzer comments.
But it's something that's current, that's going on now.
Yeah, it was current. Yeah,
Okay.
it was current. And it was, things like it's silly shit. It's silly shit that he reports as fact that this is what it is. This is what's going to happen. This is what did happen, when it's just out and out untrue in every single, in every turn. And that's what frustrates me.
I totally get, and I'm 100% on board with, we can't talk about anything current. I mean, that's not the spirit of the show. So I'm just going to say, let's move on.
Yeah. And fuck Dave Meltzer.
Okay. We got that. We know how you feel on that. That's pretty well established. By the way, this is the biggest week.
Hey ho, hey ho. There's your public enemy.
Did you have a favorite? Like just personally hanging, drinking beers, bullshitting?
As far as between the two public enemy guys?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Ted Petty.
Why is he so universally loved? I knew the answer before I asked. We've never talked about it, but that dude everybody loves him. I mean, there's even for years, there was a Ted Petty Invitational.
Yeah. Ted just was a really great guy. Loved the business, and a very personable and very likable guy. Johnny I would compare Johnny to Brian Knobs. Kind of out there. Johnny and Johnny Grunge was a nice guy too. I had known Ted Petty for many years before that. What was he? He wasn't the Zebra Kid, but Under the Mask. And Ted Petty just was always, to me, a very class guy, and I enjoyed his outlook on the business and always got along with him. And he happened into a fun gimmick in ECW that was great for ECW. Unfortunately, didn't get over or translate anywhere beyond that.
Cheetah Kid is what you were thinking of.
Cheetah Kid. Yes. Yeah.
He started wrestling in 78, which I think probably surprises a lot of people. It does me.
Yeah. But he was just one of those guys that was always around in the Northeast and a likable guy.
He's in there with Disco Inferno, Alex Wright, and Tokyo Magnum is hanging out here somewhere. Alex Wright, why did he never get a look with you guys?
He did. We talked about using Alex Wright before, but I think every time that we would get close to Alex Wright, WCW would re-up him, or he would just want to go back there. I think Alex had a comfort zone in WCW that's where he wanted to be, and that was the place he was used to.
What about Disco Inferno? Why did he never get a shot?
I don't know that Disco ever really reached out to get a shot, but I've always found Disco highly entertaining, and Disco's one of those guys that had he been with the WWF with that gimmick, I think would have gotten over tremendously.
Yeah. Tony and I have talked about, if Disco had been given a different gimmick, obviously he pulled off the Disco Inferno gimmick tremendously, but if Glenn Gilberti had a different gimmick, what could that have looked like? And Eric Bischoff thinks that Disco may have missed his calling. He would have been a tremendous manager. Obviously that's not really the thing here in wrestling, but if he could have been transported back to the 80s, he would have been a hell of a manager.
I would actually second that, but I also think that as a character heel and then later on becoming a character babyface, a la the Honky Tonk Man, Disco Inferno would have been one of those iconic characters in WWE had he been there in the boom time.
Yeah, what could have been. So I guess we should talk a little bit about the week WCW is going to have here. The biggest week in company history. They're going to have the second best pay-per-view in company history. And over that 8-day period from, if you count July 6th, where we are now, and you go all the way to the 13th, they're going to run 6 shows totaling more than a $2 million gate. So $335,000 average, another $782,000 in merch, 6.5 on pay-per-view. So it's over $9 million for the week here, which is just incredible. We should mention too, they run the forum on the 10th. So 4 days after this, before they get to the Bash at the Beach, they have the largest wrestling crowd at the forum ever. 14,678 paying fans, but with paper, 15,821. Just huge, huge business for WCW. WWE obviously doing their thing, very, very profitable, more profitable than ever before at this point. But this week was a WCW win. Tokyo Magnum. What's your favorite Tokyo Magnum match?
Who the hell's Tokyo Magnum?
He's the Asian fellow laying on the table.
Why is he laying up there? Is he tired?
They put him up there.
Who they, Conrad, pronouns, pal.
Are you watching the monitor? I know you're playing.
I am. I'm just, for our fans at home, this is radio. We have to tell them that the guys in the yellow shirts put the little fella up on top of the table and then did a cartwheel over on top of him.
It's not radio. We told them we're doing a watch along.
Yeah, but for some of them, it's radio.
Here comes the dreaded trash can lid.
Oh my God.
You know, I know that, you were telling me the other day that you and Stephanie decided you didn't need an alarm system at your house anymore. And you got rid of all your attack dogs. You guys now just had cookie sheets and aluminum trash cans by every door, just for, defense purposes.
Self-defense. Yes. And cookie sheets.
Yeah. Cookie sheets are really the most dangerous item. I mean, they know that cookie sheet is like the shotgun of 2019.
Brother, the cookie sheet comes out, they like begging off.
People
please
scatter.
No cookie sheet. And then they look in the background and they see a stop sign back there. They know shit's going to be on.
And they might even see, depending on how rough the neighborhood is, they might even see a literal kitchen sink laying in the corner.
It could happen. It has happened.
The referee for that match was Brian Hildebrand, arguably one of the best referees ever, but he never really got a shot with you guys. He was one of Corny's boys. Why didn't he?
Well, he had his deal there. He worked down in the South and just, it never really happened. But I'd known Brian for 35 years. Well, if he were still with us, but I'd known Brian, since the 80s, and just one of those, another universally loved human guy. Yeah. Just a wonderful person, man. I love Brian Hildebrand.
So we continue our show here. And of course it's all about Goldberg, but we're going to do a little bit of a detour as we introduce Buff Bagwell. Back in late April on Thunder, he's wrestling against, the Steiner brothers. Rick Steiner comes off the top with the top rope bulldog, but he lets loose of his head. And so Bagwell's head actually comes down, hits Rick Steiner in the back. And for a few minutes, he has a very scary moment where he can't feel his limbs at all. So this is the first time they sort of cart him out here to acknowledge the people and, just wave. And it's a feel good moment. And he's really, really pushing hard that, his mom, Judy, has been a savior for him. And, he could take the whole 3-hour Nitro and that wouldn't be enough time to tell you all the great things about Judy Bagwell. This is eventually going to be an angle, of course, not tonight, but, this is the first time we see him in the wheelchair, in the neck brace. And, he is as white meat baby face as they get. And they're doing this because the last time we saw him, he was a bad guy and he was with the NWO and he's with, things are amiss. And now he's a good guy. What do you think of this decision to turn a real life thing into an angle. It's good stuff, huh?
Well, as long as we know that the real life thing, that he's out of the woods.
Yeah.
And we know that he's okay. And then, hey, it does become fair game, but it's a scary moment when you're laying there on the mat, not knowing whether or not you're going to feel anything below the neck. And that's what Buff went through. And to be able to come back from that is a success story in and of itself. And I think the audience from that viewpoint looks at it and is just happy to see him up and see him talking. So it's a win-win. You know, if he's going to come back and we know that it's going to be safe for him to come back, then sure, wheel him on out there and let everybody see him.
I feel like we should mention that, Bagwell here is doing the best interview of his career. So if you are a Buff Bagwell fan, both of you, go back and listen to this one. This is a good one. And, it's a huge ovation. The crowd's really behind him. It is a feel good moment. He's not going to talk about coming back to wrestling. He's saying that he's just thankful to be here and to have one more chance to tell these fans how much their support has meant to him. It was a very real moment, you know, when the injury happened. So it's kind of a cool moment that we get to see him come back here. In the background, we see the entrance set for WCW, and you and I last year saw those WCW letters for the first time in a long time.
Absolutely. In the warehouse, by golly. And, all that stuff is sitting up there right now. I'm waiting for somebody just to come and dump him out of his wheelchair. Back in the day, if Buck Robley were booking this, Bruiser Brody would come and just dump him out of the wheelchair and put the boots to him right now, whether they knew he was in a good place or not.
The same week that this is going down, you guys on your side of the woods kick off promotion for your biggest non-pay-per-view endeavor in years. It's a house show on August 8th called Foot Brawl at the Foxborough Stadium, the home of the New England Patriots. Of course that never happened, but during this big kickoff party on July 1st, there's an arm wrestling match with Vince McMahon and Steve Austin. I know you've told the story before, but it's worth telling again here.
Oh, it was absolutely great because we were out on an island there in Boston for the big arm wrestling bout. And Vince and Steve had their little tete-a-tete back and forth. And so they do the arm wrestling with Michael Hayes as the host. Michael or Doc Hendricks. He was still Doc Hendricks at the time as the host, officiating everything. And Austin beats Vince in the arm wrestling. And then Vince makes an audible and tells Steve to throw him into the water. Yeah. Throw me into the water here. Not knowing how deep it is, not knowing what that water is. I think it was a drainage for a sewage plant, but Vince went in. And when Vince went in, he's scrambling, trying to get the hell out, yelling for me to help him. Help me, Bruce, help me. And my job that day was to stay with Steve Austin and just make sure that Austin was all set, which point I turned to Michael Hayes and I said, Michael, God damn it, help Vince. He can't swim. And Michael goes to help Vince, and Vince pulls Michael Hayes in, fully clothed, into the shit water. And it was a fun time had by all. Let's just say that. But met with the Kraft family that day, and that was pretty interesting. And I didn't get to go into the meeting or anything. We got to meet them and say hello. And it was a fun day.
Get any massages while you're up there?
No, I didn't.
I hear they got some good ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should ask for a reco.
I know.
So here you go. We're getting into our final hour of the show. You see the big firework treatment. Sort of, I guess you guys would call this a reset. Is that right?
Yeah. If this is the top of their hour or something like that. Yeah, we're probably close there. Let's come on back and start a new hour, start a new show.
One of the things they did different with Nitro is they would change up the announce booth. And you're going to see here where earlier we had Larry Zbyszko on the right. Now it's Bobby the Brain Heenan. If nothing else, they had a fucking A-team announce crew here with Bobby and Mean Gene and Shivani and Zbyszko and Tanay. Did they not?
Yeah. And Tanay's still pissed off. He's still angry about something. And I don't know what the hell he's staring at, but without it, Bobby Heenan, anytime you put Bobby Heenan on an announced team, yeah, that's going to be your A team, folks. And after 3 hours, it's good to kind of just change up who's telling us stories here.
Conspicuous by his absence here, Bret Hart not here. He's agreed to serve as a celebrity race starter for some auto race in Toronto this same night. So he's not on the biggest show, which is just, I don't know. It's the most WCW thing that we're going to talk about today, probably.
Canadian hero. He's got to be in Toronto.
Fucking A though, man. You're running the Georgia Dome, biggest WCW gate in history. You would think you would want one of your highest paid guys there, right?
Yeah, but it's Georgia.
Oh, God damn.
Oh, you're going to defend Georgia from Alabama?
No, fuck Georgia. I'm just saying. It's a dome. It's a dome. Hey, you know what? There's a big sale going on over at brucepritchard.com. If you're looking to get some t-shirts from Pro Wrestling Tees, they can get a hell of a deal this weekend, right?
Absolutely. Save 20%, by God. And head on over there and get you some pronouns, pal. I used to be over. Still, damn, the hottest selling shirt over there. And just go over and check it out, man. Save yourself some money, 20% of Pro Wrestling Tees. BrucePritchard.com, place to go and check it out.
So finally, some more wrestling action after the announcer reset. And as we get into the third hour, you know, it's been a while since we've done a watch along, but 3 hours of a show, whether it's Nitro or it's Raw, it's a commitment time wise, is it not?
Yes, it is. Hey, yo, what's the bad guy?
I guess we should mention too, the NWO has split. You've got the Black and White and you've got the Wolfpack. We'll see the Wolfpack here in a little bit. The Wolfpack is a relatively new thing at this point, only around, I think, a couple months, maybe less. But Scott Hall's been sidelined and he's back here with the Black and White. And we know the stipulation is going to be taking on Goldberg here, and he's the gatekeeper. If Scott Hall gets the win, no main event for Goldberg, no world title shot for Goldberg. But if Goldberg runs through and finishes Scott Hall, he's on his way to the main event for the world title. And they're not doing this at the start of the show. They're doing it at the top of the second hour. Traditionally in wrestling, you would do one at the beginning of the show or very early, and then one at the end. Tell everybody why they do it at the crossover of the final hour here.
Well, the idea is when you're getting to, whether it's the top of the hour or the middle of the hour, a lot of people are changing channels, seeing what else is on. Maybe they finished up one show and they're going to flip the channel and see, oh, what's going on elsewhere. And you come up at the top of the hour and there's something pretty cool going on in the ring. You see all these people there. You see superstars that you know, and maybe you're going to stay a while. And if you hook them there, hopefully you've got them for the rest of the show. But that's the reason you always want to be in action. You always want to be doing something at the top of the hour and not be in commercial break like everybody else who has to segue to their next program.
I guess we should mention that, by doing it at the top of the hour, here you see Goldberg, he is a United States champion. So if he wins the world title tonight, he's a dual champion. By the way, besides the Undertaker, and I'm not talking about crowd reaction, I'm just saying the actual presentation. Besides the Undertaker, is this the coolest entrance in 98?
No.
What's cooler?
Austin.
Listen, I said besides the crowd reaction. I mean, he's just walking out.
Oh,
Crowd
I
reaction.
think it was great. Yeah. I think that Goldberg had a cool presentation, man.
Yeah, that's all I meant. Just the visual presentation, not the pop. Everybody knows Hogan, or not Hogan, but Austin in 98 was just another decibel. I mean, another level in every way. But the actual visual presentation, the Goldberg presentation was pretty cool. I do want you to, you used to do this. You want to do some color commentary for this match, some play-by-play?
It's not going to be long, I hope.
Well, it's a Goldberg match, but I don't know. Did you remember ever seeing this match before now?
No.
Can't wait to get your take. It's a tale of two Goldbergs in this show.
It's what?
It's a tale of two Goldbergs in this show. He has two matches. And I think everybody has an I had an expectation that, well, fuck, Scott Hall's going to get a better match out of him.
You would think so.
Well, we'll let you decide. So they lock up here, test of strength. Goldberg throws him off. Look at the crowd reaction from almost doing nothing. The crowd is bananas. They are so ready for anything Goldberg.
Goldberg, see, and again, it's you give credit where credit is due. And by keeping Bill special and not letting Bill do a lot of things, that made him special. And whenever he did anything, it was huge. And you're looking at Goldberg now with Scott, which I'm looking at. Oh, ow.
What was that?
That was ugly. I think they fell down. Yeah, I think Scott fell down, and since Scott was holding on to Goldberg fell down too.
Hey, I know you don't want to talk about anything new, but you've worked with Goldberg back in 2004, and you worked with him again this year.
Night and day. I had most pleasurable time working with Goldberg this year, actually.
Yeah, I assumed you would say that because, I know that you didn't enjoy your time in 2004, but everybody who works with him now says that he's watch this.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
Everybody says he's a super great guy, but this match is, yeah. I mean, it's Scott Hall. What the fuck, man? And I can't blame Scott in this, right? I've never seen Scott do any of this. And it's not
Scott's pissed now because he doesn't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, what do you do?
It's like, let me be a heel, asshole. Goddamn, sell something I'm doing. How about a boot? How about I go pick? Oh, well, no, you're not going to go do that. How about we just go the fuck home? Because that's what I would be saying right about now.
And in fairness, this is, and I've went on many Goldberg rants. This is not Goldberg's fault. Like WCW didn't properly train him to be in this spot. And he's being asked to do things here that he's not ready for. He's doing everything he's asked. I mean, I don't think he's like, I'm not going to school. Nobody ever had a story about Goldberg being uncooperative with trying to train or prepare. He just was thrown out there and had a look and got over. And they said, well, fuck, let's just keep feeding the beast. And now as a result, he's probably in over his head.
Right. But I do think that from management standpoint, there should have been all this time in between that they should have honed those skills even more.
Yeah, again, my point is the onus to do that is on Eric Bischoff. It's not on Bill Goldberg.
Well, it's on both of them. Okay. And if it's Bill Goldberg, he should have been to the arena, been the first one in the arena, in the ring, and asking guys, hey, teach me.
But if he's a guy who doesn't come from a wrestling background, he probably needs some old vet to come say, hey man, they're writing you to be champ, but they can write something different. You need to work on this. Get in here early tomorrow and let's do blah, blah, blah. Right?
Well, no, because as a world-class athlete, you always want to be better. And Bill was a world-class athlete in football, and he, still is a world-class athlete. He could have taken that time to go out and say, hey, help me.
What do you think of Goldberg's school of selling, where anytime you get punched, you just shake your head back and forth?
Yeah, well, I wish I could do that. I've been punched in the teeth. It hurts. Yeah. Arm drag by Bill Goldberg. Oh my God. 2
in a row. And I'm sure Scott's just like, fuck, that went well. Do another one. Do another one. Do another one.
Okay. We can just do arm drags for the rest of the match. But again, now I will say this for this match, this is the match that should have gone 30 seconds.
Sure.
And trying to get anything more out of it, but at least they're sending down the really competent guys right now to help, like Virgil and
Brutus.
Yeah, but what is he? Booty Daddy, or what did you say he was?
He was the booty
disciple.
Man. Yeah, he's the disciple.
Okay, booty disciple. I like that.
Did you just? Yeah, I got to work on that. I'm going to make that a thing. I'm going to get booty disciple over.
Booty disciple, by God. You're right. That does seem to be Bill's selling technique. Shake his head. Well, he's shaking it off.
I mean, I know that's the gimmick. We're shaking it off, but it's like literally fucking everything Scott does. He just shakes his head back. It's very, I made this comparison the other day and a lot of people didn't like it, but Goldberg is WCW's Ultimate Warrior.
True that.
All right.
I'll give you that one.
Here we go. Here's what we're all here to see. Everybody knows it, but Scott Hall. Spear from hell, dropped in like a ton of bricks. Look at the crowd. The intensity from Goldberg. I mean, second to none. The guy just has charisma dripping off of him. I get why he's in the spot he's in. It's just, he's probably not been trained to be there. Here we go. The jackhammer. That'll get her done. He's on his way to the main event, boys and girls. So what'd you think of his match with Scott Hall here?
I thought that was fucking horrible.
Yeah.
But again, you look at him, you look at the reaction of the audience, and Goldberg was over.
Dude, the crowd loved every bit of it. So, you know, the Eric Bischoff rule of thumb is, hey, look at the fucking crowd. You know, we can sit here and star this and star that and be critical. Look at the crowd. Were they into it? Did they buy it? Enough said.
And did they pay money to come here and see him? Yes.
Yes. They paid to see him. They tuned in droves to see him. So even though we can be critical of, you know, the intricacies of the in-ring work, it worked.
It's funny. The Titanic sank when it hit Goldberg, that sign in the arena. So many metaphors in that sign.
There are.
Oh, what a backdrop, over, rotate. And Scott saying, yeah, I could have got my own bump out of that. Just let me go. But this is what they came to see. This is what the audience came to see. They came to see Bill Goldberg spear and jackhammer whoever the hell he's in the ring with.
Is that the palest you ever remember seeing Scott Hall? I didn't really remember noticing that until right then. It was like, dude, he's normally like super tan. I know he had been doing some, you know, having some personal stuff go on. So tanning probably wasn't nearly the priority maybe it once was, but
it may have been in shock of being in the ring with Bill.
Sure. It's just pale. All the color left him. Yeah, I get it.
All the blood just kind of just rushed from his body.
Oh my gosh. Tony Schiavone is loving this. The Nitro girls dancing on the announcer set. How great is that?
And one is touching him.
Yeah, that's Sean's wife. Whisper.
God.
That's her gimmick name here.
Look at the little sly smile on Tony's show. Oh my God, today is smiling.
Well, yeah. How can you, I mean, who's upset about this?
Well, this is true. This is true. This is like Mike Tenay at 1 o'clock in the morning when we're like having a cigar and we're on about our 8th drink and we have the guy behind the bar making us different things with oysters. It's, you know, that's the Mike Tenay I know.
What's Tenay's go-to drink?
Man, we'll drink a lot. We drank a lot of Japanese beer. I don't remember what his go-to drink was as far as alcohol.
I feel like he's like an IPA guy. I feel like Mike Tenay makes his own beer in his basement. Why are you laughing at
that? Because I highly doubt that Mike Tenay would make his own beer. I think Mike is,
well, you know, he's got like a porn Twitter, right?
He's got a porn Twitter.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
I'll send you links later.
Oh boy.
So here's the gimmick. A guy posing to be Mike Tenay years ago, went on a rant on social media and it may have been shut down now, but it was hilarious there for a little while that somebody of all the people to sort of pretended to be Mike Tenay. So here you go. Hoovy Juice. Is he, one of the more what could have been guys? I always thought Psychosis and Juventud were, I mean, I don't think anybody would say anybody's on the Rey Mysterio level. Like he's the tippy top guy, but these guys were just right below. And for whatever reason, they never achieved like near the success Ray did. I know that Hoovy was a little wild and crazy, What about Psychosis though? Why don't you think he did more with you guys?
Well, I think that Psychosis, first of all, the gimmick and the mask, and when you're talking about trying to take the mask off of Psychosis, which I think they actually did here, it took all of his personality away, because he had a cool mask with the hair and the different thing. But look, and everybody shits all over this, but when you can't communicate with the audience verbally, you are behind the 8 ball and you are at a disadvantage. So you're taking away oh shit, Hoovy almost went head first into the concrete there. But you're taking away the character development that you need for the audience to be able to relate to you. Learn enough English so that you can tell me something. And same thing, a guy going to Mexico, you better learn some Spanish. And I just think that is what was missing. Did they do great moves and did they do a bunch of crazy ass shit? Yes, they did.
In fairness,
why do I care?
In fairness, though, there were a lot of guys who drew big money and didn't speak at all.
Who?
The Sheik, Andre the Giant.
He had a manager.
Goldberg.
Well, Andre did do promos, and the Sheik had a manager.
So you're saying if Psychosis and Hoovy had managers, maybe when they came over, you guys wouldn't have put them on lawnmowers?
Only time, see, you still remember that. That's when they were over.
Oh my God. Please don't say that.
You remember it, don't you?
Yeah, but not because it was good, because I couldn't believe y'all did it.
They loved it.
Alrighty.
No, I'm just telling you.
Seriously, when the Mexicools idea comes up, does anybody raise their hand and say, should we really do this?
Why? It was great.
Well, I mean, it's also a stereotype.
Well, sometimes I think that, the audience relates to stereotypes. I'm not saying that all stereotypes are good, nor that creative. However, it's a lot of times, especially back in the day, that's what the audience understood. And, the audience gotten a lot more sophisticated and obviously wouldn't do any of that shit today. And sure as hell wouldn't want to take that finish from Hoovy Juice with the 597 degree spiral that he did.
And here comes Kidman power bombing Hoovy off the top. And there goes the rest of the flock. Horace Hogan and Sick Boy and Riggs and Lodi.
That's Michael Vick. That was Katie Vick's big brother.
Wait, who was Michael Vick?
Sick Boy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was going to be Katie Vick's brother. Or Scott Vick. It was Scott Vick. Yeah, that was Katie Vick's brother. That's how he was going to come in. That was the story.
What happened?
He sucked.
It wasn't the angle sucked. It was he sucked.
Yeah.
That goddamn Sick Boy fucked up our Katie Vick genius.
Yes.
What would have been cool would have been if Scotty Vick and his doll mannequin Katie Vick, the cheerleader outfit, could have tagged up against the Mexicools and they would have rode down on Juan Deers.
Brother, that shit, okay, that's main event, WrestleMania, God. All over it.
Yeah.
I like the www.wcwwrestling.com.
Yeah, that's a lot of shit there, is it not?
Yeah, I think they were a little bit behind the curve on just get the first 3 letters, man. .com.
Yeah. Well, especially since it's WCW Wrestling. Like, what's the last W stand for? Wrestling. Okay, got it.
Yeah, World Championship Wrestling, wrestling.com.
Go to World Championship Wrestling.com.
Yes.
Or you could go to WWF Federation. The World Wrestling Federation.
First Family Mortgage.com. 1FMCmortgage.com. That's right, folks. First Family Mortgage.com.
So we're promoting Bash at the Beach. It's our big pay-per-view. It's 6 days from now. Of course, the main event is all about celebrity. They've got lots of mainstream intrigue and interest. You guys had just done this successfully with Mike Tyson, and now they're going to do it hugely successfully here with Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone. I mean, you guys both sort of got lucky in the celebrity endorsement era here of 1998, right?
Well, I would say that we really went after it and looked at ways to integrate them and put people where they would excel. Mike Tyson being in the ring as a referee and being out there as a part of the angle all the way through worked. I'm not sure that Karl Malone and Dennis Rodman wrestling, that delivery. And I will say this, Karl Malone busted his ass and didn't embarrass himself out there in the ring. Rodman, not so sure. You know, Dennis is Dennis, and he was going to do his stuff. But, yeah, you grow from the outside in. So they were definitely getting out as much as they could, bringing in as many as they could to try and compete.
You know, I know that you're a fan of what DDP accomplished. What did Vince think of DDP in 98?
I don't think that Vince was really, Vince saw what people showed him at that time. Vince was so worried about his own stuff. Vince didn't look at it unless somebody would bring it to him and say, hey, this really warrants you taking a look at. What do you think of this? And DDP had that reputation. He was a WCW guy. Why go after someone who is so entrenched and has made it known that they were a WCW guy? That wasn't something we were going to do. We were in a different place, especially at this time, because our business was taking off with new guys on top in our own organization. So let's focus on them and make them as much as we can.
A couple days after 4th of July, you got to card out Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Ho!
Chat me up. Vince wasn't watching. Someone was. Who was tasked with keeping up with what was going on here? Finkel?
Howard watched. I'm sure there are a lot of people that watched. I would always take a look at the tape, usually fast forward it. But if there was something interesting, I would say, okay, is there something we need to take a look at here? But to sit down and watch the entire show, start to finish, didn't have time for that.
Who is somebody giving a report? Like back then, does Vince show up on Tuesday at the office and there's a report on his desk? Hey, here's what happened on Nitro that you need to know about, or whatever.
If there was something significant, yeah.
So
there's something significant we knew. Yeah. Howard would watch the show and kind of give us a rundown. And we had other people that would watch the shows and just try to give a rundown and let everybody know what was going on if we needed to look at something.
What about a night like this where you guys are taped and they're live? Are you watching then? Is Vince watching then?
Probably not. He's probably watching our show to critique it.
Yeah. It's just fascinating to me that, Vince didn't watch.
Again, we're focusing on our stuff, and it was, let's do what we can to make our shit better. I don't care what they're doing. If they do something really good, then let's look at it. Let's examine it and see if there's
an opportunity for us.
Fucking A.
Yeah.
What the hell is Big Show doing?
He's about to choke slam the bejesus out of Hacksaw. And then he's going to issue a challenge to Kevin Green, who he says has been running his mouth and he's tired of all these football players, blah, blah, blah. So Kevin Green's going to come out. And, of course, Kevin Green has been on again, off again with the company for years, usually into something with Mongo or, doing something with Flair as sort of the hometown boys. Cause he's a Hall of Famer, but he's Carolina Panther at the time. So it makes sense if you're going to do something with Flair, in Carolina, you do it with Kevin Green. And, these guys are going to have a match in 6 days. The Giant here and Kevin Green. What a cool, idea that is, but maybe not an execution for the Giant just to throw his fist up and let Hacksaw fall into it.
Well, if you watch the infamous Ultimate Warrior and Andre the Giant match where Andre just brutalized Warrior, that was actually one of the spots where Warrior was going over Andre, and Andre just stuck his fist up and punched him right in the groin. And then one time he came by and just punched him right in the face. And Warrior just didn't register, didn't know what to do, just kept going. Sure as hell wasn't going to make a comeback.
So you know what's coming here. It's the big invite for Kevin Green. We haven't spent a lot of time, you and I, talking about Kevin Green. Well, how do you think he did?
Kevin Green, you know, you look at a lot of the athletes that came from outside of the business and came in for whatever reason and had matches. Kevin Green, I thought, was another one of those guys that didn't embarrass himself.
Right.
Because he's an athlete. If you get a really great athlete like a Lawrence Taylor, a Floyd Mayweather, a Kevin Green, someone like that is willing to put the time in to learn what to do, then I thought Kevin Green did a good job for what he was put in there to do. And I remember, you know, I met him when they were training him some point in Atlanta. Super nice guy. But I don't know that the rest of the world really knew who the hell and or cared who he was.
Right.
And does he really look like a threat to a Giant in the ring at that point?
Well, first of all, it's hard to look like a badass in white shorts.
What's wrong with white? If you had a red shirt and a white tie, it'd look cool as shit.
That's what I needed. I was hoping you'd bite on that.
Just saying.
Look, I guess we should mention as we're marching towards our main event here. The main event, Hulk and Goldberg, is going to be the most viewed wrestling match in television history, at least from a cable standpoint up to that point. Of course, we've talked about Saturday night's main event with Hogan and Andre. That just shattered all records back in the day. Or I guess it was called the main event. Either way, though, the first quarter hour in the history of pro wrestling on cable to reach 5 million homes is that match. So you've got 5,054,000 homes, which Dave says is in excess of 7 million total viewers. It's going to get a 6.91 rating and an 11.8 share. That's going to break the all-time record of 4.7 million homes, which was a 6.53 and a 10.7 share. And this is just a few months old, that record. And it's Hogan and Savage for the world title back on April 20th. Raw on this night, where we're covering here, July 6th, gets a 4. It's a 4 flat, 4.00. Nitro gets a 4.93. No surprise, I guess. It's up against the tape show, but considering they're pulling out all the stops here and they didn't beat you by a full point and you're a tape show with Undertaker and Mankind for the 9,000th time, it's got to feel pretty good, huh?
Well, we would have loved to have beat them, absolutely. But at the same time, when you look at it, as you just said, they had everything. This was a major pay-per-view television show.
Right.
With them putting everybody in there, and they've got Karl Malone, they've got everybody else under the sun on this show trying to do everything that they can. And the big, the fucking Rhino Neidhart, I don't know who the fuck Stu would have called in WC. Brett, can you get the Rhino booked? So I imagine with Brett being there that
I don't think that's a stretch. I think that's a fair assumption.
That all of a sudden Jim is there as well. But actually, looking at Neidhart, goddamn, he looks to be in great shape. Some of the best shape he's ever been in.
Of course, we're 8 months removed from the Montreal situation, so he's here in WCW, and You're exactly right. He does look pretty good there. Looks like the Jim Neidhart from the 80s.
Yeah, and Jim Neidhart, Neidhart gets a short end of the stick from the standpoint of who's, the great worker and everything. Neidhart was one hell of a worker. And Neidhart, I remember early on in Mid-South and coming through doing different things. He's a better tag team wrestler, but Neidhart was a damn good worker. But I think that the tag team situations he was always put in, that he was always one half of something else.
You don't think now, you don't think he gets his just due? Is that because he was teaming with Brett and Owen? I mean, two of the best of all time. You and I've sort of talked about before, but Chavo Guerrero had been a bigger star if Eddie Guerrero didn't exist, type of deal.
Right. And Neidhart, but even going back to the Mid-South, Neidhart with Barry Darsow was a hell of a tag team.
Yeah.
They'd both come from the both singles, but they were a great tag team, and that's where he made his name. And then getting in, yes, if he hadn't been teamed with Owen and Brett, Neidhart would have been probably a much bigger star on his own. Karl Malone likes to grab DDP's ass. I noticed that a lot. That's like the third time I've seen that tonight.
I think DDP really wanted to do that. Let's put our backs against each other and spin around and point to the crowd move. And I think that was Carl's only way of making sure, hey, am I moving in the right direction and at the right speed? So he just put a hand there just to hold it. But you can make it into something that's not if you'd like.
Well, no, I just noticed it again.
So more highlights of the milestones that Goldberg hit. They've shown us 1 and 25 and 50 and 75 and all the major milestones on the way here. I think he's like 106 here or something like that. Maybe 107 now that he's beaten Scott Hall. The streak idea, when you first realized, hey, they're doing a streak gimmick with this guy, what did you think?
It's a gimmick. And you obviously the whole idea behind the streak is, when do you beat the streak?
Right.
No different than the Undertaker. So being able to do that being Goldberg's gimmick was, all right, how long are you going to take this? And, man, they took it for a while, made up some numbers, had some imaginary matches in Rio de Janeiro, and built that sumbitch up. Not a bad gimmick. I don't get this shit.
What don't you get? The Wolfpack?
Yeah. Why are they different than the White Pack?
Well, because the White Pack is led by Hulk Hogan, and Kevin Nash wants to have a cool, we're 10 years younger version. So, he gets Luger and Sting and Conan on his side. And the only members of the old guard on the other side are Scott Hall and Hulk Hogan, and then a bunch of B team guys. I mean, here's the thing. To me, I know that lots of people are critical of Nash for the Wolfpack existing and him being the leader and blah, blah, blah. And I get that. However, merch wise, it's pretty smart. I mean, back in the day, you guys would have John Cena Never Give Up shirts and it's yellow. And then, 2 months later, it's orange. And then 2 months later, it's blue. And then 2 months later, it's green. I mean, this is another merch opportunity. It's the hottest selling shirt ever. So why not just pivot? Same shirt, slightly different color, rinse, slather, repeat.
Can't argue with it. They needed a blue world order, yeah.
We have that with Blue Chew, and you can try it right now and get your dick real hard with the promo code Wrestle for just $5 shipping, but they'll do it for free.
Yeah, just use that promo code Wrestle and get it free. Pay your $5 shipping, man, but you can't beat that. Get it? You can't beat that. Blue Chew. Get it?
You won't have to beat it. Somebody else will take care of that for you.
There you go.
What do you think of Tomato Face Sting?
I don't like Tomato Face Sting. I like Crow Sting. Hell, I like multicolored Sting, but not a big fan of tomato face Sting.
Me neither. Crow Sting or Surfer Sting? Which did you prefer?
I always liked Surfer Sting.
If he would have came over to the WWF and the Ultimate Warrior would have came to WCW. So let's just pretend that Warrior stays in Mid-South and then eventually, the UWF sells to Crockett. So the Warrior winds up there. Sting instead comes over and winds up becoming Intercontinental Champion and has a bit of a feud with Rick Rude. Would Sting versus Hogan at WrestleMania 6, would that have worked? What would that look like?
Absolutely. Yes, it definitely would have worked.
And it does feel like it would have been an easier transition into the sort of Bret Hart era, right?
Yeah, I just think it would have been a lot different. And I think that the talent willing to work with Sting and put him over in that way, I think that the build would have been a whole hell of a lot different. And the longevity, you wouldn't have had as many controversies, let's say that, with Sting.
So there's a replay from earlier tonight, Goldberg destroying Scott Hall. We're almost to our main event. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
It really was sort of a one match show. I'm looking forward to this one though.
Well, again, you've got for WCW right now, the two hottest acts that they've got. You've got Hollywood Hulk Hogan, the stalwart, the NWO really. All right. In Hogan. And then you've got the new kid who is coming along that is undefeated, that has captivated this audience. They have a new hero to love that's theirs, that they made. The audience felt like, they made Goldberg, which they did. So he's their guy. And now, beautiful to do it in Atlanta, do it at home in front of this giant crowd.
And he's and he played at Georgia, and he's a former Falcon. I mean, it's perfect fucking timing.
It is. And I would have waited, but hey. I also understand Eric's rationale for why your television company go for the TV ratings and go for the best television show. So Goldberg's walk sure as hell expanded from walking with Doug Dillinger and one other cop.
Well, other cops are going to join in and other security guards, but this is the Georgia Dome, so it's a ridiculously long walk, and you'll see as they continue here, the entourage grows. We've got, yep, there they go. It's just it's always been sort of funny for me too. I understand what they're trying to do is sort of mimic the big fight feel of a Mike Tyson boxing event. Tyson had just gotten out of prison a couple of years prior to this, came back, knocked out Peter McNeely. And then, was off to the races again as a pay-per-view drawing huge numbers against Evander Holyfield. Even when he bit him, it was still big numbers and everything Tyson did. So this sort of backstage walk and feel is borrowed from that, but it is a little funny in that, here's what we've been led to believe is the world's biggest badass, but he's got to have 38 guys walking backstage.
Yeah. And then they just left him down this lonely hallway where he could be jumped at any time.
At any time.
And the worst fucking lighting in the world.
'Cause that's the legit fucking entrance. It's just kind of fun. And you see, there's the old, what they call the Jody position, for Jody Hamilton. Of course, we know it here on this show was the gorilla position. And here's that badass entrance. Once again, Doug Dillinger's already out there with all the cops.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if Goldberg had it all to do over again, he would prefer probably not to have all that shit blown in his face and inhaled into his lungs.
Yeah, it was always a cool look as a kid, though, because you could see him breathing the smoke out of his nose or exhaling the smoke out. Like he looks like a fucking badass bull or something. But yeah, you're right. There you go. Probably not the most health conscious decision, but it was a cool visual. But you know what? He shook it off just like those Scott Hall punches. The deal with I'm breathing a bunch of
Who's hitting him? Because he's shaking his head now. Yeah, shit. Wait a minute.
It's the
Hang on, Bill. Oh my God.
That tickles you, didn't it?
It did, yes. Like, hang on, man. You're not okay. Now that pisses me off.
Throwing the U.S. belt down.
Throwing the fucking championship.
Not only throwing it, but throwing it at the feet of Charles Robinson, who probably looked at Pinzer and said, "Look at this fucking guy. He's been here 10 months. He's just throwing shit at me."
Well, I can understand that.
By the way, Charles Robinson, one of the unsung heroes in wrestling, the dude was in the ring for so many big moments in wrestling. You know, it's Flair's last match, Shawn's last match, Edge's last match, you know, this title change. There's just so many big moments in history. And he was the third guy there. And he just recently made the news. I don't know if you saw, but apparently somebody stole a bunch of his collectibles out of his storage unit.
No.
Yeah. He had like a $70,000 loss or some substantial amount. Cause he collects all this rare old, like movie and horror memorabilia and some other stuff, Evel Knievel stuff. Well, they found a way to compromise the actual security facility, not his lock. His lock was fine, and sneak in and just had their way with his shit, and it's gone now.
That sucks.
And one of the great guys in the business too. If you ever have a chance to meet Charles Robinson, he'll have a lot of time for you. Good dude, wrestling fan like everybody listening to this. But he won't listen to our podcast, by the way. He says it's too freaking long.
Well, you know what? I'm going to have a little chat with him next week.
Please do. When he does listen, it takes me a freaking week to finish one. Well,
thank you.
That's kind of the idea. We
Yes.
try to drop one a week for a reason. And there you see, man, that's the most Hogan thing ever, tearing a t-shirt off. And then cup of the year, good guy, bad guy, whatever, you're going to get what you paid for.
But what the hell is he wearing on his head? It's like a sock in the back and shit.
No, it's just a do-rag. He just doesn't have it tied up. It's a bandana they were selling at the merch stand. He just didn't tuck it in at the back. Somebody should have, though. I'm with you. He looked like a sock monkey.
Yeah, it looks like he was just wearing a...
Here we go.
Yeah,
They're going to ring the bell. And look at the crowd.
Ding, ding, ding.
Security's having to tell them to sit down because they don't want to. They are here and they are ready for this. I'll never forget where I was. I was in Panama City Beach on vacation with my parents. I'm only 16 when this one's going down. I guess I just turned 17. I'm fired up for this. I mean, I was probably more of a Raw fan, but I knew it was a tape show. So I sort of had read what was going to happen, but when it came time for the main event and I had to pick Mankind or Undertaker for the #1 contendership, and I already knew the result, or this one, I'm watching this. And I want you to, you know, I said earlier when we watched the Scott Hall match, when you see, oh, he's going to wrestle Scott Hall and he's going to wrestle Hulk Hogan. Scott will have the better match out of him. Dude, Hogan gave him a great match here.
Hogan's a pro. Hogan was out there to do one thing. Hogan was out there to get that big bastard over and to look good doing it. And Hogan was going to make Goldberg beat somebody. And it's Hulk Hogan going out there, and look at the tan on Hulk Hogan. God damn, that's a championship tan right there.
Oh, Jesus. You've been hanging out with Eric again. I can tell.
No, it's a championship tan. The man looks like a fucking world champion.
I want to fucking punch you right now.
Why?
Because we talked about the Starrcade 97 finish where they decided not to just let Sting win clean and they wanted to do the fast count, but that was fucked by Nick Patrick because Hulk Hogan told him to. And anyway, the gist is when I'm like, Eric, why did you do this? And he says, well, Sting wasn't ready. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, he wasn't tan. And the idea that you have an 18-month build for a pay-per-view and you don't pull it off the way you should because the motherfucker's not tan when he's been,
you know what? He should have gotten a tanny bed.
Well, why didn't we just send somebody down to the goddamn Walgreens and get some self-tanner? By the way, how's he going to get tan if he's got kabuki paint on and he's wearing a fucking leather jacket and he's in the goddamn ceiling for 18 months?
Look, we know. The arms aren't tan, brother. Got to be tan.
Well,
even Goldberg's got a tint of tan.
I think Goldberg's got high blood pressure. That's what Goldberg's got.
There you go. That's what it is.
How much shit's Goldberg on here? I know you don't like to talk about that, but come on, Goldberg's on some shit here.
Goldberg's a goddamn athlete.
I'm not arguing that.
He's a monster.
He's on some shit. He's 31 here, by the way. So 10 months into your wrestling career and you're 31 and you're about to beat Hulk Hogan in front of the biggest WCW crowd ever and the most watched cable wrestling match ever. I would say his wrestling career was off to a good start.
But you know, here you are and you're looking at, again, the psychology of the match. And look at the pacing. The pacing is Hulk setting the pace.
Yes.
And Hulk is laying it out as simple as it can be to where everybody at home.
Oh, shake it off,
everybody
Bill. Shake
in
it
that
off,
arena.
Bill. Shake it off, Bill. Shake it off, Bill.
That's what you do.
So here's what's interesting. That as a fan, and of course this is silly, but I'm like, why are they not calling a DQ? He just hit him with his belt. But they don't. And then Goldberg wrestles it away and throws it away. And Bobby Heenan explains he didn't want to use it because he didn't want the referee to call a DQ or to accidentally hit the referee and call a DQ.
Well, it was a part of Hogan's gear.
Sure.
So that was okay then.
Can't wait for you to defend what's about to happen in a minute. Oh, look at old New Japan Hulk Hogan there doing some moves. Oh, a full Nelson. How about that?
Somebody had to show him that.
Yeah, he's not sure what to do from here. Hogan knows though. Hit him in the dick.
Shake your head, Bill.
Wait, here we go. Shake it off. There you go. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Come on, shake it off, Bill. There you go.
I don't know, man. Maybe some guys, when they get hit, they just shake their head.
Well, I mean, he's doing it a lot. I think one day if it comes out that Goldberg does have some sort of head trauma, God forbid, people are going to assume it's the locker, you know, where he would hit himself with his head against the locker, like you talked about earlier. It might be just all this selling, shaking your head all the time.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm being a smart ass, of course. A hell of a clothesline a moment ago by Hogan, and you're exactly right. He's setting the pace, chasing him with elbows. This is a good spot.
Yeah, and but also Bill's taking his time here.
You know, I feel like, and that's not the same clothesline he's giving everybody else. I love that Goldberg knew how to give a Hogan clothesline. You know, it is like an old timer thing in wrestling. Like I've heard people talk about the first time they wrestled Terry Funk, where he would say, slow down. And when you think you're going too slow, slow down some more.
Exactly.
Tell everybody
Great
why
advice.
that is. Though. Tell everybody why that is.
Well, again, you got to give the audience time to absorb what the hell you're doing. And you want that reaction. So if you go so fast that you're on to the next thing, the audience hasn't had time to react and respond and absorb what you just did.
Yeah, they've got.
Now they're watching you doing something else.
They've got to be able to process it and react, and then you move on to the next thing. But if they're all together, you know, it looks like a run-on sentence as opposed to commas and exclamation points.
Yeah, and again, Hogan here, the master, and that's why I laugh when people say, "Well, Hulk Hogan, what? He wasn't a great worker." Folks, watch this match and see how great of a worker Hulk Hogan is.
Is this part of his gear? Is this part of his gear right here? Because they don't call for the bell. They're not calling for a DQ.
They're on the outside of the ring, and he's being warned, for God's sake.
I love you.
I can't explain these chicken shit WCW rules. It's bullshit, Conrad.
Thank you. Referee Earl Hebner would have been called a DQ.
Oh, hell yeah. That load went up, kicked the arm out. This is over. This is over. Hogan's dropped the leg. It's over.
But here's the deal though, brother. He didn't hit the big boot. So you got to go big boot first. He did body slam. And then, but how about Goldberg actually selling the leg drops? Oh, and Kurt's here for backup. By the way, Kurt is going to be the person who winds up facing Goldberg on pay-per-view in 6 days. It'll be Goldberg's first title defense. And this is why, but we missed the pinning combination, but he kicks out. Somebody kicked out of a Hogan leg drop and Hogan can't believe it. Oh,
hell. Hey, now that should be a disqualification.
Diamond cutter for your troubles. And look at the crowd ready for this. Just need Hogan to turn around and here we go.
Turn around.
Look at the crowd, dude. Look at that.
And they just know it.
Everybody does.
You know what everybody's waiting for?
The NWO to run in.
The swerve, bro.
Yeah, they're waiting for the NWO to run in, and everybody's looking that way, and everybody's got their hands on their head like, no, this isn't really going to happen. But look at the arms go up when he goes up. One, two, three. Biggest star in WCW now. There he is. Look at the crowd going nuts. It's their Steve Austin, is it not?
Yes. Yes, it is. And I give him to him. That was done correctly. And you look at that audience, they're going banana. As Pat Patterson was, even the security guards who aren't supposed to have any emotion are laughing and going, yeah, way to go, Bill.
Yeah. The security guards are not supposed to be watching the show. They're supposed to be watching the people, but they're turned around like, holy shit, look at this. And there's the big fireworks display. It's happening. He's unified the titles. Of course, there's going to be a tournament for that U.S. title. He is your new world champion, the face of WCW. They finally got someone to counterbalance what the WWF was doing with Steve Austin. And it just so happens to be a bald headed guy with a goatee, black trunks, and black boots. Coincidence?
Yeah, that's real original. Great. This is the first time I've ever seen this show all the way through. They had their hiccups, their shit, but looking at it overall, great presentation, right way to end that night, right finish, and the match. And again, I will go back and I will reiterate to those that want to say, oh, Hulk Hogan doesn't know how to work. Hulk Hogan just showed what a great worker he was by putting that match on and getting Bill Goldberg over to that extent and saying, here's your new guy, and anointing their next big thing.
Let me make the comparison again, and it annoys everybody when I do. Goldberg is WCW's Ultimate Warrior. What did the end of WrestleMania 6 look like?
Exactly.
At WrestleMania 6, it's over, and you've got your new champion who maybe doesn't have the best promos, maybe doesn't have the best matches, but Lord, he has a connection with that crowd. He's standing in the corner with sort of the underneath belt and the top belt, your 1 and 2 titles, all by his lonesome. And here we are here. The biggest WCW show ever, same result. What was in common? Hulk Hogan.
Can't take it away from him.
Nope. And that's how we're going to end it. He's going to get a shot of him coming up the ramp. One more piece of pyro, one more grand finale with the fireworks. The fans are just hanging out, man. Normally everybody's heading, racing to get out of there and beat the traffic. Not the case here. They just want to take it in. This is a moment in wrestling history, a huge one, the most watched match in cable history. And that's how we're going to go off the air. Meanwhile, Bruce, on this day, you guys were presenting a DQ with The Undertaker and Mankind for a number 1 contendership. The Nation of Domination was parodied by DX, and there was Brawl for All.
Can't blame me for Brawl for All, man.
I'm not blaming you for any of it, but clearly Nitro had the better show, and I can't believe you're even willing to admit that, or are you?
Well, we didn't look at our show yet, so I'm not going to admit that. Will I admit that show was a good show? Yes, I will. And I think that was a hell of a presentation, and being able to look at and watch it all these years later, say that it'll still hold up. Yeah, I'll give that one to them too. I think that was a damn good show, and they put their best foot forward. And if they won, then they deserved to win, because that was a good show. And again, I don't know how our show was at that point. But that was a good show, and that one would be a hard one to compete against. And you gotta give the devil its due.
go out of your way to find a way to watch this main event and relive it this weekend. If you didn't do the whole watch along with us, go watch Hogan and Goldberg in the main event. And I would recommend that you check out the Chris Jericho stuff. I thought the Jericho stuff with Malenko was really, really well done. But this was fun, man. I've never, got to sit you down and watch a full Nitro like this before. What'd you think? Was this a fun experiment for you?
It was. It was actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be, because I'm sitting there thinking, Jesus Christ. Other than the very first Nitro ever, I can't tell you that I've ever sat down and watched an entire Nitro. So yeah, that was an awful lot of fun to be able to go back and relive that and see and feel that energy of Goldberg and people. We like to make fun of Bill, and we like to talk about, well, his lack of skills here, his lack of skills there. Son of a bitch was over. He got over and was able to break through all that other bullshit. So yes, good shit. And I enjoyed it.
Boy, that was tough for you to say, but I appreciate you trying to power through, and I enjoyed it too. And we hope you guys are enjoying what we're doing here on the program. We've got lots more fun stuff coming your way. We're going to have Jim Ross, Fully Loaded 99, 20 years of Jericho, SummerSlam 04, SummerSlam 99, SummerSlam 89. There's no telling what's next, but stay tuned. We appreciate your support every single Friday at noon right here on Something to Wrestle With.
Shaka-Khan.
I was supposed to say Bruce Prichard first.
Oh, wait, did I say Bruce Prichard? No, I say Shaka Khan.
Why don't you do it, and then I'll say Shaka Khan.
Okay. You got to say something to wrestle with again then.
No, you do the whole thing, and then I'll do Shaka Khan.
Okay. Something to wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Shaka Khan. I think I did that better.
Maybe.
We'll try it next week.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Well, that's not a rib.
She pooted.
Is that a rib?
No, there's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
Fuck you, Bruce.
I love you.
Give me double cheeseburger, double cheese, double mayo, double onion, motherfucker.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With Bruce Prichard in his new house. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
New house, new teeth, new just everything, and what's old is new again, or what's new is old again. Something like that. You know what I'm getting at.
I do know what you're getting at, and we sound a little different today. You're in a new environment, and we'll get the sound dialed in the next couple of weeks, make it sound like what you guys are used to. But today, it sounds like you're in one of those great big fancy wooden offices with hardwood floors and wooden walls and wooden ceilings. And goddamn, you can't hide money, can you, Bruce?
Well, you could sure as fuck not hide it in here. I wouldn't hide it. There's nothing to hide. It is wood. It is cavernous. It is windows all around and all that good stuff, all of the above. And I don't have any rugs in here yet, so I've got nothing to absorb. This is my melancholy voice.
You know what? I'm good with it, but you should turn that frown upside down, because the rumor and innuendo is a famous wrestling dentist helped you get your new teeth this week, right?
All brand new, baby, all screwed in. Here's, do you like going to the dentist at all?
No, who likes going to the dentist?
No, nobody does. And I was getting my teeth put in, and they're the implants or whatever. And so they take the things out that are in there, and then they screw in an abutment or I don't know what something. They screw this thing into your head. And she lied to me. She says, okay, I'm going to screw this. You won't feel this. This won't hurt. But at the end, it's just going to be a little baby pinch. Well, she fucking lied. Because it was a lot more than a little baby pinch. And I let out a
gasp.
Okay. And she says to me, she goes, Mr. Prichard, we have patients here. I said, well, not for fucking long if you do that to them. Jesus. So, you know, it was a little painful, but it's done. I've got teeth in my mouth. It's a good thing.
Well, we're excited that you're here, but I do have some bad news. Are you ready for more bad news?
Oh God, just heap it on me.
I don't think your day's going to get better, because from here we have to watch Halloween Havoc 1998.
You know, it got here and I queued it up, and I have not watched it. I don't even know what the card is. I have no clue, but I looked at the time. And the things that I said at the dentist are nothing compared to what went through my mind of what I was going to call you when we actually connected today.
3 hours and 15 minutes worth of Halloween Havoc 1998. Fire up your WWE network and get to October 25th, 1998. That's right. Today is the 21-year anniversary of, I don't know, one of the most talked about pay-per-views of the year, but maybe not for all the right reasons. This is going to be fun. I'm hoping that I can get you a case of the red ass like JR had last week. This could be a good show. Do you want to give it?
No, I'm too happy, man. I'm too Mr. Mellow right now to have that possibly happen.
Oh, are you on the Percocet Express right now? Are you feeling no pain today?
No, I'm just in a great mood.
Okay, well, I would be too if my office was giant and wooden and cavernous. Give everybody a countdown and we'll do a watch along style Halloween Havoc 1998 on the WWE network. We would encourage you to throw on your closed captioning, press mute. And when Bruce says play, press play with us, man. And we'll get back down memory lane and let Bruce see a WCW pay-per-view from 21 years ago he never saw.
All right, so I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, play. I've got it zeroed out on my thing. When I say play, you hit play. All right, everybody ready? Connie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, play. Uh-oh.
How about the black and the white? Oh, there he is. There's your boy.
What's the purple stuff?
That's the Ultimate Warrior, brother. Yes, this is the rematch from WrestleMania 6. You know, it's funny because that really is sort of like the tale of two matches, and you're about to laugh out loud, but I'll tell you this, but Tony Schiavone to this day still thinks that Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6 are criminally underrated. He would even call it one of his favorite matches he ever saw.
Nothing wrong with that. I think that was an excellent match, and it definitely did an awful lot to get both guys over. And it was the defining moment in Ultimate Warrior's career.
Today, of course, we're going to get the rematch, and we're also going to get the match that a lot of fans have sort of fantasy booked with, and this is an interesting idea, I guess, Sting versus Bret Hart. But we've also got Rick Steiner and Scott Steiner, and we've got Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, and we've got Diamond Dallas Page and Goldberg for the world title. So this is as loaded of a card as you could get for WCW in 1998. Would you agree?
I guess, if you say so. Where are they right now? Because
they're at Las Vegas, Nevada at the MGM Grand, which was their go-to for Halloween Havoc 96, 97, 98. What do you think of Halloween Havoc?
There's a great pumpkin. Look, Charlie Brown, there's a great pumpkin.
Well, I know that's, oh, how about that? A little smoke out of the nose. Are you going to try to set that up in your front lawn next week?
On the way home, there was this exact same thing in somebody's front lawn on my way back here. So it's,
wait, was it
holy Uckfay.
Was it Eric Bischoff's front lawn? Cause he may still have that out in front of the corporate apartment there.
It could be.
And there we go. What an announce crew this is. One of the all-time greats, Bobby the Brain Heenan, Tony Schiavone. What do you think of Tony's, of course, Mike tonight there too. And, no Ty Jones here, as Taz would say. And it looks like Bobby Heenan is actually maybe Taz ripped off Bobby Heenan's look with the black and orange there and that type of look.
Yeah. Bobby didn't rip off anybody. If anybody was ripping off here, I'm giving it to Bobby first.
chat me up about the way you think Tony's dressed. I have given Tony shit about the way he dressed for these pay-per-views for years.
Well, he obviously hasn't got his jacket tailored yet because it's still like coming down around his hands down there, all nice and tight. Today's got hair. That's pretty damn cool. I almost didn't recognize him. That's a young, spry Mike Tenay, by God. And I guarantee you, Tony didn't have a manicure here either.
Talk to me about Mike Tenay. Here in 2019, it feels like what's old is new again, but for whatever reason, Tenay is still keeping his distance from wrestling. Do you think he'll ever put his toe back in the water of professional wrestling, or is that all rearview mirror for him at this point?
I'm not one to say never. So you never say never. And Mike Tenay was a gifted journalist, and I would actually put Mike in that journalist category. But Mike was one of those guys that did his homework, enjoyed what he did, loved the business. And you never know where you might see Tenay again.
You know, what do you think about the Nitro girls? You and I haven't spent a ton of time talking about them. There goes Sean's wife strutting around. Did you guys ever consider bringing back this concept? I mean, I know you started with, what'd you call them? The Raw Girls, or what was the nickname you used?
Well, we had the Raw Girls, we had the Oinkettes, we had the ECW, we had the ECW girls for a while that were dancing and stuff in between shows. So we've kind of run the gambit there.
Obviously times change, you know, and I don't think you guys will be doing anything like this now, but at the same time, there's still cheerleaders. You know, you can still be a Laker girl or a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. Do you think there's still maybe an opportunity, or would that be considered cliche at this point in WWE?
You know, I don't know. You know me, I'm not really up on my PC culture, so to speak, but obviously at the time, the Nitro girls were a big hit.
Yeah.
I'd rather watch this than some of the matches.
Well, I mean,
I haven't even seen one and don't know what they are, but hey.
What do you think Mean Gene's saying right now?
Here we are at Halloween Havoc in Las Vegas. I've got a martini on ice, shaken not stirred. But right now, we've got coming your way, whoever the hell is going to be coming out here right now. Come on down. Don't know who the hell it is, because I can't hear Conrad. You told me to turn the sound down.
That's Rick Steiner, baby.
Ah, Rick Steiner, baby. There he is. Beware of dog. That's one double tough son of a bitch right there.
What do you, I mean, you worked with Rick for a little while. Did you run across him any in Texas before you got to the WWF, or was it only your time in the WWF that y'all shared, or maybe even TNA? Cause he was there for a cup of coffee.
Rob wasn't there when I was in TNA, but I did know Rob when he first broke into the business, and he had come into Mid-South Sports, whether we were UWF at the time, and worked with Eddie Gilbert and Sting when Sting had just broken into the business as well. So I got Rob when he first came in, it was as Rob Recksteiner. And I think we kept him as Rob for a while, and then later on just went to Rick Steiner. But Bill Watts loved the shooters. Bill Watts loved those real amateur wrestlers. And so Rob kind of endeared himself to him, and he was one double tough son of a bitch.
What interaction have you had with Buff Bagwell over the years?
I met Buff, obviously, when he came up to work with us, and I have seen Buff at a couple of appearances through the years. And other than that, haven't spent a whole lot of time with Buff Bagwell. Why
didn't you think he ever got another crack at the WWE? I think over the years he has theorized that he was essentially blackballed by Jim Ross or somebody in the front office, and he never got another opportunity. Obviously, you know, what happened at with Shane Helms sort of was what it was. And I think JR has said that his mom called in sick for him or something. I mean, there's lots of rumor and innuendo around Buff Bagwell, but it does feel like usually in wrestling, the company lets bygones be bygones. And if once upon a time you were a star, you get another opportunity. Bagwell was a feature player here for WCW for a long time, but for whatever reason, never got that second look from WWE. Why would you think that is?
I couldn't really tell you because he definitely had the look and he wasn't a bad worker at all. And knowing him personally, I couldn't tell you whether he was a good guy or a bad guy one way or another. He was always really nice to me, but there are some guys that have a reputation that precedes them, and Buff had a reputation of being difficult to work with. Never witnessed it firsthand. And Buff was one of those guys that, was synonymous with WCW and Nitro at the time. So it was, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know how much Buff even tried to come back. So maybe he did, but I just wasn't involved with it.
From your perspective, obviously the WWF pay-per-view, the granddaddy of them all, the big show, the big dance is WrestleMania. I mean, just your opinion, what was WCW's equivalent? I mean, obviously nothing compares to WrestleMania. I'm not suggesting that, but what would have been their sort of tentpole event annually?
What would the Starcast? Is that right?
No, that's my thing. Starcade.
Oh, okay. It wasn't them. Starcade. Is that right?
Well, I think for Jim Crockett Promotions, it was definitely Starcade, but I think in time they started to make it Halloween Havoc, and some wrestling fans have debated that, but Eric Bischoff would say, what?
Really?
Yeah. Eric Bischoff and Tony Schiavone both say it was Halloween Havoc. And you look at this card and that's kind of hard to argue. I mean, at Halloween Havoc 96, it was the bigger show probably in my opinion. And the same would have been said about 97, except that was Sting and Hulk Hogan. So maybe that beat it, but below that, I think the Havoc 97 card was probably the bigger show. And I don't think it's really even debatable here that Halloween Havoc 98 was a bigger show than Starcade 98. Starcade 98, I know you don't remember all that, was headlined with Kevin Nash and Bill Goldberg, and that's famously when the streak ended. And boy, look who we've got here. Y2J, before that was a thing, rocking his Monday Night Jericho instead of Monday Night Nitro shirt. This is the version of Chris Jericho that first got you guys' attention, I would assume. Is that fair to say?
I think that would be fair to say. I mean, Chris was a hell of a talent, and I always go back to whatever the hell they were in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, the Young Lions with Lance Storm, and Jericho was that hot, young, fiery baby face that was going to replace Ricky Morton in the 1990s. And here Chris was making waves, and actually you got to hear some of his mic skills, and you got that smart assness of him coming through. And Chris, I think for the first time in his career at this point, was really become a player that people were talking about.
Sometimes it really is just a matter of sort of finding yourself, because it does feel like for a long time when he first came over, he was still trying to figure it out. But man, when he starts firing here on all cylinders as a bad guy, this is good stuff. This is going to be a good match too. They're going to go 7 minutes and 49 seconds. It's a 3-star match. I should mention that the show is sold out several weeks in advance, 10,663 fans. This is not a huge arena. Pretty good gate for 1998, 328,000 and change. On the way here, Nitro lost though. The go home edition on Monday night did a 4.36. Raw does a 5.01. And we know that the tide has turned. The 83-week streak is over once Vince McMahon fought Steve Austin in the main event back in April. Here we are 6 months later. It was back and forth for a little bit, but it's starting to feel like the WWF is pulling away. And speaking of away, here goes Ray.
So far, it's been a hell of a match. I mean, we've seen a lot of action here in the first, 30 minutes? Oh my God.
It's only been 11 minutes. Sorry.
Oh.
In fairness, a lot of Monday night shows start with a 20-minute promo. So we got about 9 more minutes before we're caught up.
Yeah, but this is not a Monday night show. This is one people paid money for.
This is also the show, and I know you may not remember this pay-per-view in particular, but you'll remember the story I'm about to tell. This is the show where somebody somewhere forgot to tell somebody, hey, we're going long. So the damn thing goes off the air as soon as the main event begins. So they had to issue tons of refunds because apparently not all the cable systems and satellite trucks were notified that they had planned to go long. So they, you see the gaga, as they say at the beginning of this show, and you can't help but wonder, boy, if they just would have trimmed some of that out, they're in good shape. They don't need any extra time.
Well, who was responsible for that?
Well, that depends. Everybody's got a different story. And, I think once upon a time, Eric Bischoff tried to pin that on Mike Weber. Mike Weber, of course, denies that and said it was someone else. And Weber told me exactly who it was, but the name escapes me. But it very much becomes a who's on first type situation. Lots of refunds. It's going to cost them well into the 7 figures. Not an ideal situation, to say the least.
Well, it's not an ideal situation here as Chris Jericho whips the Raven with his leather jacket. Those buttons hurt too, by the way.
Let's talk about Raven. Raven is a guy who, had a great amount of success in ECW, and then, had a fair amount of success here in WCW, getting a couple of different title reigns. And I mean, he was doing well even in the ratings, but he ultimately is not happy here. So when Eric Bischoff gives one of his famous, "If you're not happy, you can leave" speeches, Raven is the sole guy who takes him up on it. And he winds up in ECW. It comes back as a surprise in late August, 1999, and joins Tommy Dreamer on the last night the Dudleys are in town, and they become, as mortal enemies. Now they're tag champions. And of course the concession, I'm sure, was you can go anywhere except the WWF. When you first thought, hey, we're going to be able to get our hands on the Raven character, was that intriguing or interesting to you? Did you think Vince got it? Why don't you think Vince was, able to do more with the Raven character in the WWE?
I'm not sure that a lot of people did get the Raven character at all along the way, beyond when Raven first debuted at ECW. I thought that those were some of the best promos and one of the best introductions of a new character that they'd ever done. And it was intriguing because here they had taken Johnny Polo, they had taken Johnny Flamingo or Scotty Flamingo, and created this really dark, disturbing character that you believed. And I thought that Scotty pulled that off tremendously. It was perfect for that ECW audience. They had this dark character to get behind and to hate. It was actually somebody that they could hate and loathe a little bit. And it was us against the world. Well, that's what the Raven character was all about. It was him against the world. It was what the hell is this, what is in this life for me? It was a dark, dark character. But then as you got into it, I think they went a little too dark on some of the things that they tried to do, and people lost touch with what the Raven character was supposed to be.
Oh my gosh. Jericho just ate it right there on the guardrail. Let's talk about, sponsorships here for a minute, because this show famously was sponsored 96 and 97 by Slim Jim. And they had a pretty creative piece where they wrapped the ring posts to look like Slim Jims, which I thought was pretty creative. A generation prior, they had wrapped the ring posts with something for Rouge, which at the time was an interesting shoe concept that I think occasionally had pockets. Talk to me a little bit about
tennis shoes with pockets.
Yeah. I don't know how that became a thing, but they're still doing it. This past summer, Nike released, flip-flops that had fanny packs on them. I mean, it was like a little zipper gimmick on the front. It looked just like a fanny pack, but it was on top of your foot. And I thought, boy, somewhere Bruce Prichard is missing these and doesn't even know he needs them.
That's half my wardrobe in the summer.
Well, it's all you're flip-flop Jones in the summer for sure.
Yes.
Actually in the
Socks
winter
up
too,
on the
but
feet.
maybe not, since the winter is now in Connecticut. You'll be traipsing through snow, which is a little different than Friendswood.
Bro, I'm in fuzzy slippers and warm-ups sitting back here right now.
Well, just lay all of your warm-ups from your fatter days on the floor, and you don't need a rug. That'll absorb the sound for next week.
Ooh, that's a good idea. I mean, I would only need about 2 of them.
I'll send you some of mine. You might get it done in one if you cut it down the middle.
That's fucked up, man.
Well, hey, if I can't make a joke about me, who can? Hey, let's talk about sponsorships though. I never really remember the WWF ever wrapping the ring posts. Was that ever considered? Was that ever pitched for a sponsorship as far as you know?
No, and as a matter of fact, one of the things that we have always stayed away from back in the day was not, here they've got Snickers on the mat, and that was not for sale. It was sacred ground to do anything around the ring, on the ring, or anything of that nature. It just wasn't something that we were interested in. And I'll never forget sometime in the early 90s, maybe mid 90s, when the technology, like when you watch the World Series,
right,
and you see the background and all those ads change from night to night because that time is being sold, and they can change that electronically and digitally with this technology. And we were watching, they had taken the Olympics, and everything in the Olympics broadcast they were showing us, everything was branded, and you had these subliminal messages all across. Oh, there's Steven Tyler with tits. But she's a very nice lady, Linda Rufa, but that was how someone described her one time. She's positively just gorgeous and really nice. But anyway, I digress. We never did the sponsorships like that and didn't want to do that because it's distracting. And even having the logo on the ring is a little distracting.
I mean, I know this sounds silly, so forgive me, but when you guys were sort of hurting for certain, and you're taking water coolers out of the office, just whatever you can to save money. And, you and JJ and a lot of the quote unquote wrestling people like Pat Patterson are taking 50% or 40%, whatever it was, pay cuts. Nobody said, God damn it, let's just NASCAR the canvas.
No, we talked about it often, and it was brought up often, but it wasn't something that we were really interested in doing at the time. And probably during that time, there weren't a lot of offers at that point. But when you're looking at the overall, and here Snickers got a great deal on this because we're looking at it today.
Yeah. I mean, that really is something that, maybe long-term ad buys aren't considered, because you look at how many people not only saw it that night, but saw it in, clips that they showed on TV right after, all the magazine stills that they would see. But in addition to that, who would have ever predicted that we would be watching sort of video on demand over the internet like this 20 some odd years later, and they're still getting bang for their buck.
Right. And it's just like our podcast. When people advertise on our podcast, the first million people that listen to it in the first week, well, that's one thing. And then the people that keep on going back and listening to it, they get those ads over and over and over again.
Yeah. It's kind of fun because occasionally I'll get a tweet like, hey, on your Mr. Perfect episode, what was the mattress company? And it's like, bro, that was 2016. I don't remember. You're going to have to listen to that one again. But something you won't forget is our friends at Blue Chew. There you go. There's a real dick if I ever saw one. Chris Jericho, what an asshole he is. And he's your winner. He probably knows about Blue Chew.
Absolutely.
Just a real jerk, being mean to everybody these days. And coming up next, I should mention again, as we saw Chris Jericho retain the WCW TV title, that's a 3-star match. And next we've got a real barn burner. It's going to be Wrath and Ming. The storyline here that I wanted to mention about Raven is that he's going to go on a losing streak, and his mother is going to come out at some point and say he's been lying about having a bad childhood. They try to add a lot of layers to this character. Is that maybe one too many layers?
I think that may be a lot too many layers. There they are.
Oh my goodness. Eric Bischoff back when he had dark hair for real.
That's all. That's like short haired John Davidson look.
It is. And there's your boy, Hulk Hogan. You know, I know that you're sort of, biased, but I think Hulk Hogan as a bad guy was equally as good as Hulk Hogan as a good guy. And I know that he captured the imagination of pop culture in the 80s, but he is responsible for sort of lighting the fuse that brought in the wrestling resurgence for its hottest period. Is he not?
No doubt about it. And I would say that Hulk was not single-handedly, but without a doubt, he was the one that turned that corner.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it too. And I know that Hulk Hogan is not always a popular figure to discuss and put over and be complimentary of in 2019, because there's a lot of folks who still have a sour taste in their mouth. But I grew up a little Hulkamaniac, and sorry, that was my dude when I was a kid. Without Hulk Hogan, I wouldn't be a wrestling fan. And I, like a lot of wrestling fans, sort of got tired of the red and yellow routine. And man, when he switched to this black and white and became a bad guy, he brought me back in all over again. It's remarkable that, you know, he's what got me back into wrestling, and he's what got me into wrestling to begin with. Just probably one of the most special performers in the history of wrestling. I know you and I don't often talk about Mount Rushmore, not from a personal standpoint, but from a Mount Rushmore of wrestling as far as importance. No matter how who else is on those other three heads, Hulk Hogan's on one of them, guaranteed. Is it not?
He's in the center, and probably the most successful. He's probably the most recognizable wrestler still to this day.
You've told a story before that I don't know that we've told in a long time, about how when you first came to the company, they were doing marathon television tapings back in 1987 that would last for hours and hours and hours, to the point where the crowd was just worn out. I mean, well beyond 3 or 4 hours, and everyone's exhausted and ready to go home. But you guys are taping weeks of television, but you could always count on one thing. What would that be?
The Hulkster, baby. You're going to stay all night long to see the Hulkster come out, because at the end of the night, Hulk must pose.
It's amazing to me that, oh my gosh, he's whipping Horace Hogan there.
As well he should.
Did Horace Hogan never get a sniff with you guys?
Yeah, he came through a couple times and tried out and work here and there, do some different stuff. So
why was it always a miss?
Just because they were related didn't mean that he had that it factor, and Horace just wasn't full of personality and never really connected with the crowd.
He is the nephew of Hulk Hogan. I think his dad's name is Alan, and that's Terry's brother. And it's pretty crazy how it all sort of interweaves, and somehow Mike Awesome is in there as a cousin as well. So pretty talented wrestling family, but what a legacy Hulk Hogan is going to leave behind. And he's still on TV now. He's got a big pay-per-view with you guys coming up here in about a week or so. It's just unbelievable to think that he's still going strong, man.
That's because he's the Hulkster, by God.
Did Eric Bischoff have the easiest job in 1998? Just walk out there and be a human mic stand?
Well, then he would open his mouth and get heat.
Well, he still does that, doesn't he?
Well, that's what they say. Look at the guns And but see, here's the thing, man. Even you're talking about being the red and yellow little Hulkster. Even when he went black and white, it was cool. It was cool to hate Hulk, and then it became cool to be in the NWO and be in that black and white brigade. So even when it was that babyface yellow and red, they still wanted to be cheering or booing or just being a part of whatever Hulk was a part of.
Again, imagine for a minute, if you cut out the Jericho Gaga at the top and you cut out that interview, there's probably all the extra time that you would need right there.
Yeah, probably so. And say, I don't, are we going to do a spoiler if we say what the last match is?
No, it's DDP and Goldberg.
Oh, and it got cut off before the finish?
As soon as the bell rang for them to start the match, a lot of customers just went immediately to black. And we're just
Holy
furious
cow.
because they had sat through 3 hours of Ming and Wrath. And they really wanted to see Goldberg, who at that point was not only undefeated, but the world champ. And he's taking on DDP, who arguably had the hottest finish in the business with the Diamond Cutter. I don't even know that it was arguable. Well, okay. With the Stone Cold Stunner. Yeah, it was arguable.
Definitely arguable.
The NWO though, what's great about these shirts, as you see, they're scanning the crowd and just one NWO shirt after another. One of the hottest selling t-shirts of all time. And I think one of the questions we get the most on my WCW podcast with Tony Schiavone and Eric Bischoff is, why did they do the NWO Wolfpack? Why did they go to the black and red? And the answer was just so fucking simple to me: to sell more t-shirts.
Makes sense. And not only that, you had the black and white, you had the red, and then you had the Latino World Order. So you had a lot of different, well, you did.
Sure. No, I'm not arguing.
It's just, it's another item that you've got to get. So yeah, it definitely makes sense to me.
Two interesting performers here. Wrath, the former Atom Bomb. And we know that Wrath is going to be a tag team called Chronic at one point as well. Of course, that's Brian Clark and Brian Adams. Brian Clark still with us today. We've lost Brian Adams, but with his size and look, again, I know it feels like I'm asking the same question over and over, but how in the world did Vince not see more money in Brian Clark? Or did Vince just not think that he had it? He tried it, and for whatever reason, just wasn't sold that he had that intangible it.
Well, we did try it, and for whatever reason, it didn't connect with the audience. I think in the beginning it did. The football gimmicks, the atom bombs, people like that. And Brian definitely has a look. He's big, he's a good-looking bastard, and I don't think he was terrible in the ring. But for whatever reason, there was just something missing, and it was along the lines, I'd say the same thing for Matt Morgan. You look at Matt and go, my God, he's got all the tools in the book, and there was just something missing that didn't connect to that next level with the audience. So sometimes you just can't put your finger on it. You can wait. What happened to his atom bomb tattoo?
Did he actually
he's got no tattoos.
Did he actually have an atom bomb tattoo?
Yes, he had an atom bomb tattoo that took up like half of his arm. It was originally, I think, a panther or something.
Wait, you're not kidding? He had an atom bomb tattoo, like for real?
For real. It was atom bomb, and it actually said atom bomb, and it was like a big atom bomb going off. Well, he doesn't have a tattoo. He got it removed.
Wouldn't you? Holy shit.
Well, I mean, it was a big tattoo, man.
I'm just saying, like, all you had to do was throw away a goddamn white suit, and you did. Like, this motherfucker had to.
Well, I'm not sure I would have gotten a white suit tattooed on me either, but that's a whole other story. Now Taz would have enhanced his if he had just gotten the extra Z and spelled his name correctly.
Tell everybody how many tattoos you have.
Exactly 0.
By the way, our referee here, Scott Dickinson, true or false? Real life Sling Blade.
Oh my God. I like mashed taters. I like fried taters. I like mustard in my fried taters. You know, Sling Blade was,
Billy Bob Thornton's buddy, your great friend, John Paul Shellnut.
that's it.
So,
Versus.
by the way, we've got to
Shout
get
out
him.
to JP Shellnut.
We've got to get like video footage of him on our social, because we've talked about him enough. Like, I don't think people realize he's like the real life embodiment of Dangdo Boomhauer, man, from King of the Hill. It's unbelievable. I mean, you need like subtitles. It's like Don Vito from Bam Margera back in the day. So Wrath here. I'm just fascinated by your assertion that it just didn't connect with the audience. How can you differentiate the performer can't connect with the audience or our character can't connect with the audience?
Okay. Brian Clark, Adam Bomb, Wrath, every other character he's ever been. Did any of them connect?
Fair enough.
So were they all just bad characters, or was it the human being that couldn't make the character or connect? There's got to be that innate, whatever it is, that intangible that can transcend and make the connection with the audience. There are people that have had, you know, what they or other people would consider terrible gimmicks in someone's eyes, and other people's eyes are great gimmicks, and they've made them work. And then there's people with great gimmicks that just couldn't make it work. And it's trying to get that pump handle slam in here, by God.
Well, that's his finish.
Boy, and that's a lot of man going up there.
Yeah, let's talk about that. By the way, that is the finish. Brian Clark, Wrath, picks up the win, 3/4 of a star. There was an interesting spot that we sort of talked through. I don't know that you saw it. Maybe they'll show it on a highlight when he's on the apron and does the flip body block thing off the apron to the floor. I mean, that's a big dude to be doing that move.
Yeah, it is. And hey, Brian was a stout son of a bitch, man. He was strong as hell, but it just, who the hell is that?
That's Billy Kidman in the middle. And that's, Lee Marshall.
Lee Marshall.
That's Chad Diamante on the left.
Okay. Well, you might as well have just said Bo Cephas and I would have gone, okay, yeah, sure.
You know who Lee Marshall is?
I know Lee Marshall. Don't know who the other guy is. I know Billy. Good God.
Well, I didn't know if you recognized him because he doesn't exactly look like that anymore.
He looks exactly like that. He looks, he looks exactly like that now.
Yeah, he's sitting in the back wearing a headset. Same.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's no difference.
By the way, scale of 1 to 10. How much does JBL hate him?
He is Billy Kidman, biggest overachiever in the history of the world.
Are you saying he didn't deserve to get that win over Hulk Hogan? Maybe he didn't deserve his push as cruiserweight champion. What in the world are you talking about?
He married Tori Wilson.
Yeah, that guy's a salesman. Let's just call it like it is. He can close.
Oh my God. Yeah, he just couldn't get her to come back for another product. Anyway.
What do you think of the pumpkin cam here with Disco Inferno strutting that ass to the ring?
Conrad, I've got to tell you that the last hour and a half watching this here show is half of my life that I'm never going to get back.
Oh my God. You motherfuckers did Fandango. I won't let you sit here and disparage the good goddamn name of Disco Inferno.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at him. He's great.
Seriously.
I'm not disparaging Disco. I think that, dude, okay, now take a look at this. Now, a lot of people would say that's a crappy gimmick. He embraced it and made it work, and he's got the people dancing. They're into it. You know why they're into it? Because he's into it.
So, real question, again, I keep asking this same thing over and over. Why doesn't he get a shot with WWE? Everybody agrees that this was a talented dude, that he embraced this role, that he made it better than anybody expected. And a lot of people have said that he could have been a great mouthpiece. Or, I mean, he knew how to get heat. He knew how to cut a promo. His work was fine, but he doesn't get a sniff with WWE. Is it just some guys had a stink on him? Did Vince or someone in creative think, well, goddamn, that's the WCW honky tonk man. We don't need that. Not now in 2002.
I couldn't really tell you because, and actually Glenn and I have talked about it since, and I don't ever remember ever discussing disco one way or the other. And going back during this time, when you look at gimmicks and you look at different people, there's somebody that I think could have fit the mold, maybe not in the late 90s, but at the same time, it was a commitment to the gimmick, and he had an arrogant, nice, cocky attitude that, why the fuck not? But I don't know what either during this time there weren't people trying to come in, and that's why didn't they get a sniff? Why didn't they come and do this shit? Well, maybe they weren't interested in coming in. Who knows? He's working here, hopefully making a damn good living.
Yeah, he is making a good living here, and he had some interesting stuff in TNA, and he's still got a real life gig behind the scenes. And from best I can tell, he's loving life. He's also doing a podcast with our mutual friend Conan every single week. You should check out Keeping It 100 if you haven't already.
And Hoovy, the juice.
What do you think of him trying to do his version of The Rock, calling himself the Juice?
Honestly, I thought it was stupid. And I didn't, I remember I've only seen it a couple of times, and to me, it was turn off just for me, for whatever reason. I didn't get it. Didn't like, what the fuck was that?
It was like go away heat for you.
Yeah, it was. It really was. I just, for whatever reason, that really just turned me off.
How?
And also, I thought that Juventud under the mask, I thought he was
More special, more unique.
Yes, he was unique. And sometimes some people don't like masks,
let's call it like it is. Eric Bischoff felt like you couldn't really sell with your face. You were expressionless. He wanted to see the sell on your face. And there's a lot of old school wrestling folks who believe that, Tony Schiavone included. But I'm with you. I think I liked Hoovy with the mask better.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes a mask gives a guy personality, and sometimes you can have a mystique behind it. But I always loved whenever we would have, you would take the mask off of somebody, and they take the mask off, and people are like, it's a fart in church, because they don't know who the hell it is, unless it's someone that's famous or had been in the territory before. And it just, that part of it always made me laugh, because you're taking a mask off somebody. I don't know who he is, because if his whole career was underneath a mask, okay, you get to see his face and he looks just like the guy next door. Who the hell cares? So I'm going to wait for him to get here over the holidays, and by God, I'm going to whip your ass.
Well, I didn't say I was going to beat you up. I said all my other co-hosts were going to fight. And why would you be worried? Aren't you a self-proclaimed 2-time karate black belt Hall of Famer?
No, I'm a 3-time black belt Hall of Famer. I'm not self-proclaimed. It's just a simple fact.
So why are you not? I mean, you don't think you can take JR? You don't think you can whip Tony?
I can take anybody. I can take everybody.
Well, why are you worried? Why are you wanting to beat me up? What did I do?
On principle. What did you do? What did you do? We're 3.5 hours into this pay-per-view, and I haven't seen. That's what you did, Conrad.
Wait, you just put over Disco Inferno. You love Ming in real life. You're a big fan of Chris Jericho. You haven't hated all
well, let's go have dinner with Ming.
Well, he would eat you.
If he wanted to, he could.
Yeah.
Not a lot I could do about it, even being an 18-time black belt Hall of Famer.
Wait a minute. A minute ago, it was 3.
Well, I've gotten that much older in this time watching this pay-per-view. I'm sure I've been inducted at least 15 more times.
Let's talk about some behind the scenes goings on here in the company.
What is Charles Robinson doing skipping backwards?
Charles Robinson, by the way. Oh, wait, have you been watching The Righteous Gemstones on HBO? It's over now, but did you watch this season?
I don't even know what you just said.
When we hang up, I need you to go into the living room and tell your lovely bride, find the DVR remote and record the entire season of The Righteous Gemstones on HBO. It is your new favorite television show. I am sure of it. You're welcome in advance. You're going to learn about the miracle, the gift that is Uncle Baby Billy and the shuffle back step. You're going to love it. I'm just telling you. And you're going to try, next time you pop a Blue Chew, you're going to try a new line at the house. Who wants to suck an old man's cock? You're welcome.
What the hell is wrong with you? This is what our lives have become.
Yeah, it is. Listen, I'm trying to be entertaining. It's a goddamn Disco Inferno match. Cut me a break.
Well, Hoovie's there. Oh, well, okay. I understand now.
Before the refunds, this did a 0.78 buy rate, $3.48 million gross for WCW. But the ratings are telling you that, well, the WWE is pulling away. In men 18 to 34, Nitro's doing a 4.3. In men 25 to 54, they're doing a 3.4. And in men 55 plus, Nitro's doing a 2.9. This is so far through the calendar year 1998. Raw, by comparison, is doing a 3.8, a 2.7, and a 1.9. So you guys are solidly losing. But as we get closer to this pay-per-view, that changes quite a bit. And the tide starts to turn a little bit, where it looks like you guys are gaining momentum. And then on the go home show, you're winning again. This is an interesting time because your business is hotter than ever, but so is WCW's. WCW's year over year growth from 95 to 96 was phenomenal. 96 to 97, more of the same, but even 97 to 98, their average gate in October of 97 is 79,000. Their average gate in October of 98 is 159 grand. They're up 100%. They're up in attendance from 3944 to 7559. That's 91%. They're selling out 42% of their house shows. It is a home run, but people are still so fixated on the ratings that you guys are going to suggest and actually have Vince McMahon, I believe, write letters claiming that this situation where the pay-per-view goes long and it's cut off, the decision will be made that since a lot of our fans missed the main event, we should just air it on Nitro. And Vince is going to suggest to the cable systems that WCW does this intentionally cost themselves millions of dollars because they want to make sure they turn the tides on the ratings that you guys have seemingly just taken the reins for. Do you remember that?
No. How'd that work out for them?
Well, it was you saying, or you guys saying that they did it on purpose. Eric Bischoff says that's fucking ridiculous.
Well, how did the ratings turn out for them?
Well, in the end, you guys won.
Well, of course.
Now that night in particular, yeah, Nitro won. But I mean, after that, it was more the same. The September 21st Raw was neck and neck, for instance, 4.0 to Nitro's 3.9. So you're barely winning, but you start to pull away a little bit. The next week though, it was 4.569 to Nitro's 4.546. I mean, that's razor thin. The next week, 4.81 to Nitro's 4.7. It's just so close. And then this go home show, man, you guys pull away 5.01 to 4.36. And there he is. There's your winner.
I love the outfit too.
Yeah.
I'm a little dizzy looking at it, but I love it.
It looks like pajamas that Stephanie would wear to bed.
No, I would wear something like that.
You wouldn't wear long pants to bed. You wear shorts year round.
This is true.
By the way, that match that we just covered there actually got a pretty decent rating in the Observer. Are you shocked by that?
Oh, stop it.
You didn't like that match? It was pretty good.
No, I really didn't.
What didn't you like about it?
I don't know, but I like the Dallas Cowgirls right here.
You know what? I think if I show you enough of this old shit, we might see some SmackDown gals or something.
Ooh, they got chairs. They got chairs.
I wasn't sure what you fucking said.
Chairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chairs.
Can you
all
do
right.
that?
Oh, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh my God.
What?
I don't know.
All right. So the match got 3 stars. So it's pretty good. Scott Steiner's going to do an interview coming up next, I think. And I think he's going to, bring out your great pal, the Giant.
Is in the Big Show?
The Big Show before you.
But he wasn't the Big Show yet.
No, he's still the Medium Show.
Okay.
What do you think of the transformation of Scott Steiner that you knew with the long mullet, skullet, whatever you want to call it, and the singlet, and now totally new look here, short bleach blonde hair, very superstar Billy Grahamish.
Yeah, I thought that it was a hell of a reinvention for Scott because when I first saw him, the TV before he debuted, and he had his hair cut and bleach blonde and had no idea who the hell it was.
You hadn't seen any of this stuff.
Well, I saw him in a hotel. I saw him at the Holiday Inn in Pittsburgh. Boy, that night has been coming up an awful lot recently for some reason. But I saw Scott for the first time there, and I was like, who the hell is that big son of a bitch? And it was, well, that's Scott. I was like, Scott who? And it was Scott Steiner. So from what he had been, the tag team with his brother and coming out, reinventing himself, gave him another 10 years of his career easily. It's a whole brand new guy. What's he saying right now? Is he doing a math lesson?
I wish, but no, I guess sort of what he's doing is he's suggesting that they do a tag match. He's going to say that, they should defend the tag titles against Rick and Bagwell. And I think JJ Dillon's going to come out and give a ruling on that. And then we'll be treated to a match that I know you'll enjoy.
It sounds like I can't wait.
I don't know why you're so negative about this show. It's one of the biggest WCW shows in history.
Conrad, I believe that the term, I can't wait for you to shit on this, was mentioned to me when this was suggested.
Yes, that's true. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate or whatever.
Is that what you're playing?
Well, I know that there is one match on here that is going to make you laugh out loud.
Oh, please tell.
Well, it's Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh my God. There's James J.
What's your best JJ Dillon story?
Well, I think that my favorite James J. Dillon story is when JJ was a manager in Houston, and JJ was a good manager. JJ could get heat, but JJ liked to fancy himself and liked to let everybody know that he could also work, because he started out as a wrestler, and that was his dream. He always wanted to be a wrestler, and for whatever reason, couldn't get over as a wrestler. And I think Gary Hart or someone made him a manager, and that's where JJ really saw his success. But he came to Houston, and he was a manager of Mr. Sakurada and Mr. Hito, and he also managed Abdullah the Butcher. He managed Archie Goldie, the Mongolian Stomper. And JJ went out and had a match one time with Gino Hernandez. And it was actually a pretty damn good match. JJ came back to the dressing room feeling really good about himself, because he felt that, hey, man, goddamn, we went out there and tore it up, had a hell of a match. And Paul Bosch came back, so what the hell are you doing? He says, what? I thought it was a great match. And he says, it was. But a manager shouldn't have a great match. You're a damn heel manager. You should work like a heel manager. Instead of going out and working like a worker, you need to go out and take an ass whooping. You need to not be able to do the things that your charges do. And to me, that was one of the greatest lessons in the business, to be able to share with people. So you have to work like your character. You have to work like the person that you're portraying, the character that you're portraying on television. And if you go out and you do something else that isn't true to that, then people see through it. And that's what he was telling JJ. And I think that was something that stuck with JJ forever throughout his career. I'm Fit Finley. I'm going to kick your fucking head off.
By the way, for whatever reason, Dave Meltzer settled into calling Dave Finley Bart Simpson here. I say for whatever reason, but you can tell from his haircut. And here comes your favorite. We know that Fit Finley is going to have a long WWF career, WWE career. This fella, not so much. Das Wunderkind, Alex Wright.
I love Das Wunderkind. What the hell was the name? What name did he? Oh my God.
Well,
really?
You don't love that? Come on.
He's a heel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well then good. They got something right then. But he was a babyface for a long time.
Now, a guy who comes out dancing like that in his underwear, he's a heel.
But look at the girls. The women are dancing.
Well, people like to dance, Bruce.
Do they?
Fandango was a bad guy too. Do you not remember any of this?
No, I don't. There's certain parts of my life I'd like to forget.
I think, never mind.
Now, so is Fit a babyface here?
No, Fit's a heel.
So they're tag team partners?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know who's a heel and who's not. Here's the deal. Davey Boy Smith was supposed to be Alex Wright's opponent, but this was changed the day of, and I'll let you guess why. But I mean, don't actually guess, but either way, Fit Finley in here, long time historical badass, been whipping ass all through history. And this time it's Alex Wright's turn. And Alex Wright, another one of those guys who we saw him have a pretty successful WCW career for what it was, but then nothing else here stateside. But I think he's in Europe doing his thing over there right now.
I thought, that Alex was one of those guys that, had he been able to communicate a little bit better, and it was a language barrier that probably was his downfall, if anything else. But man, it was just walking out. He had to eat with me.
Well, that's a good thing, right? I mean, you need that.
It is. It would just be nice to capitalize on it and be able to make some money out of it, instead of just pissing people off and say, next.
If there was one talent on this card that you guys never got a hold of, but you wish you could, in hindsight, who do you think that would have been? I know you haven't seen the whole thing, but I'll just run through the names. Jericho, Raven, Wrath, Ming, Disco, Juventud, Alex Wright, Fit Finley, Perry Saturn, Lodi, Billy Kidman, Rick Steiner, Buff Bagwell, The Giant, Scott Steiner, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Bret Hart, Sting, Hogan, Warrior, Goldberg, DDP.
Well, people that we didn't have of everybody there that I think we could have done something with would probably be Alex Wright.
I think so too.
You know, the rest of them either had their run there and or would have the run there, but Alex Wright was one that we never actually got to try and do something with.
Well, you know what? I take that back. You go Alex Wright and I'll go Disco Inferno.
Okay, that's fair enough. But Alex had, you know, international appeal as well and could have done some big things overseas, which is the same reason the WCW wanted him at the time. You know, Fit Finlay is a hell of a worker, and I think that the son of a bitch actually got better as he got older.
Isn't that crazy too? But I mean, I agree with you, but it's one of those deals where I feel like that may be exclusive to like him and Dustin Rhodes, where somehow as they got older, they got better. I know you probably haven't seen a lot of Dustin stuff lately, but Dustin's last matches in WWE, I thought he was working as good as he ever was.
No doubt. And Fit Finlay's just a mean son of a bitch in real life and in the ring. So it was, you know, going back and watching his stuff when he used to work for Otto Vons and watching his dad, there's a sadistic art to what he did. And the matches that Regal had with Fit Finlay, going back to the what the hell was the deal they had? It was a hardcore match in the parking lot. It was a parking lot brawl.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It was like the Junkyard Invitational.
Yeah. Where they didn't gimmick anything and they just went out and beat the living shit out of each other. And Regal would always talk about that and made me watch it. And I was like, holy shit. You know, the business is supposed to be a work. And they just went out and beat the living crap out of each other.
Yeah, they were looking for ideas and they found one, but I can't say it was necessarily the best one. We talked a little bit earlier about how this show is going to go off the air. Meltzer would recap this, but
when? Soon?
Do you realize that you make us sit through 3 hours of shit every single Monday and you've only managed to make it an hour here and you're already tapping?
Well, we've already done 4 hours of this. This will be the longest show we ever did.
Well, don't worry. In a minute, we're going to do a draft.
Okay, good. God, this is about to pick up and shit.
God damn, I love doing these with you. Okay, good. Now, what appears to be a 7-figure catastrophe will ironically be viewed by people who see pro wrestling as nothing more than a Monday night ratings battle as a brilliant maneuver. It wasn't either brilliant nor a maneuver, but the result of approximately 25% of systems shutting off the Halloween Havoc pay-per-view early and WCW putting the Goldberg DDP title match on free Nitro the next night was that Goldberg and Page broke the all-time cable television record by doing a 7.18 and a 10.2 share, which is 5.3 million homes and approximately 7.78 million viewers. And that's even bigger than the old Hogan Goldberg title change from earlier.
Bigger than Alex Wright's victory there. My God, dance, baby, dance. He's doing the same disco dance. See, I'm calling gimmick infringement. Their dances are very similar.
You mean in terms of like the old John Travolta gimmick?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little different. That match, by the way, got a 1.25 stars, and there were boring chants. And I also would say that's too bad because actually everything they did was solid and they worked really well together. Next up, though, is a match I know you're really going to enjoy.
Ernest the Cat.
What do you think the Cat's saying here? By the way, that's you on the far right in the background.
Far right in the background.
Overly Marshall shoulder.
The Yeti?
Oh my God, you know about the Yeti?
Everybody knew about the Yeti.
What'd you think? That was 3 years prior to this Halloween Havoc. What'd you think about the fucking Yeti?
Somebody call my mama. Is that what the Cat's saying?
Yes.
You know, Cat, black belt Hall of Famer as well. Not a 3-time black belt Hall of Famer like me, but a black belt Hall of Famer too.
In real life, Ernest the Cat Miller would beat the shit out of you.
In unreal life, he'd beat the shit out of me too. But... Okay, and then what?
Yeah, then he cut a promo and breakdance like James Brown.
Okay. But then are you going to tell anybody? I mean, is that something you're going to brag about?
What, that he beat up Bruce Prichard?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I would brag about that.
Okay.
So what do you think
Is
about
Jericho back out?
Oh my God. You motherfucker.
What?
I just can't believe you referred to Lodi as Chris Jericho. You know the difference between Lodi and Chris Jericho?
I thought that was Lenny Lane.
That's Lodi.
Oh,
Lenny Lane had pigtails.
dude, I seriously don't know who. I apologize. I don't know who this is.
He was a member of Raven's Flock. He would walk around and hold signs like this. That's basically the WCW version of ECW sign guy, Dudley. And he's in real life one of Charles Robinson's very best friends.
Well, then that makes him a good guy.
Yeah, because we know that Charles Robinson is legit salt of the earth.
Yes, he is.
What about this guy?
Man, I think that Perry Saturn was the guy that I wanted, back in the day. And I thought that Perry was unique and just could be, I thought that, man, this was a megastar in the making. Unfortunately, it just never clicked. He could do anything you asked him to do. But going back to that connection with the audience, man, he couldn't cut the promo to then take it to the next level. He couldn't really communicate effectively with the audience to be able to get over to that next level. But Jesus Christ, man, to watch him go, I thoroughly enjoyed Perry Saturn back in the day, and he was somebody that was on the list of people. So, you got to look at him, and you asked me a question during the Alex Wright match, but we got Perry, and unfortunately it didn't work out as well as it could have.
Perry has admitted that when he was in WWE, he was gimmicked up out of his fucking mind. So he was not at his best. If you could have gotten a less injured, less pain pill reliant Perry Saturn, do you think the trajectory could have been different? I mean, how much do you attribute that to sort of creating his own ceiling?
A lot. And that happens to guys sometimes. So maybe if we had gotten him a little bit earlier or been able to get him help a lot sooner, it would have been different, because he had all the tools, he had a look, and there was just something unstable about Perry that made you want to watch. It was a car crash getting ready to happen.
Was it his eyes? I'm not saying that to be funny, but it always felt like he had like this, his eyes were telling a story.
Yes, they were. And it was a crazy story, because you looked at him and you weren't really sure what this guy was capable of, but he looked like $1 million, and he could do some incredible shit and was smooth doing it. So there was a mystique about Perry Saturn that made you go, I believe him. Believable is the best thing I can say when describing Perry. Lodi lives in Texas. God bless Texas.
I might be wrong on this, but didn't Perry Saturn go to wrestling school with Triple H?
Yes. Yeah, he was trained by Walter Kowalski. He and Perry Saturn and Mike Hollow. All those guys, they did go to Walter School.
Who is Mike Hollow?
Mike Hollow is one of Kowalski's students, and Mike was an enhancement guy with us, but Mike was also a trainer. Chris Nowinski is another one that went to Kowalski school. So Kowalski was that go-to guy in the Northeast and the Boston area, where he produced some great talent.
And I think Chyna went through there too, didn't she? It was probably later, but I still think
it was later. Yes.
I think, I think Perry was there in like the late 80s and very early 90s, and it was more like early to mid for Triple H and definitely mid for Joni when she went through. But you don't really hear people talk about, I guess wrestling schools have just fucking changed a lot, but you don't hear people talk about Killer Kowalski as being this world renowned trainer. But when you hear Barry Saturn, Triple H, Chyna, I mean, he's put a lot of big stars, you know, out there on the scene who did a lot of big things. What did you hear about Kowalski's training techniques or lack thereof or whatever?
Kowalski was old school, and Kowalski is one that he instituted fundamentals into the talent at a very young age. And it was repetition and respect for the business, and that he made you do it the right way. And you weren't getting out of the school until you knew what the hell you were doing. And Walter was a stickler on that. And Walter was the one for many years in the WWF that all of the enhancement talent had to come through, and you had to basically pass the Walter Kowalski test to be able to work on television. And you had to prove to him that you were safe and that you knew what you were doing and had the fundamentals before he would ever let you get in the ring.
And there you go. I knew you'd like this match. 3 minutes and 50 seconds, quarter star. Originally, by the way, we should mention Eddie Guerrero was supposed to face Perry Saturn, but he wound up having a transportation problem, AKA missed his flight. So Lodi had to fill in here, but this would have been a much better match. You got to assume, not to disparage Lodi, but Eddie Guerrero, clearly next level performer.
No doubt about it. He's a Guerrero, man. I wonder if he knew Pacho Villa.
Oh my God. All right. So we're back with these assholes.
Why they gotta be assholes? Today's a nice guy and Bobby's the brain. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
When was the last time you talked to Shivani? Are you guys not allowed to talk anymore?
Since I said, hey, Tony, give me a call, and he never called me back.
Oh, really? He never called at all?
Never called at all.
Wow. That's hurtful.
It is hurtful.
I thought y'all were friends.
Big guys have feelings.
Oh my God. Where would you rank these guys as announcers?
I'd say Bobby Heenan #1, and everybody else. Everyone Halloween Havoc, please. Do they rank?
I meant this group, not individually.
Okay. They had chemistry. I thought that they were good, frankly.
Let's break down.
I like Tenay. Here's what I liked about Tenay during this time is Tenay spoke when spoken to. And Mike didn't have to carry the conversation, and Mike didn't have to do all the heavy lifting. So I think that Mike was a lot better when he was an analyst and could throw the facts in and tie things up. And I think that was Mike's best role. And Bobby used the brain.
Let's talk a little bit about the differences in the roles as the announcers, from a color and a play-by-play and an analyst. I mean, if you had to go back and look at your favorite duos, what was it about them that made those duos stand out, not just to you, but to the fans versus, well, never mind. Hey, hang on now. This feels like we've had a lot of Nitro girls so far in this show.
And imagine if they just cut out the Nitro girls.
No,
they could have got that last match on.
It's pretty remarkable. It goes 3 hours and 22 minutes. This show does, and it was supposed to be 2 hours and 50 minutes. We also would say the decision to go past the scheduled 3 hours was a late decision, perhaps as late as the day of the show. WCW had planned to go 3 hours and 15 minutes, and much of the heat has fallen on a company liaison to viewer's choice in the cable industry, who apparently didn't get the word out of the importance that the show was going to be going longer than initially scheduled. Did you just fart? It sounded like a real sick fart. Feel better?
No, man. I didn't fart. But I'll tell you.
Oh God, not this.
What? Pacho Villa, man. He got un pistola. Me no have un pistola.
Hey, great.
This goes back.
Yeah. We got another disco match. Are you ready?
You got to be ribbing me.
Nope. See, if they just would have had one disco match instead of
They just would have had one disco match.
He's about to challenge Billy Kidman for the Cruiserweight title. He had to win 2 matches ago in order for the right to wrestle here. So he wrestled 9 minutes and 39 seconds. And then Fit Finley wrestles for 5 minutes. Perry Saturn wrestles for 4. And now Kidman has to wrestle Disco for another 11. So they're going to go 10 minutes and 49 seconds. That's right. 2 Disco Inferno matches here at Halloween Havoc 1998.
So I want to know who made that decision that that's a good idea to have 2 of these matches and take the risk of running over and not having your main event be on pay-per-view.
I'm going to guess that it's Eric Bischoff. By the way, I don't know if you've seen, but Bischoff has decided to double down and he's got t-shirts right now over at ProWrestlingTees.com. And if you want
what about BrucePrichard.com?
hang on, we'll get there. But at EricBischoff.com right now, it forwards to his Pro Wrestling Tees site. So EricBischoff.com. And he put out 3 shirts this week. I think you get a kick out of. It's Bischoff Moving Company. We'll get you there and back again with a moving truck. Another one has, looks like a place setting. It says, you could find me in catering. And a third one that says 83 days with Eric Bischoff, and it's fashioned to look just like the 83 weeks logo. And I thought if anybody could appreciate those shirts this week, it would be you.
Yes, I can. God bless my friend.
But yes, you can still go to BrucePrichard.com and buy t-shirts. I was trying to put over your friend, but fuck, it's got to be all about Bruce.
It's always all about Bruce, damn it.
Go to BrucePrichard.com. Unbelievably, there's actually a fucking Pancho Villa shirt over there. I know you haven't seen it yet.
Pancho Villa?
Yeah,
No hay no Pancho Villa? I lost your thing one time. You have un pistola? No have un pistola. You need Takashi. I don't have to Takashi. Why Takashi? He has un pistola. No have un pistola.
Did you ever see that episode of Happy Days where Fonzie was water skiing and he literally jumped over a shark?
God, that was awesome.
Yeah. Our show just did that.
Okay.
Just now. It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, 7.5 hours into this, and another Disco Inferno match. Are we still on the same day?
Yeah, this was, dude, let's be clear. A week from now, you guys are going to run a 17-hour event.
I hope so.
Yes. It will be filled with riveting action.
And it'll move faster than this. Oh my goodness sakes.
10 minutes and 49 seconds. By the way, you're also going to see a little bit of the Macarena in this match. It's going to get 2.25 stars.
Macarena.
Tell me your favorite Macarena story.
My favorite Macarena story is when it first came out and vacationing in Cancun and asking why they were singing about macaronis. Has someone not figured out that they should have given them the cue by now?
No, they got to go 11 minutes, buddy.
Go home is what he's telling him. Let's go home now, Billy.
Now, the next thing after this is going to be the best thing on the show, which I think you'll like. It's a Conan segment. It's not a match.
And they put that on and they didn't have their main event?
No. Then we've got Rick Steiner and Buff Bagwell taking on Scott Steiner and the Giant. And then we've got Rick Steiner wrestling Scott Steiner. And then we've got Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. And then we've got Bret Hart and Sting. And then, and then we've got Hogan and Warrior.
I hate you.
Yeah, I know.
You hate you right now.
I do, because I'll be honest, this is a little Clockwork Orange. I mean, I feel like I've got you laid back. I've got those eyelids peeled. We're rolling, baby.
You do, and not my regular office chair either. That's nice and comfy. It's this old Sid Katz who left me his office chair in this office. That is an 80-year-old supermarket magnet, and it's just not as comfortable as my chair in the other room.
Did you just give the name of the former owner of your home?
Should I not have done that?
No, I think it's awesome. But you said he was like this big supermarket
magnet.
And you're a podcaster and you live in his old house now?
Yes.
Wow. Thanks, must be
sitting in his old chair, at his old desk, in his old house.
You gonna go do a little supermarket sweep later?
Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Do you want to tell everybody about your new house while Disco has this rear chin lock on?
You know what, Conrad? I kind of like this old house, and I didn't really care for my last house.
But your last house was badass. It had that badass pool that we all saw on Vice last year, and you had your really cool detached office. I mean, I didn't even know it, but you had like a giant sign on the exterior for something to wrestle with mine and your cartoon heads. That was awesome.
That's gone now.
Yeah. What do you think they're going to do in that old office now? The new owners in Friendswood, Texas. I bet they won't make a two-time podcast of the year. Do you think?
No, sir. They will not. They will not. I think they're going to make it into a room for their mother-in-law.
Lame.
I know, right? If they only knew.
The shit
if they only
we have
knew
talked
the
about
shit that was produced out of that room.
Seriously, it was on the WWE Network. It was on national TV. I mean, I saw our historic downloads the other day. Dude, I gotta send that to you. Like, that report was fucking insane. Cause I guess behind the scenes, we can tell everybody we're moving to Westwood 1. So some of you are listening to this for the first time on Westwood 1. But if you haven't, you will next week. And, yeah, that download report, dude, we need like a ticker out in front of your new house. It's like those old McDonald's signs where it says, 10 billion served or whatever. Cause son, we're pushing some numbers.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'm wondering like, if I need to tone it back a little bit, like, holy shit, I'm saying a lot of crazy stuff on here for this many people to be listening.
Yes, you are.
I mean,
wait a minute.
I guess I don't have as much to lose as you do though. Right. I mean, you're in a former supermarket magnet's house.
I am. It's a very nice supermarket magnet's house.
I've just got my humble house on a modest
shit.
Hill. What? It's a modest home.
It's a mansion on a mountain.
Well,
overlooking the city of Huntsville, Alabama.
That's not true.
It is true. With okay, you've got an infinity pool that overlooks the city.
Disco Inferno was underrated, but I never understood wrestling in bell bottoms. That feels like that would be uncomfortable. Would you rather wrestle
stories? Would you Prichard wing?
Would you rather wrestle in bell bottoms or jean shorts?
Jean shorts.
But combat boots or wrestling boots? I don't have 18 rooms.
A gym.
I've never seen the inside of that, by the way.
I saw it when your dad gave me the tour one time.
No, I'm kidding.
Tour takes a couple days to get through the entire.
It's sort of like
ground.
It's like Halloween Havoc. It takes a couple days.
Yes, only Halloween Havoc doesn't have an elevator to the top.
It does if you're Goldberg.
Oh, okay, cool.
Why are you putting my business out here?
Why am I what?
Putting my business out here. Talking about my elevator.
Because I love your house.
Dude,
I hope to grow up one day and have one.
one of the first times you visited after you made the fatal mistake of telling me that you hated pickles.
That was mean.
I loved
That
it.
was really mean. After not only that, but I'd had massive heart attack. You damn near killed me. And then you didn't pick me up. That's when you didn't pick me up at the airport, and I had to ride with a stranger to your house using Waze to find your house, and then you put pickles all over my room.
They were in the elevator. They were under your pillow. They were on the toilet. They were in the shower. They were under the sheets. They were in the refrigerator in your room. They were in the coffee cups. They were everywhere. It was tremendous.
And some of them may still be there.
Nah, we got them out of there.
I don't know if you got them all.
We did a little remodeling. We got it out of there.
You put the Silva wing up there and had his dog shit all over the place.
Forgot I told you about that. His dog is never the official dog of something to wrestle.
No.
I don't know. I mean, that fucking dog needs a Sarah McLachlan theme song every time I see it. Like when it comes into the room, I just want to hear sad songs because he didn't take care of that animal. The animal's neglected. I'm just going to tell you.
And they put the Hannibal Lecter thing on him.
Yes. And not only that, he doesn't shit out of his butt. He shits on his butt. Not like on the back end, but on top. How does a dog wind up with shit on the top of his back? How does that even happen? You stupid little bastard.
Well, in Monterey, where they lived before they moved to Alabama.
So what you're saying is that dog used to be a drug mule and he's got a colostomy bag and I got it.
Yes. He was used to holding it in.
Dude, he just Macarenaed on his way to a power bomb, but instead got his face planted. That was tremendous. What a great move. Looks like Kidman setting up the shooting star press.
Hey, Macarena.
Man, what a cool move that was, especially for 1998. And there's your winner. Look, it wasn't that bad. 2.25 stars. Coming up next though, something I think you're going to really enjoy. Conan. What a cool segment this is going to be. Do you think we'll ever see a cruiserweight like Billy Kidman again? You know, where he's sort of, cause this is an interesting character. The Billy Kidman character was really a WCW. I thought that was the video. He came in on WCW Saturday Night and started to get a little bit of a groundswell of fandom. And then we would see him debut as part of a member of Raven's flock. And then he slowly but surely went from, you know, sort of scratching himself and things like that to turning and evolving into this. It doesn't feel like we've seen a cruiserweight underdog story that's going to go like this again, because ultimately he winds up having a match with Hulk Hogan and getting a win. I mean, that's a pretty fucking remarkable story for a cruiserweight.
Absolutely. And I think that it was one of those childhood dreams. And you look at Kidman and he came, I believe Billy was trained by Alpha.
That's right. Yeah.
And just, that's a tough way to come up in the business going through the Wild Samoan training school.
I really hope that Eric Bischoff has that giant inflatable pumpkin.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure it's down the street from me.
What?
Same thing with the guy snorting blow in the back.
You sure that's not Michael Hayes?
Well, no, that guy's got more hair than Michael.
That's true.
Yeah.
The Halloween Havoc name. Are you surprised y'all never adopted that? I mean, you went with Great American Bash. Eventually you brought back War Games for NXT, but Halloween, I mean, Starcade's even back, by God. Why not Halloween Havoc? Seems like a no brainer. I mean, I'm not saying this to be funny, but I thought it would have been fucking tremendous if this Crown Jewel thing that you guys have coming up, if instead, oh, look at the way the Big Show's wearing the belt. That's tremendous. If you guys called that show Halloween Havoc, it's happening on Halloween. That would have been awesome. Do you think Vince has any appetite at all for the name Halloween Havoc? It doesn't seem like it.
Why is Big Show smoking?
Cause he can.
He's smoking a cigarette going to the ring.
Wait till he gets down there. He's going to reach under the ring, pull out a cane, chug a beer, pile drive a woman through a table. It's a different era.
No, really, he's smoking a cigarette. Why is he smoking a cigarette? I need to know this.
Should have been watching, buddy.
Well, so this is his character smoking a cigarette, going to the ring.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Hypothetically speaking, do you think Scott Steiner was on any performance enhancing drugs here in October of 98? Just when you take a look at him, just the eye test.
Well, it looks like he works out a lot.
No, clearly. I don't think we have the same diet. I'm just guessing. I don't know what he was eating, but I'm just
Abs like those are made in the kitchen, buddy.
Well, Megan ain't made me shit.
Well, no, abs like ours are also made in the kitchen too. Different ingredients. Just saying. Is he going to fall down? Oh, he did fall down.
That's his gimmick. He would do that little dance. I think I'm going to need you to do that on your way to the bedroom tonight after you pop a Blue Chew.
Well, I'll do that just because I've got a step, like one step from my office up into the rest of the house, and I forget it every time I walk in here and about break my ass.
By the way, when you see those little dogs on Rick Steiner's shoulder, it makes me think of, those are silver, but it makes me think of solid gold. Unfortunately, we don't have anything we can prescribe to you to make this match any better. I do not like Rick Steiner versus Scott Steiner. I need the Steiner brothers to be together. I hate that I agree with Vince McMahon on this, but I don't want to see brothers fight. But it is like the oldest story in the book.
And it's real and everybody can relate to it. Now, you and your sister fought.
Yeah. She doesn't like me and I don't like her.
Well, okay. So people can relate to that.
How could you not like me? I'm like the most likable guy here.
How could you not like CG?
Oh, fuck her.
That's mean.
What do you think of, the Steiner brothers? Was it time to break them up? Did it feel like they had just sort of done everything? Did they do it because Scott had upward mobility? Or, I mean, what would you have done if you were running WCW at the time creatively? What would you have done with the Steiners? Keep them together, break them up?
I definitely would have broke them up. I think that it was time. It was probably time before they actually did it. It might have been a better time to do it a little bit earlier, but they finally did do it. And again, it's real. People can relate to family feuds, and those that, take things to the physical point, they can relate to that, man. I've got my ass whooped by my brother Tom more times than I can count. And, I can relate to it.
What's Tom doing these days? Catch everybody up. We haven't talked about Tom in a little while.
Well, Tom is training. He's at the Jacobs Prichard Wrestling Academy in Knoxville, Tennessee. And the Jacobs in that Jacob Prichard is Glenn Jacobs. You might know him as Kane. And they have a wrestling school, JPWA Academy, and go to jpwaacademy.com to find out all the information. But if you want to be trained by the same guy that trained Kurt Angle, that trained The Rock, that trained Vince McMahon, Mark Henry, on down the line, touched all of the greats in WWE and all over the world, then Dr. Tom is a place to go and check him out there in Knoxville, Tennessee, and be trained by the best. Yes, I'm biased, folks, but he is the best trainer in the world today.
Well, they probably could have used him for this match we're about to see with Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior. Meltzer would write, while Halloween Havoc will probably be best remembered by its timing problems, the show did feature the rematch of one of the most famous matches in the modern history, Hulk Hogan versus Ultimate Warrior, that headlined WrestleMania 6 at the Sky Dome in Toronto, which to this day, the $3.4 million live gate remains an all-time North American record, and the total number of pay-per-view buys is among the all-time largest ever as well. Man, that's pretty crazy when you think about it. A $3.4 million gate back in 1990.
It was a match I think that a lot of people thought they'd never see. And it was never before especially in that modern era at the time, there wasn't anybody that could challenge that top spot the way that Warrior did. So it was a dream match, and the audience had to choose, and they were looking for another hero, but they didn't want to lose their old hero either. So it was a unique, perfect storm with them at the Sky Dome in WrestleMania 6.
2 years prior to this, you guys had tried to bring the Ultimate Warrior back. There had been years of back and forth, and then you bring him back in 1996. Famously, he squashes Triple H at WrestleMania 12, and it wouldn't be too long, and by late summer, he's a goner. I guess by July, perhaps. And then fast forward, and WCW takes a flyer on him here in 1998. When you first start hearing that, hey, Warrior's talking to WCW, are you, I mean, at the time you're embroiled in a huge ratings battle. Are you a little nervous, or do you know, well, they don't know what they're signing up for. This is going to end fucking poorly.
I think that our initial reaction was, thank God it's them and not us. So it was looking at it, the egos involved, and everybody that had a say in that at the time, from Hulk's, apparent creative control and the NWO, and you had Nash and Hall and everybody there with their own, power fiefdoms, if you will. Brett, just, it was a powder keg. So I think there was a feeling that it was going to be difficult for everyone to coexist. And there was no real wrangling of those egos, and there wasn't that one person solely in charge to rein it in. So yeah, it was kind of sit back and let's watch it implode and watch it explode.
Do you remember the report that you got about this pay-per-view? Would this have been one that you had Fink watch?
Probably, but I just think that the best I can remember was a holy shit. It wasn't, the first time that they met at WrestleMania 6, it was truly an iconic moment because you had the up and coming Warrior and you had the even at that time, the immortal, the legend, Hulk Hogan, and people looked forward to that just because they couldn't call it. And now it was a situation of trying to revisit something that had taken place so many years before that you want to relive that moment. And I don't know that I'll watch and see. Oh, Big Show. That big boy doesn't need to be up there like that.
How about this?
He just doesn't need to. He can't get his footing. This is brutal.
Nearly 500 pounds off the top rope with a missile drop kick. Kicks his tag team partner, Scott Steiner, accidentally all the way across the ring. What a fucking sight that is to see such a big motherfucker on the top rope, huh?
That's 7 feet. I bet you he's 400 pounds here.
But at least he's over 400.
Yeah, and balancing up on the top rope. That's impressive in and of itself, and that big bastard didn't need to be up on that top rope.
And look at this. There's your finish. Bulldog off the top rope. Rick and Buff are now your tag team champions. But most importantly, this means Rick finally gets the match he's been waiting on for a long time. He gets to take on his brother Scott in a no DQ match. So after we saw 2 Disco Inferno matches, now we're going to see 2 Steiner brother matches. If they just would have had one Steiner.
Oh, they should have started with Page and Goldberg.
Meltzer would
And
say,
then if we didn't see the second Steiner match or the second Disco match, no one would be upset.
did it surprise you when you saw that, they were bringing in Warrior, that they were just going to go right back to Warrior Hogan? Or is that what you would have done too?
I think with the climate and what they had, looking at all the creative and what was going on, why not do that? You've got to go ahead and get in and get your money's worth before people are going to see through it, or not. They may not want to see it if you wait too long. So with the intrigue and the unknown, I don't think that they really knew what they had in Warrior. He had been away from the business for a while, and I just think, let's get it done. Let's get the match that we need to get out of it. And then if there's anything left and there's anything on the other side, then we can investigate that then. That's the only thing I can imagine. And if they were doing that, then yes, I would have done it the same way in that regard, based on past history.
Well, that's what they go with. And a lot of sort of Hogan haters would say this is just Hogan trying to get his win back. And this is also the same time. We just talked about this a few weeks ago on our Yokozuna episode. This is the show where Scott Hall was asking him to come interfere in the Kevin Nash Scott Hall match that's going to take place coming up. And you got to assume if Yokozuna would have actually come in and worked with WCW, it wouldn't have been long if you believe those theories about Hulk Hogan, but there would have been a rematch with Yoko and Hogan, which, if you're telling the right story, still could have drawn money and been entertaining, right?
Absolutely. Because, that was the last loss for Hulkster, and to be able to go in. And when you tell that story, I think that when you look at the big picture and how Hulk's looking at it, is to make yourself whole and go back around and make the legend even larger than it already was. Nothing wrong with that.
Why do you think, some of the, quote unquote smart fans had such a hard on for Hogan all those years?
Jealousy. But again, it's funny. You call them the smart fan. It's the vocal minority. A lot of times it's those that are loudest, that's what you hear. But it's not the majority by any stretch of the imagination, when the majority is the ones that are supporting the product and coming out and watching it and continue to enjoy it. So you hear all of those things and say, yeah, but, and I hate those. I hate when but comes after, yeah, but, it means you discount everything that someone just said. So it's, haters are going to hate. Nothing you can do about it.
Is there a
what
guy?
What the hell? Was Doug Dillinger beating somebody up? Who's that?
That's Bill Clinton. Duh.
Oh, okay. Bill Clinton was there.
Take a look at the way he's
walking.
walking.
So wait a minute. So Bill Clinton left our pay-per-view and went to theirs?
Yes.
Good for him.
You really don't know who that is?
I honest to God have no clue.
You can't tell from the way he's moving. Oh my God. What a set there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Nah, come on, Buff.
Dude, the way he nailed Charles Robinson in the face with that thing and Charles went flying, I hope they show a replay of that. That's one of the best sells I've ever seen. He's his limp hand to count. That's tremendous. But Rick kicks out.
Okay, but here's the great part. Is he's not even the referee and his count isn't official, but he sells when Rick kicks out.
Yes. Which was silly, but fun.
Oh my.
Look at the crowd though. Half of them are on their feet.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2. No. Again, he sells. How long is oh my God, poor Charles Robinson. You know, folks, on behalf of myself, I'd like to apologize.
What are you apologizing for?
Missed.
Oh, so here's the deal. If you remember, Bagwell was hurt earlier this year with a neck injury, and now they're going to claim another neck injury here for Buff Bagwell.
Off for dropping him on the top rope?
Well, because the idea was Rick Steiner came off the top rope with a top rope bulldog. Bagwell's head slipped out and Bagwell's head hit Rick's back. He suffered a stinger right there, and it was live TV on Nitro. They stretchered him out. It was a scary moment. And that was earlier this same year. Fast forward, and now the same guy who injured him last time picked him up, dropped him over the top rope, neck first on that same injured space. And by the way, as he's trying to pin Rick, Bagwell is his tag partner. So his own tag partner, his own tag team champion, co-partner, turned his back on him in the Clinton mask.
That bastard. Now.
And by the way,
I bet you that music's playing right now.
You missed it, but as Bagwell was laying on the apron there, he was yelling, "Where's Monica?" Because he was dressed like Bill Clinton.
Ooh, Virgil, come on, baby. Let's get down to the ring with him. This outside of here, and I'm gonna be on outside with my red leather jacket, looking fine like only I can look. Scotty Hall, gonna waylay Kevin Nash, and we're gonna spray paint their ass. Be fucked up like a monkey.
What'd you think of the decision to put Hall and Nash against each other? Would you handle it this way?
I really don't know how the hell they were handling it here, other than breaking them up. And at some point, you've got to do that. It seems like they've got a lot of turns here and a lot of people doing it at the same time, which, sometimes it just bees that way, but it's better off to space them out if you can, I would imagine. Kev just looks devastated though. His best friend, his partner, his outsider. They were outside in together.
Is Scott Hall one of the best wrestlers to never hold the world title?
Yeah, but just because you're hold the world title doesn't mean you're a great wrestler.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, you look at a guy like Kevin Nash, And most people, I think, saw them on sort of equal footing, you know, it's the duo here, Hall and Nash. But Nash had title runs in the WWF and WCW. Scott Hall did not. How much of that had to do with height? How much of it had to do with talent? And how much of it had to do with reliability?
Well, I think that you look at a guy like Scott Hall, you needed him to get the champions over, and you needed him to make everybody else look good. And your champion isn't necessarily always the best worker and the best talent, but he may be the one that is drawing the most and can create the most interest and has the best connection with the audience. So you need those guys like Hall that are arguably sometimes more valuable. Ooh, there's a Jim Crockett little epitaph there. What's that thing called?
Tombstone?
The grave. Tombstone.
By the way,
I thought that was a pizza.
Jim Crockett is not dead, and he will in fact be at StarCast in Baltimore.
Oh, I just saw his tombstone there at Havoc of Halloween.
Can you believe that? I mean, you're no selling me here, but when was the last time you heard of Jim Crockett making a public appearance?
When he was running his ice cream store.
I mean, at a wrestling event.
Oh, I haven't. I seriously have not heard what Jim was doing since he was running the ice cream store in Dallas. He had an ice cream store after, Turner bought him out, and he stayed in Dallas and had, whatever. I don't know if it was his own stuff or a chain, but that was the last I had heard of Jim Crockett for a long, long time.
So for the first time, I think ever, it's a personal appearance from Jim Crockett. He's going to be on stage with a live mic, and we're going to have a conversation about Jim Crockett Promotions, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And David Crockett will be there, and we've got extensive research from people who were there, people who know, and should be pretty cool. Check it out. If you can't make it to Baltimore, at StarCastOnFight.com, or join us in Baltimore at StarCast.com, STARRCAST.com. And your old pal Eric Bischoff's going to be there. You think he's got something interesting to say these days?
Well, I think so. And I say go on out and support Eric and help a brother out.
Yeah. What about me?
Just say hey.
Just say hey. StarCast.com.
Yeah. You're my brother too.
I appreciate that.
Oh, well, Ooh, it's a dog pack. It's a mean looking dog on his shirt.
Pretty sure that's the wolf, but we'll go with it.
Oh.
You know what? That probably lives at Cassio Kid's wife's house, though. She has a wolf, a real life wolf.
Big Booty Judy got a wolf?
Big Booty Judy has a tarantula, a bearded dragon, a snake, a wolf, and she wanted to get something else, whatever. It was some other sort of dangerous animal that I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing over there? I think she's just trying to get whatever she can to kill Cassio in his sleep.
I wouldn't want to kill Cassio. That's just wrong.
No, I don't want to either, which is why I'm concerned for my friend. I got to get him out of there. I mean, he's living in the dangerous part of the zoo right now.
Well, at least he's not training elephants. That's not funny, Bruce. That's Clint from Hershey. Clint from Hershey trains elephants.
Doesn't train them.
I thought he trained elephants.
No, that implies he worked at the circus.
Oh, so he just worked at the circus? He didn't train him?
No, he never worked at the circus.
Why did you tell me that then?
No, I didn't. I said, if you train them, that implies that you work at the circus, and he didn't train them. He just took care of them in their natural habitat. And sometimes so they wouldn't get ornery, he'd give them a hand release. That's all.
Ah, got it. Got it. I understand now. That explains an awful lot.
As terrible as this is right now, the fans are way into it, by the way. Meltzer would say, very slow paced match with a lot of brawling, went way too long, particularly for a show that was already going so long. Both guys initially got out of their foe's big finish, explained because they know each other so well. And he would call this match finish weird and gives it 1 star. As a reminder, they broke up back in May. So here we are in October. It's the big payoff.
Now, is this the first time they're grappling with each other or the last time?
Well, this is really the first time they've had a big pay-per-view like this.
And Scott Hall hasn't even taken off his vest yet.
by the way, lots of people are being very, very critical of sort of mocking Scott Hall's drinking, as you saw in the video package on our way here. He's had a real life struggle with addiction, and it's got him in some trouble, and he's been to rehab, and it's cost him his family. And, yeah, it's a tough situation. He's been arrested a few times. In hindsight, Eric Bischoff says he had very few regrets about WCW, but this was certainly one of them. Sort of turning his addiction into a storyline.
Yes, but it has a happy ending, and Scott has turned his life around and doing a lot better today.
Could not be a nicer, cooler guy. One of the easiest guys to work with, has a great attitude, knows a ton about wrestling. If I'm honest with you, I'm a little surprised he hasn't wound up with you guys down at the Performance Center full time. It feels like he'd be a natural fit for character development or promos or whatever.
Or just teaching people how to throw a right hand.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. It just feels like, and I'm not asking you to comment, but I think everybody knows that he's one of Triple H's better friends, and it feels like he'd be there unless maybe he didn't want to be. There's something to be said about that. He's probably enjoying life the way it is right now.
Aren't we all?
Well,
But you know what? I mean, no, you sit here and you take a look at, and you look at Scott Hall standing in the ring, and the son of a bitch just looks like a fucking star.
He looks like a pro wrestler. If you drew it out on a sketch pad, what a pro wrestler would look like, you would wind up with somebody who looked like Scott Hall.
Yeah, Scott could go, man. And you go back and look at this shit, and it's like, holy fuck. Just instrumental in all the NWO and everything that they did, but it's holy shit.
In the end, he was Razor Ramon at a time when business was down. He was Scott Hall when a time was business was hot. Will he always be Razor to you?
Yes. Either that or Starship Enterprise or whatever the hell he was.
Oh my God. Did you just...
What was that? Starship Enterprise?
That's a fucking different thing, buddy. Oh. That's Star Trek.
Oh. What was he? He was American Starship.
He was Starship Coyote.
Well, that's stupid.
Would you like Texas Scott, Big Scott Hall, Gator Scott Hall, the Diamond Stud?
I did like Diamond Stud.
Well, of course, you hired him and called him Razor Ramon.
No, I wasn't there when he started.
Oh yeah. You were on hiatus.
I was on hiatus.
Had you wound up in WCW, and we talked about this before a long time ago on the podcast, but when you got fired for being a dick in 1991, eventually in 1992, there was an opportunity for you to be hired in WCW, and there was creative kicked around for you coming in as a manager. Tell everybody that story, who liked the idea and who they wanted you to manage.
Well, I'd been talking to Dusty, and the idea was to bring me in to manage the Barbarian and Cactus Jack. The idea was to have a little stable of people to go against Sting. Sting was the champion at the time, and they were looking to create that heel factory to work against Sting for the championship. And Dusty wanted a new, different mouthpiece and wanted to bring me in and do that. So in the interim, the offer came up to go back to WWE, and no one would answer my phone calls or return any of my calls at WCW, as I just wanted to talk to them about it and kind of get them to lay everything out for me and weigh my options, but have as much information as I could. I couldn't get anybody to answer my call. This was before cell phones and computers and email. So I sent a Federal Express to the office, sent one to Jim Ross, sent one to Bill Watts, sent one to Dusty, and finally got a phone call about a day later after they had received the FedEx. And, it obviously didn't transpire, but in a lot of ways that opened the door for Cactus Jack, who Cactus became the mouthpiece for Barbarian. and you got to hear the verbal skills of one Mick Foley. And I think that was a good choice. And it's also one of those moments, if you look back on the career of Mick Foley and his time in WCW, where he was able to shine and step forward as a shining star. So that was, maybe it was a good thing for everybody involved.
Did you have conversations with anybody besides Dusty?
Prior to, no, it was all Dusty. And then it was Jim Ross who called me and, goddamn, boy, you're really pissed off the cowboy. I said, well, goddamn, Jim, would have been nice if somebody would have returned my call over the last few days when I've been calling, leaving messages. And I had to make a decision. And after I'd sent the FedEx and I still didn't hear from anybody, I thought, well, you know what? If they're telling me about how I'm going to be this top guy and mouthpiece for all the top guys, and they have all these big plans for me, but they won't even return my call, maybe it is all bullshit, and I don't. There's nothing there for me, so I made the decision to move on.
Do you regret not being on camera more? I mean, because that would have been an opportunity for you to be out in front of the audience and perform again.
Not at all. I enjoy being behind the camera more. It's fun. I mean, it's fun to perform and it's fun to be out in the spotlight. However, I like behind the scenes much more.
I got you.
Whip into the ropes. Oh my, face into. Doesn't Scott Hall, the back of Scott Hall, it says too sweet, but it looks like the sweet tart sweet. I just keep looking. I find myself searching for the tart underneath the sweet. Oh, anyway, may just be me.
Let's talk about, as we're talking about two former WWF guys here, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. We know that 2 years prior to this, I mean, almost to the day, is when you guys debuted the fake Razor and fake Diesel. Have you ever had conversations with Kevin Nash or Scott Hall about the fake Razor, fake Diesel business before?
I think we did when they first came back in 2002, just kind of talked about it and laughed about it. Not a whole lot to talk about there. And unfortunately, Rick Bogner is no longer with us, and rest his soul. He was a wonderful guy. But yeah, I think they kind of laughed at it, and it was what it was.
Rick Bogner had quite the career internationally before he came over for you guys. And that was really his first big break. But as we know, it wound up not being so big. What do you remember about, Rick Bogner? You said he was a great guy, but we don't know much about him besides fake Razor.
Well, when we were sitting there, Paul Heyman is the one who actually came up with the idea of him being Razor, and Paul had made the comment that, hey, Bruce, I've got this guy in my locker room that is dead nuts on Scott Hall. And I said, what? He goes, oh my God, he does Razor Ramon better than Scott Hall does Razor Ramon. So we brought him in to say, hey, do Razor. And he did it. And it was, he looked similar to Razor Ramon, but he did the, hey, yo, Chico, and had the mannerisms down and the whole 9 yards. So that one didn't take nearly as much work as Diesel, and bringing Glenn Jacobs in to fine tune him into the Diesel character. So it was some interesting times, but Bogner, he understood it, and he understood that this may or may not work. But he was into it, and it was Paul Lee, the one that called me and said, hey, I got this guy in my locker room and does Razor Ramon better than Scott Hall. And hence they were born.
It's a shame, man, that he's no longer with us, because it does feel like, based on everything I've read about the guy, and I'll admit I haven't seen a ton of his Japanese work, but that maybe he could have been something and had a better run had he not went with this gimmick and come in with this gimmick, but I'm sure he was thinking at the time, and he did an interview with Sean Mooney. If you're interested in this, you can go check it out on Sean Mooney's podcast, Primetime. But I think it may have been something that he felt like at the time was, hey, this is my one chance. And if I say no to this, I may never get another chance again. So I got to just get in the game and see what I can do. And ultimately it doesn't wind up working out. Is there wisdom in knowing when to say no in hindsight? Because had he not come in as that character, maybe he would have been something else and maybe it would have worked out differently. But once he was sort of known as Fake Razor, that's probably all. I mean, that's all she wrote.
I don't think so, because he had been in the business for a while and was just Rick Titan. Oh, he's a decent hand, but nothing more beyond that. He doesn't have a lot of personality, and he's not going to draw you any money. That was his rap at the time.
But he's 26.
I understand that. He had still been in the business for whatever, 7 years at that point, and that was kind of the rap on him. It was like, okay, yeah, he's big guy. He's got a look, but he's just Big Rick Titan.
So you see,
I don't know. People weren't buzzing about him as Rick Titan. Put it that way.
We're getting to the finish here. Kevin Nash just gave a jackknife powerbomb to his best friend, Scott Hall. He's holding up the number 1. He's going to pick him up a second time here.
Good God, the humanity.
I mean, taking all the time in the world. He knows what's coming. Everybody at home does too. Gets him up. Boom. A second jackknife. And here comes the weird finish that Meltzer was talking about.
I hope it's a small package. Please, God, let it be a small package.
A crotch chop. And he leaves.
Well, so it's a count out.
Scott Hall wins the match by count out, and this is the end of the feud.
Holy shit.
What do you think?
I'm sorry, I can't see because I'm smelling the farts. Not buying that one, Conrad. I don't know. I guess I guess you could tell the story that he beat his buddy, but his buddy got the win, and I don't care. I guess
it's a weird story to tell. 2 years prior, these guys were winning the tag titles for the first time in WCW from Harlem Heat, and now here, unbelievably, they finally have a singles match, and Kevin Nash just walks away when he has the match won. A little different, to say the least. Next up, though, is the Battle of the Scorpion Deathlock and the Battle of the Sharpshooter. Bret Hart and Sting, sort of the franchise of the WWF through the 90s and the franchise of WCW through the 90s, finally happening. And you would think this would be, a dream match, a Bill Apter fantasy cover. And it's only going to get a star and a half. It's just a miss. Meltzer would say it's going to start slow and never really pick up. But that feels like sort of the theme of the show. A lot of slower plodding matches. I know you're old school and you prefer the old school style, but when you see a match like this where it does get off to a slow start and it seems like it never picks up, I don't think all of this stuff ages all that great.
It's funny because a great match sometimes, here's a pro tip, and I think I talked about this not long ago. July 1st, 1977, Sam Houston Coliseum, Houston, Texas. Terry Funk versus Harley Race for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. And the match went 41 minutes, 2 out of 3 falls. Harley wins the first fall with an abdominal stretch. But the match is the pace of Terry and Harley. Harley works the head, Terry works the leg for the spinning toe hold. It holds up still today. And there's a lot of people, I think, that the younger audience might look at it and go, God damn, they didn't do anything. But it was a ice cold match in Houston. Neither guy worked the territory. It was just a match about the championship with two of the greatest of all time. And they held the audience. And not one time did either one of them ever look at the crowd. But they had the crowd in the palm of their hand. And that's the difference of being able to tell a story and being able to take the live audience that's there and bring them into your story without having to pander to them. So the style, the right kind of style, the right kind of storytelling will still hook the audience to make them want to see. And it was all about who's going to win the match. And the match ended up being stopped for blood. The audience bought it because of the way that Terry and Harley sold it. If you tell the right story and you're able to hook them. So I haven't seen this match with Bret and Sting, but Bret Hart is always been one of those guys that Bret's not going to leave till he's got him. And Bret Hart has always been one that's been able to paint a beautiful picture in the ring and tell a story with all of his matches. But Bret likes to get out there and feel it. And I think that, if they're there, they're there. And if they're not, he'll get them there most of the time.
So here you see Bret Hart jacking with a Goldberg fan here in the front row. And by the way, Bret is not happy to be here in this match. He would say, I was baffled when Eric wasted Hart versus Hogan on a free match on Nitro on September 28th, throwing away a guaranteed moneymaker that the fans had been waiting years for. The plan, in my view, was insane. He wanted me to turn babyface during an in-ring interview, challenge Hogan, then get injured and have Sting take my place. When Sting twisted Hogan into a Scorpion Deathlock, I would limp back out and double cross Sting by DDTing him headfirst into the mat, turning heel again. To turn me heel at this point was so stupid it felt like sabotage. And he would write of this match, I worked Halloween Havoc with Sting in Las Vegas, retaining the U.S. title by beating him senseless with a baseball bat that was actually made of foam. So he fucking hates everything about this. And Meltzer did too. He only gives it 1.5 stars. And there's going to be silliness here because there's going to be a stretcher job and an ambulance. And it doesn't even get polite applause. Like no one cares. And at this point, I guess they've done so much in WCW that it all just sort of runs together. And this is, for better or worse, Russo gets credited with a lot of the bad booking and the swerve bro and the overkill. This is way before Russo. So this is not Russo here. What do you make of Bret's frustrations that he wrote about in his book with them giving away the Hogan match, which originally was spoken about that maybe this would be Hogan Bret. Of course they pivot. It's going to be Hogan Warrior. And he's in here with Sting, which also once upon a time could have been, should have been, maybe was supposed to have been a pay-per-view main event, but instead it's just this mishmash mess.
Well, it's on a pay-per-view. It's, God, sometimes you've got to pull the trigger and you've got to be able to have the match. And, they're here. So since they're here and you're here, you might as well make the best of it. And you've got to be able to go out and tell the story and just do what you have to do. But, flip flopping and back and forth. After a while, it's tough. And to do two switches in one night, I don't know. And they actually did that.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, again, you look at Sting and Bret, and that's a match that I think that a lot of people over the years, when Bret was WWE and Sting was all about WCW, then that is a match that I think people really would want to see. But you're looking at, I'm seeing a lot of red and black in the audience. Oofa. It's almost as if Bret's just saying, okay, you want slow motion? You want a heel? I can do that. And let's play.
If they just,
I'm not crazy about Sting's goatee and mustache either.
What do you think about Tomato Face Sting?
Tomato Sting. I might like Tomato Face Sting better if he didn't have the goatee. Because it looks like the goatee is painted on. He's got it highlighted black or painted black, what have you, with the red face and everything. And maybe that's supposed to be part of the look, but I think it would have been cooler with some black stripes or something to accentuate it down the face without the goatee. I'm not crazy about the look. I like the white face Sting.
I like the red, white, and blue Sting. It's going to be at StarCast for the first time in decades.
Red, white, and blue bleach blonde spiked hair Sting?
Red, white, and blue face paint Sting with the red, white, and blue jacket Sting with the belt he won when he beat Ric Flair for the belt in 1990 Sting.
Well, that was a good Sting.
Chat me up about Sting. You and I haven't spent a ton of time talking about him. How many conversations did y'all have with him over the years that you remember?
That I was involved with, I know that we had 2 that I was at least involved with over the years, but it was always think that Sting was apprehensive to ever make the move. Early on, he was a WCW guy that was comfortable in his role and comfortable where he was. And I don't think that he really wanted to make that jump because of that comfort level. And I do believe that had Sting made the move in, let's say, 1988, 1989, I think that he would have had a very, very different career and possibly been 10 times bigger than he was in WCW.
Do you think it would have been feasible for him to slide into the Warrior spot?
Yes.
Yeah.
I really do. And I say all that because of just personality wise and the way that Sting was at that time and still is today. I think that he definitely would have been able to slide into that spot and been the man.
It's so fascinating to go back and think about that. It really is.
Yeah. And again, that's one of those ifs, and that's one of those shoulda, coulda, woulda, and what would have happened, but we'll never know. And maybe he wouldn't have. Maybe he would have gotten there and just not been as comfortable, not be able to deliver. You just never know. In different bodies of water, you're going to react differently and be accepted in a different way. But in 1988, he was still new enough, and he was still unique enough that it really could have exploded.
What do you think the feud would have looked like? I'm not saying that to be funny, but him and Hogan, WrestleMania 6, we just talked about how it did record business, 3.4. I mean, that's a huge number. How would he have fared with Hogan?
I think it would have been great. I think that he really would have been great. A lot of it is dancing partners too. I'm not sure that Sting would have risen to the heights that he did had he not had Ric Flair making him look better, a lot better than he was at the time.
Right. And that's not a knock on Sting.
No, it's not.
Flair did that for everybody in that era.
Yeah, but Flair was challenged with Sting, and Flair, was told, "Hey, we need to make this guy," and I think Rick took it as a challenge. It's like, okay, I'll make you a star, and that was Ric Flair going out and doing what Ric Flair does, and he made Sting that Clash of Champions in whatever it was, 1988.
Yeah, head to head with y'all at WrestleMania 4.
Yes,
and it's fun to think about, because a babyface Sting. Like, let's just pretend for a minute we're just going to switch Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan. Sting versus Ravishing Rick Rude at SummerSlam 90. That would have been fucking tremendous. We saw that in WCW. We know those guys had chemistry and they could tell great stories. It would have been a great match. And then you keep that train of thought going. WrestleMania 7. You think a heel Randy Savage and Sting? Come on, they would have tore it down at WrestleMania 7. It would have been tremendous.
Yes, they would have. And I think Sting could have hung in every one of those situations. Every single one of them. I think that he would have been able to deliver, and he did throughout his career in WCW as well.
Do you think, and I don't mean this derogatory at all, but do you think some guys, because you've said this phrase a lot, that some guys are scared of success, and some guys, I think a different way of phrasing that is some guys would prefer to be or are more comfortable in the role of being a big fish in a small pond.
Correct.
Do you think that was true of Sting as well?
Well, yeah, to a point, yes, but at the same time, Sting became, the big fish in the ocean too. When WCW really blew up and they made Sting the guy, he still was that focal point, and he was that glimmer of hope that they had. If only he had hit the tanning bed, then I had to do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm going to fucking click stop and drive to Connecticut and kick you in the 3-time karate dick right now.
But yeah, I mean, if only he had tanned, then it might've been different, but no, Sting was the equivalent, he was their Hulk Hogan for many years. He was their hero. He was their guy. And that company was built around him in many ways.
I'm not asking this to be funny. How did you know about the tan thing? I never told you about that.
Everybody knew about that. My God, he showed up out of shape and not tan.
Oh my God.
Well, no, I mean, I know you had fun laughing at Eric about it, but that's the honest to God truth. I mean, I agree with that. It's.
Oh God.
What?
It's getting worse.
Look at Hulk Hogan. He's tan. Look at Sting here. He's tan. Look at Brett. Jesus Christ. He pops off that pink.
Does this explain why you use the tanning bed at my house every day you were here?
Oh God, yes.
You were trying to be over.
But I haven't tanned in years, so I'm pale and white. I never get over. I used to be over.
You haven't tanned in a year. I'm not going to say years. Hey, by the way,
a year.
Yeah,
about a year.
You got space for tanning beds now, and I got 2 here.
Yeah. Send one up.
Hey, Silva.
Send the stand-up one here. That'll go good in the basement.
How about
Please.
another ref bump? Oh, and a leg drop. Man, I love Bret Hart's leg drop.
Yeah, he's got the snap to it.
Did you see that? And I think you would be into this. They make Bret Hart pajama pants and pajama shorts now from Chalkline.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's made to look just like these tights. And I think you running around the house trying to excellently execute with Dodger. I mean, that checks out.
Cause he's a good boy.
You got to get that worked out. I mean, you got to be able to get some free shit up there, huh?
Well, you would think so. I would definitely hope so. Jeez.
All I know you've gotten up there free so far is a lot of cups of ice. A lot of ice.
Yes. I like me the ice and the little ice machine thing.
This match, by the way, Meltzer would say, as Sting recovered, he accidentally elbowed referee Billy Silverman and Hart leg dropped him. Bad night for refs. It's amazing the similarities in the booking of today and the booking that put Jim Crockett out of business 10 years ago. When you see all the baseball bats, all the ref shots, all the ding dong shots.
Oh God damn. They probably broke his ankle there. Okay. Sting just did a superplex off the top rope on Bret Hart, and Bret came all the way down on the referee, laying face down the middle of the ring.
And he had no idea it was coming because he wasn't even looking.
No.
Yeah.
Oh God, that hurt me watching it.
I was really hoping you were going to launch into Lance Russell. And now you see Bret's like, oh shit, I may have hurt this guy. I should go check on him.
Ah, come on, Bret. Bret Hart now in the corner. Stinger splash. If only we had a referee here right now. Wait a minute. What the fuck happened? Why did that hurt Sting? Why is Sting dead now? Bret stabbed him?
Here comes the baseball bat. Are you ready?
Oh my God. Come on, Bret. Okay, if it's a rubber bat, why is he... Ooh. Yeah. Right. Oh, come on. Hey, get somebody out here. This has gone too far.
When did you know you could do this voice?
Lance Russell. Oh, come on. Okay. You made your point, Bret. Enough. Oh, come on. Why did he roll the bat out? Is the referee alive now?
Yeah, he's going to wake the referee up. Hey, get on your shattered ankle and let me win. Wake up.
I'm going to rub your face. Oh, okay. Hey, all right. I'm okay now. I'm still a little groggy. Okay, hang on. Wait.
What do you think of this referee, Sal?
I hope he comes from zero to hero and just calls for that fucking bell. Okay, so the sharpshooter now makes a man pass out. 2.
Wait a minute.
3.
Wait a minute.
He just Bret. So basically, Bret just pins Sting on his chest.
No, hang on now. Let's run through that.
The referee just counted.
He didn't count. He checked his
He
arm.
did.
He dropped his arm to see he was passed out.
I know, but then he went down and counted to 3.
He was groggy.
Look, he's counting to 4.
He's doing algebra now.
5.
I was going to say, you can't say that now the sharpshooter makes people pass out, because literally that was the finish of Bret Hart and Steve Austin a year prior.
Okay, so it made sense. Yeah, but the referee didn't count to 3.
Oh, come on, Brett. I love when you do your Lance Russell. It's good stuff. That might be.
Oh, enough. Okay. All right. You got the title. Okay. Get out of there now, Brett. Yeah, we've seen you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they know. You're the champ. Yeah, you should be proud, Brett. Oh, come on.
Are you ready for this? What's next?
God damn. I hope it's a Sid him. Did it be?
It's gonna
Is
be,
it?
It's going to be Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior. Now listen, you saw these guys more than 8 years prior to this, and they had, with a lot of help from Pat Patterson, pretty good match.
Good match.
No Pat Patterson here, and they're 8 years older. And this is Warrior's first match back. How many minutes do you think they should go?
Minutes?
How many minutes?
Why would you shoot a stretcher?
Well, what are they going to do? Shoot, here's what
One guy chewing gum. That looks.
I like that they're not in a hurry at all.
No. Doug Dillinger, EMT.
Dillinger's not in there.
Yeah, he is.
Where?
You'll see him here in a minute.
I'm just saying he's not in the ring.
No, he's not. He's outside the ring.
I saw a picture of Doug Dillinger the other day. He looks like Michael McDonald.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
Doug Dillinger's going to be where?
No, that's Michael McDonald's favorite song. Yeah, I'm going to be there. You don't remember?
No. Sing it.
You don't know Yamo be there?
No.
I'm really disappointed in you.
I ain't got a fever, got a permanent disease, and it'll take more than a doctor to prescribe a remedy. I got lots of money, but it isn't what I need. 'Cause it'll take more than a shot to get this fever out of me. I got all the symptoms, count on 1, 2, 3. First you bleed, that's what you get for falling in love.
I do Bon Jovi too, man. Y'all thought I could only do Aerosmith and AC/DC. I do it all, but I'm multi-talented.
Are you a little punchy because we've been watching this show since last Thursday?
It feels like it, yeah. I mean, that's what we get for, doing the show in 8 parts when we started on Sunday, and we did 2 hours, and we did another 3 on Monday, and then came home and did the next 2, and now it's Saturday morning again.
You know what's weird too is we've got to find time to do this show for next week before you leave to go over yonder.
Yeah, we do. We only had these 2 weeks back.
Next week, of course, we're talking about Fabulous Moolah.
If anybody's still with us, they're going, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, this is not a high point in the history of something to wrestle, but Bruce has texted me a few times about how much he fucking hates me, and he's called my mother very unkind names. I read them in a Terry Funk voice though, so that made it a little funnier. But, yeah, this is not my best idea. I thought this would be punishment for, Bruce.
It's punishment. You're right.
I thought it would just be for you, but I think the fucking rib is on me and the rest of the listeners.
Yeah.
So my bad. And sorry.
There's Doug Dillinger. See, he's at the foot of the thing there. He's supervising.
But look, he looks like Michael McDonald even there. Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
I'll be there for you. These 3 words. Wait, I'll be there for these 5 words. I swear to you. When you breathe, I want to be the air for you. I'll be there for you.
Please,
God damn, I'm good.
please stop. If you're going to sing a song, there's one song they want to hear, and don't do that one right now. What's just song overload right now?
I spend my days working hard on the go, and my nights all night watching Halloween. Check out the chick with the cleaning up sweeper.
The cleaning up sweeper.
Yeah.
What if Undertaker was driving the ambulance?
That would make my night.
We got to go edit that in.
That right there would make my night.
What are we shooting right now?
The Winder. I wanted to drive away and have the lady that's got the broom and the
No, I need a 12-year-old Braun Strowman to come dip this motherfucker over.
Please.
Just knock it right over. And on top of Roman, a childhood Roman Reigns. That'd be great. Well, that's fucking 20 minutes we'll never get back. But thankfully, business is about to pick up. Are you ready for what we're about to see right here? This, by the way,
no, I'm not.
Do you want to guess the rating of this match? What Meltzer gave it? I know you put no stock in that, but just guess what this one gets.
Well, if it was in the Tokyo Dome, it would get 9.5.
Guess what this one is?
6+.
Be fucking real.
3.
-5 stars.
-5 stars. In that case, I can't wait.
Here he comes. You know what? It's fitting that Snickers is the sponsor of this show, because you know what their slogan is, right? Not going anywhere for a while. No, we are fucking tethered to our goddamn desks watching this piece of shit. Not Hulk Hogan, the show.
Can we just give him the finish and go on?
No, this is what we're here for.
Oof. See, now let me point this out. Look at how tan Hogan is.
See ya.
Right?
Yeah, he's tan. I'll give you that. He's tan as a motherfucker.
He is tan as a motherfucker. Always tan as a motherfucker.
How many hours in his life do you think he spent tanning?
A lot. A lot. Many, many. Many hundreds, thousands of hours tanning.
Wow, you're going thousands of hours on me.
Yeah. But, you know, here's the great thing. I remember being on the road with Randy Savage. And Randy loved to tan as well. And we would always, man, if we couldn't hit, we hit the tanning bed, and then we'd always try and get at least an hour or two at the pool. And Randy would always go through the Fred Blassie rules for tanning.
What are the Fred Blassie rules for tanning?
Okay. A couple of things. When you're tanning in a tanning bed, you got to sit on it for a while so that it gets the creases in your ass, on your legs. Because if you lay on it and you'll have that crease there where your ass is. So you got to sit on it so it's flat and you get that area tan. Also, always got to spread your fingers, man. Spread your fingers out so that you tan in between your fingers. You don't want that white shit. Don't put them together. It looks weird. Always rotate, man. And it's like you lay on your back, you lay on each side, and then you lay on your stomach. Don't just do two sides, man. You got 4 sides you got to take care of. Get the arms up. See, look at Warrior. Warrior's tan.
You're being serious right now.
100%. Yeah, there were rules for tanning, man. Fred Blassie rules for tanning. That's what I used to call them.
Does Vince feel this strongly about tanning?
Well, I hope so. Yeah, but Freddie, man. Yeah, and one time, Freddie tells a story about his wife going to the grocery store, and Fred had a tanning bed with a canopy that lowered, electronically, it would lower and it would automatically raise itself when it shut off, but you couldn't lift it yourself. All right. It would lower down and whenever the lights were on, but when the lights went off and your time was up, it would raise itself up. Well, his wife went to the grocery store and Freddie went down to tan and the electricity went off.
Oh no.
And so Fred was stuck in the tanning bed for 2 hours waiting for Miyako to come home.
Wait, what was his wife's name?
I think it was Miyako.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's quite the name.
Beautiful woman.
I saw pictures. I just always referred to her when I would speak of her as Mrs. Blassie.
Mrs. Blassie, yeah. That'd be a good bit of advice.
Well, I'm not rude. Come on.
No, I'm saying, I mean, no, that's actually how I refer to her, but she was a sweet, sweet woman. See, Warriors 10.
Are you ready for this match, buddy?
No.
Cannot wait. Seriously, I need all your attention on this. And now they're going to stall. And
Don't make me.
If just Hogan wouldn't have stalled.
Hey, Conrad.
Hey.
Tell you what. If we don't have to watch this match.
No, we have to. This is why we're here.
I listen to this offer, though.
Okay.
I will get you your first order of Blue Chew. Absolutely free. Use my promo code Wrestle. Pay $5 shipping and handling, and boom. Okay? I'll do that for you. Don't tell anybody, though.
My wife won't let me have any more Blue Chew.
Don't tell her.
Well, she'll know. Baby. She'll know.
Not if you tell her it's all her.
No, there was a donut involved once. She's done with that now. I can't use it anymore.
Oh. Yeah, the Krispy Kremes with the custard is just, ugh.
So here we go. Kenny Powers is your referee.
Oh God. Kenny fucking Powers, Nick Patrick. That's great. Make sure you check him, brother.
By the way, you have a duster like this. Now yours is black. It's not all airbrushed. Can we get with Jimmy Hart and figure out who does his airbrushing and have him do a custom something to Wrestle paint job on your duster? I think that would be badass. And when we do our live shows next year, that would be killer.
I may do that. I may just do that, Conrad.
It would be great if you ran on stage to the Ultimate Warrior's music and you started shaking stuff.
Wait a minute. Me run?
If you trotted out to the Ultimate Warrior's music, if you walked very briskly onto the stage.
How about if I just came out on stage?
If you appeared on the stage.
There you go. Eventually get there.
All right. Collar and elbow tie up. Gonna do a little test of strength. No, Hogan's got it.
Ah, come on, Hogan. Come on.
Warrior had no idea what he was going. Talk me through when guys slap their shoulder. Like, oh, he's cranking my arm here.
Well, dude, you got to get the blood flowing back in. So you got to hit it and get the blood flowing back in.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
You don't have to now, thanks to Blue Chew.
So we're done?
No.
Oh, I thought that was finished.
Thought it was going to be a count out.
Open.
Even if it was, we've still got our main event after this. Or here's what we could do. As soon as it starts, we could just cut it off and pretend that we were 25% of those cable systems.
Please. No, that's what we have to do anyway, because it's got to be true to form. Is it
realistic?
Originally aired.
Yeah, realistic. I got you.
I'll be there for you.
Please.
These 5 words I swear to you.
Bruce, stop fucking singing.
Just trying to entertain myself. You're making me watch this.
Well, listen, you gotta see
this is history right here, baby. This is the 2 biggest names in the industry at one time. Colliding.
Ask Tony Schiavone. I'm sure he said 100 times during this is the most important match in the history of our great sport.
This one right here?
The greatest match in the history of our great sport.
Feel the power.
You don't think so? Maybe not so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Shortcuts. Come on, Hulk. What does OWN mean?
One Warrior Nation. It's like his WCW version of Districity.
Oh.
It's the NWO backwards. You see, he owns the NWO because he's One Warrior Nation.
Okay.
How about a test of strength on the outside?
Well, he's got the advantage because he's got him on the turnbuckle. Uh-oh.
We've seen this spot before.
We have. And Hulk prevailed, did he not?
No, Hulk lost, remember?
Oh, shit. Damn it. I'm still not getting the OWN thing.
It's NWO backwards.
Oh. But, okay.
But he doesn't need a group of guys. He's just one warrior. And he is a part of One Warrior Nation. He is One Warrior Nation. He himself.
But he is tan.
Yeah. Talk to me about, this is something we haven't spent a lot of time talking about on the show. Hulk Hogan has no armpit hair. The Ultimate Warrior has armpit hair.
He does?
What's the rule of thumb on, armpit hair maintenance in wrestling?
Warrior doesn't have armpit hair.
Yes, he does.
I don't think he does.
Okay. Let's just pretend he does and answer the question. God damn it.
Well, it's hygiene, man.
Well, tell everybody.
Shave that shit. I don't have armpit hair.
Oh God.
We've been through this, Conrad.
I know, but it's been a while here on the show. As a rule of thumb though, why are most wrestlers accustomed to and expected to shave their armpit hair?
For hygiene. It's just better hygiene. It's cleanliness. It's, and it's preference. Some guys don't like to shave. Some guys do. Just strictly preference. But back in the olden days, it was a hygienic thing, and it makes your arms look bigger too when you shave them.
Hang on. You think your arms look bigger if there's no armpit hair?
Yeah.
Help me understand.
Because it draws the arm to it draws the eye to the bicep, not to the pit.
And you feel like people, if you have armpit hair, they look at the hair.
Sure, it's distracting.
What do you think of this move here? The
It's a body
crisscross
slam.
applesauce into a body slam, no sell.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Yeah. How about that, Hulk?
This whole, what's he doing right now?
He's warrioring up.
Warrioring up.
Yeah.
Is Lance Russell low-key your favorite announcer ever?
Yes.
Does he belong in the WWE Hall of Fame?
Yes. Yeah, come on, Patrick. Let him go.
He's calling him over. Like, tell him to come over.
Please. You know what? Let's do the count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why in the fuck is the referee 9, 10 out of the ring, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Even the most lenient is 20, 22, 23, 24. Referee back in the ring. 25. Hogan back in the ring at the count of 25. Uh-oh. Oh my, come on. Hulk, that was no accident. Kneeing the referee right in the head. Oh boy. This has gone off the rails.
Are you ready for what's about to happen?
I don't know what's going to happen, but I know somebody's coming out, I think.
Dude, you're about to see the greatest shit in the history of shit.
Can't wait. Is the Yeti coming out?
Even better.
The Big Show.
No, not just that. There's another spot that's just tremendous.
He's happy.
Yep. I wonder what's going to happen. God.
Yeah. Take that, Hulk. That's a hell of a bump by that big bastard.
Huge bump for a big dude. It's coming to get meat sauce.
Oh, damn. Virgil fell down. He needs one of them Apple Watches that, like, if you fall down, it calls 911.
That's not Virgil. That's Vincent.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I love Kenny Powers has both of his legs draped over the bottom rope.
Well, he was injured. Okay, what's happening now?
It was a 19-day backdrop.
That was a side play. How the fuck can you see his shoulders from way back there?
I love that's the part of this you have a problem with. Dude, this is a clinic. You know, Eddie Guerrero, he could have learned a thing or two from watching this, couldn't he?
If only it had made his flight.
That right there is called a callback, my friends.
Warrior's still selling the choke.
Dude,
oh no, wait.
A Warrior air humping in this match. Oh, how about this? Hitting him with a belt. Where you at, Lance? Come on.
Come on, Hogan. Come on. That's an illegal object, ref. And by the way, it wasn't an accident when Hogan fell on you either. Yeah. Why? And he's pulling the fucking Hogan by his hair.
Pulling the fucking Hogan.
What the fuck? No, yes, that's right. You tell him, ref. Holy shit.
It's about to get really good now.
He's buried his fingers in his eyeballs.
Let me give you the what this sounds like. That was like Hogan's go-to sound effect back then.
Well, that's everybody's go-to sound. That's just a sound that is affected when your body is.
Look at this, dude. Watch this one. Watch this.
Oh, goddamn. Oh, shit.
Ouch. I love that so much. But we're not done.
Why not? I'm pretty sure this was a disqualification a while ago.
The high spot is coming, my friend. Have a little patience.
Conrad, I think after tonight, one thing that you can say for me is I have patience. I'm having patience.
I know.
I'll probably be a patient by the time everything's done. The local hospital.
This is the longest we've gone in a while, especially with no interrupted conference calls, phone calls, or pee breaks. I'm really proud of you with your tiny bladder and crazy schedule.
Well, I'm just shocked. Uh-oh, the belt's coming off.
That's what your wife's going to say when she finds out you got the blue chew. Uh-oh.
Yeah, how does that feel, Hulk? Uh-huh, yeah. How does your own medicine taste? And Nick Patrick's just begging Warrior, and he's going to hit him with a belt around his hand. Conrad?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I can ever forgive you for this.
Here we go. Here comes the hot spot. Hogan goes into the trunks, pulls out a Ziploc bag.
With another bag in it.
Yep. He's got a lighter.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready? You know what this means, Lance.
Oh, God. No way. Fireball to the mat. Hogan trying to set the mat on fire. The Warrior blocked it, thank God, saving all of his Warrior maniacs. Hogan trying to build a fire to distract, I think.
Here it is.
Well, What the fuck?
After more messed up looking spots, Hogan pulled this bag out of his trunks. It looked like some drug paraphernalia, but it was flash paper. Hogan was supposed to throw a fireball at Warrior, but after attempting to light the paper in slow motion, he threw the fireball and nothing happened. No fireball. The whole place groaned, and poor Warrior, who didn't have a clue to begin with, really didn't know what to do. This spot will be replayed for the next 100 years. And at this point, they had blown away the Sid Vicious Night Stalker match as the worst match of the last 2 decades. Somehow, the paper then ignited for a split second, nearly burning Hogan's hand. He was supposed to throw fire, and somehow ring announcer Dave Pinzer was supposed to put his jacket on Warrior, and somehow Warrior was supposed to make a comeback. Warrior improvised and came off the top twice with sledges, and then Hogan sliced his forehead open, which is what we're looking forward to here. And there he is, Horace Hogan, his own blood, who Hogan proved a point. If I'll do this to my own blood, imagine what I'll do to you, brother.
Oh my God.
What do you think?
I think I hate you, and I really don't want to, because I cannot stand this.
By the way, you guys were running Judgment Day, this month. So your main event on your side was, Kane versus Undertaker for the vacant WWF championship. Stone Cold Steve Austin was the special guest referee.
Turn around, ref. He just hit him with a chair.
And there it is, but we're not done. Hogan got his win back. There you go. It happened. You've seen him.
Horace is good now.
No, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Hogan turned his back on him and beat him up, bloodied his own blood. So Horace is clearly here looking for revenge.
But didn't Horace just hit Warrior?
He had to prove his loyalty.
Oh, okay.
It was a swerve, bro.
Thank God, Horace, that you've come around and you've seen the light and you love your Uncle Hulkster. Oh, it's good to see family back together again. We had family fighting earlier on in the night with the Steiners, and now, ooh,
Wait, you ready
God.
for this? Hang on. Here's
Look
what
at
I
those
think you're right.
staples.
He's pouring lighter fluid all over the Ultimate Warrior.
What?
That's lighter fluid. You've seen lighter fluid before.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Doug Dillinger doesn't want him. He doesn't want to see a human sacrifice right in the middle of the ring at Halloween Havoc and Jim Grant.
So the head of security just stopped Hulk Hogan
From setting another man on fire.
A sweaty man, though. I'm not sure he would have burned a lot.
By the way,
Have you watched this shit with Eric?
yeah. Well, I didn't watch it with him. I watched it with Tony, but we talked about it with Eric. By the way, the way Meltzer would recap this entire match and segment before he gave it -5 stars is with this sentence: that Undertaker Kane storyline makes perfect sense. So there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, he was very complimentary to you. That was your angle.
Well, it did make sense.
Warrior
Now,
also would say,
sniffing his hands. Did he go poopy?
Warrior said of this run, everyone was doing what they wanted to do. There was no leadership at all in WCW, no direction. He said McMahon is a leader, a planner, and he follows through with his plan. Bischoff always used the word spontaneity. Spontaneity is one thing, but showing up an hour and a half before TV when millions of dollars are on the line, that's lunacy. I think he let anxiety get to him. And he said when he compared his runs in the WWF or WCW, he would say brutal. He said, after Halloween Havoc, quote, the next night they were in Phoenix and I lived in Phoenix and it was just natural that I was going to show up there. They did the little, spaz at the end when I came out and threw everybody out of the ring. And the next week was Kansas City. I only went to the TVs and I show up at Kansas City and nobody expected me to be there. Tried to talk to Bischoff, but he wouldn't talk to me. And for the next couple of weeks, I think I called 16 times and he wouldn't return my call. And all I'd asked him to do, I said, this doesn't make any sense. Put me in the ring. Let me work my matches. My stuff could happen in the ring. It doesn't make any sense. The kind of money they paid me for the last few months of my contract, it was a 6-month contract and I didn't even work it. They didn't even give my character an opportunity, and that was stupid. The first 15 minutes was a launching pad to do really great things. You know, OWN was a great concept. Ultimate Warrior already had this, was already over as an intense killer. And I tore my bicep when I came back, and I was in the ring at Halloween Havoc 4 weeks later. There's guys who have a torn bicep and they don't show up for 6 months, but I was there.
Well, I think he should have stayed home. I'm just saying. If he had stayed home, we wouldn't have had to watch this tonight. I like Michael Buffer with the silver hair better.
Do you really?
Yeah.
He looks like
the brown hair.
Looks like Paulie Walnuts right here. He's getting those wings.
Yeah, a little bit, but he looks like Eric Bischoff's older brother.
We should mention
or John Davidson's dad.
This match here is actually very well done. It gets 3.25 stars. I think it's probably Goldberg's best match. And DDP does a great job laying the match out. Of course, DDP was notorious in this era for scripting every single move. And maybe a lot of guys didn't like that, but with a young upstart like Goldberg, made a lot of sense. You got to remember this guy's only been in the company for 13 months, at least on TV. So he's in a primetime spot. DDP's been around a lot longer than that. They let out a really good match that was clearly all DDP's idea. Tremendously well done. And Dusty had allegedly suggested that nobody would call it, that DDP would win this, and that they should have put the belt on DDP here. Of course, DDP would win the belt in April of the following year, but he says it could have been here, and he could have been the guy to end the streak because so many fans believed in the Diamond Cutter. That's kind of hard to argue at the time with that logic. And believe it or not, Goldberg and Diamond Dallas Page would win the best match poll in the Wrestling Observer reader poll. Do you want to guess what sort of rating this got with the readers of the Observer? This whole show, was it thumbs up, thumbs down, or thumbs in the middle?
Oh my God. Well, they probably loved it. Seriously?
Yeah. Guess. What do you think they gave it? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle.
Thumbs down.
60.7% thumbs down, 22% thumbs up, 17% thumbs in the middle. It's unanimous. Worst match was Hogan Warrior. There wasn't another vote for worst match. They got it all in that one. But now this is going to be a pretty good match. So it goes 10 minutes and change. And then you're finally off the hook. Can you believe it?
Yeah, but I want it to be realistic, like it was on the pay-per-view as it aired live all these many years before. And once ding, 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 we're out of time. No.
You know, let's talk about Goldberg for a minute, because Goldberg's one of those guys who a lot of people thought was done years ago, probably 15 years ago. And he popped back up on the scene a handful of years ago. And I think surprised a lot of people when he beat Brock Lesnar very quickly on pay-per-view, and then worked a series of matches and had a big WrestleMania match. And then just very recently this year came back again. You've worked with Goldberg a couple times now. Has your opinion on Goldberg changed, from back then to now? I know we don't talk about current stuff a lot, but I would imagine you've had a much different experience this go around.
Yeah. Enjoyable.
I think that's cool.
It really and truly is.
Do you think it's just, he's matured? You guys have a better understanding of how to deal with performers like that? Has the locker room changed? It's just time heals all wounds. What do you think? What do you think it is that makes it click more now than it did before?
I think it's all the above. I think your environment change, and you grow up and you have different outlook in life, and your priorities change. So you approach things in a different way with a different attitude. And all of us, not just him or not just me or anybody else, everyone has. So as times change and you mature and you grow up, you become a different person. Is he walking through the Great Pumpkin?
He's walking behind it and around it. Here he comes.
Does he fall down or anything like that?
No, he doesn't fall down.
Okay. I'm just checking. I can ask.
Where does that belt rank in your all-time belts?
I mean, it would rank in the top 5. It's not my favorite, but it is one of my favorites. It is in the top 5. You know my favorite.
Oh yeah, the old school NWA.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that Kaniski and Thez and Funk had.
I always call it the Kaniski belt, for better or worse.
Well, that's good because, you know, like Thez had different belts and, Dory didn't. So I call it the Dory belt. But Kaniski, same thing. Kaniski and Dory.
Dory never held the 10 pounds. Dory never held the classic 10 pounds.
Nope. Dory dropped that belt to Harley, and Harley dropped it to Jack, and that's when they retired it.
I got you.
And then somebody stole it. So if anybody out there knows where it is, that's my white whale. That's my.
Yeah, you had me chase it, 3 years ago? I couldn't find it.
I'm still chasing. Still chasing.
Man, what a big fight field this has. Look at the crowd, man. They're all on their feet. Everybody's ready for this. And it was, by the way, it was about this time that the pay-per-view goes, meow, and it's off the air.
Well, let's relive it.
Why won't you just ride this baby out? We just got a handful of minutes left. I think you'll like this match too. Best match on the show. Save the best for last.
Well, so far this match has already been better than most everything else on the show.
Dude, how cool is it? They collar and elbow tied up through the ropes down to the floor. That's cool. That's realism. I love it.
Well, I like it too, except for the referee being out of the ring. Get in the ring, Mickey. I like Mickey Henson. Mickey's good people.
DDP.
So yeah, already you're okay. I'll give it to you. Already, it's been better than most everything else on the show.
They're picking up the space, you know.
Yeah, I'm not dogging on WCW, but this show's really sucked so far.
No, it has. It's not good.
Wow, this is a nice little backflip by old Goldberg there.
I mean, you don't see that coming, right?
No, I don't think Paige saw those kicks coming either. Oh my, Bill with an armbar. Tap, Dallas, tap. That's what I'd do. Well, you know, look at this, man. It's Goldberg. It is the height of Bill's rise. But I think that, you know, you gave me Dusty's version. I don't know, man. DDP's babyface or a heel?
DDP is a babyface.
So it's a babyface match.
Yep.
At the height of Goldberg's popularity.
Yep.
I think switching the title would have backfired on him. Don't double cross me and tell me this is where they switched the title.
No.
Okay.
I love that you don't even know that, but Kevin Nash would end the streak at Starrcade 2 months later.
Okay. Yeah, I think that probably would have hurt Dallas, man. In Goldberg. like this right here. Maybe, I don't know. And I wasn't watching, closely at this time. So going back and revisionist history without doing it all. So far, it's one of the best Goldberg matches I've ever seen.
It is the best. I think it's the best one he ever had. Seriously.
And again, obviously, I'm watching with the sound off because I get yelled at if I watch it with the sound on. But is the crowd into this?
Yeah, they're into it. I mean, you can see, at this point they're not, because they're doing front face locks, but you saw when they first hooked up, everybody's on their feet. And when they hit the high spots, people react in a big way.
Well, I think reacting anything after the Hulk and Warrior matchup there. Oofa. When did Piper come back? Is this when Piper came back in this time frame?
He came back 2 years prior to this, right at the end.
Oh shit! I'm a little off there, huh?
It was Hogan Savage at Halloween Havoc 96, and at the end is when Piper would come back, and then it would be Piper Hogan at Starrcade 2 months later, and then fast forward to Halloween Havoc 97, and that was Hogan Piper in the weird Thunderdome style cage. It was like way outside of the ring, sort of like the Hell in a Cell, but it didn't have a top on it, and it was bars instead of mesh. It was just weird. And you guys would joke about it on WWF TV and call it AIDS in the Cage. And a year later, we're going with the youthful movement, so we've got DDP in the main event, but against Goldberg, and these are two of their hottest acts, and I mean, it is a big moment for both of these guys, without question.
Well, again, going back and looking at it and watching Paige is doing one hell of a job here. I guess he's going to do one hell of a job here in a minute. And the beautiful thing about it is Goldberg works like a heel. Probably why he was babyface.
One of the interesting pieces of creative that was suggested, I think one of the ideas for a potential finish with Dusty was Goldberg would go for a spear and DDP would move, and Goldberg in the corner, and DDP would wind up being in the good fortunate spot of seeing Goldberg knock himself loopy when he ran headfirst into the pole, and he comes out diamond cutter 1, 2, 3. So if his spear sort of worked against himself because he wound up spearing a pole and then he got a diamond cutter, you don't a flying head scissor from DDP. Can you believe that's real?
Just happened. I saw it. And that was a fucking just stiff ass kick into the chest. And there went that dive into the post.
Yep. And man, he went fucking full force on that shit. You know it? He did with everything.
Yeah, this is true. It's a work, Bill. And why does DDP tape all of his fingers?
Because it looks cool, bro.
Does it really?
I don't know. Maybe he wants to avoid small joint manipulation.
Okay, see? There you go. Yeah. Because the fatter joints usually are easier to handle. You're just going to let that one sit there, huh?
Well, I thought you were going to talk about Blue Chew. You want your joint to be a little fatter,
No, I was going back to the CBD.
Oh, I got you.
See, fatter joints.
In fairness, we should mention there is no THC in CBD. You will not fail a drug test. I get that question all the time. Like a couple of weeks ago when I first had the freeze at the office, because it's always been delivered to my house, and I had some delivered to the office. Everybody was surrounding me and asking questions. They're like, "Oh, we can't use this. What if we're drug tested?" No. By the way, that just knocked Goldberg out, I think.
For real?
I think so. I might be wrong on that. No. It's when he spears him. When he spears him, Goldberg's going to get knocked out for real here in a spear. He'll drive his own right there. Goldberg's loopy as shit right now. You can see he ran his own head wide open.
Speared the fuck out of his own head.
Yes. I thought it was
that
the
hurt
DDT.
me watching it.
Yeah. If he didn't have a giant fucking neck, he would have hurt himself many times over. But dude, that was real.
Yeah, that hurt both of them.
Here we go.
Hey, fans, for you keeping track at home, there's roughly 2 minutes and 9 seconds left. Or shit, no, there's more than that.
Either way, we're close. We're at 3:12, 58, 59, 3:13. He's picking him up for the jackhammer. And
he's not.
He can't do it. He's knocked himself loopy. He just can't do it. What's going to happen?
That's small packaging right now.
Going to try one more time. Here we go. Tongue out. We're ready. Nope. Slips behind him and wham! Diamond cutter. Look at the crowd, dude. They're conditioned for the diamond cutter. They're ready. Even the referee.
Just count. You're not being paid to react. You're being paid to count. Please tell me we go off the air here and we don't get the finish of this.
You mean right now? You can't make it
right now.
Minutes? Let me ask you, when you get done with this taping, what are you going to go do that's so goddamn important?
Well, I got a lot of shit to do. Since we have been taping this, I have roughly 47 emails.
Since we've been taping this, SmackDown already happened.
Next week's SmackDown has already happened.
All right, so you got tries for the suplex, can't get him, muscles him up. And I mean, muscles him up. Wham! Jackhammer. There's your finish. 1, 2, 3. Goldberg is your winner. Quite the main event. Listen, not the best show, but dude, that main event was hard hitting, real legit shit, was it not?
That was ugly, but that was the best match on the show.
Without question. And we hope that you guys dig what we did today, because we didn't. This was fucking long and challenging, but we're looking forward to being here with you next week. We're going to have the Fabulous Moolah as our topic. And then we're going to try to circle in the Wrestling Classic in November. We'll be finished out with 3 Survivor Series in a row. We'll hit 99. We'll hit 89. We'll hit 94, all the big anniversaries. We hope you're enjoying what we're doing. If you've got a question about any of those shows, as always, you can hit us up on social media at Prichard Show. That's at Prichard Show. Until next week, he's Bruce Prichard. He's at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With Bruce Prichard.
Shaka Khan. Så de scanning på via. Hej, Landsjödin.